What's up, guys? Welcome to the debrief, man. What's up, ninjas? We are in the house. Welcome to the show, guys. Welcome to the show. Happy to have you guys here. But I think we still got a song to play. So let's fucking cook. Y'all know what time it is. We got a lot to talk about. The great noticing is here. People are waking up. Let's fucking go! Throw those old slash in the air. Throw those old slash in the air, baby. You guys know what time it is. A great awakening is fucking here. Let's go. Waking up, baby. We can't be stopped. We won't be stopped. The great awakening is here. The great noticing is here. People know what the fuck is going on. Let's fucking go. These motherfuckers thought they could demonetize me, censor me, ban my Instagram accounts, ban my Facebook, but it doesn't fucking matter. People are noticing. Let's go. I'm gonna blow your fucking eardrums. Let's go. Frank is even hype. He even knows. He's like, yeah, the great fucking noticing is here, man. He even knows. Throw that old slash in there, Frank. Let's go, baby. You want to say what's up to the people real quick? What's up, man? Guys, he has the balls out now. He's like fully grown, almost. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah, all right, buddy. Okay. We'll finish this thing. Guys, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you guys here, man. It really is a good day. I feel like fucking Ice Cube, bro. Today was a good day, because it really is. And we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be covering the news and some other stuff. We're absolutely going to be talking about the great noticing being here, which, I'll go ahead and give you guys a little bit of a monologue on it, but I'll do it later. Now, we're going to save that towards like a little bit more towards the end of the show. I wanted to cover some news and some stuff going on, react to some shit that I saw as I opened up my computer, and I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting. Let's see here. So, yes, guys, welcome to the debrief, my friends. Welcome. Where am I here? All right, so first let's go in. Trump signed a bunch of executive orders earlier today. Let's kind of see what these were. And I'm going to speed through this.
Between America and Ireland, and to
still signing, dude. He's had to sign like 100 plus at this point, bro. Remember this girl, guys? The one that the journalist was covering for y'all ninjas. Remember that shit?
just honor all of the Irish Americans, and I'm a little bit biased because I'm American and Irish, but
well, great people. Yeah, great
St.
people.
Patrick's Day is coming up as well.
And they voted for me in heavy numbers, so I like them.
And guys, just so y'all ninjas know, let's see here. Great song to start the podcast. I appreciate that, Dan. Yeah, guys, if you want to get involved in the show, super chat in on Rumble Rants or Castle Club, or you can go ahead and send it in via MyronGainsX.com. Okay. Yes, Josie already has it here. Thank you, Josie. I'm going to go ahead and pin it in the YouTube chat as well for you ninjas.
Even, you have to like it. You know, you're not supposed to, but you have to like that. So for the Irish American people, proclamation. Thanks, Lindsay.
Mr. President, your envoy, Steve Witkoff, told us a little while ago that if Hamas does not release hostages, that the U.S. and Israel could take some action. What does that mean in your eyes? Is that
And this literally was an hour ago, chat, that this happened.
Military action? Would you join strikes with Israel?
Well, you're going to find out. I had the honor of spending a lot of time yesterday with quite a few of the people that we got out. And I can't believe how badly treated they were, really badly treated. Stories that you wouldn't even believe. Some of it was documented. Some of it was so bad you couldn't really, I don't think you can put it on. And it's a shame. And they said one thing, they have 59 hostages, of which many of them are killed. They want to know if we could just...
Well, we know why they were killed, man. They were killed because they were either starved or killed by the Israelis. Let's just be honest here. You know, if you're going to go ahead, right? Because let's just use common sense here, chat, for a second. If they were killing the hostages, that makes no sense. because the hostages is their only bargaining chip, guys. The Hamas has no leverage in these ceasefire agreements besides holding on to
AJ
hostages.
Sandballs tipped
for them to
$109.
kill the
Ty
hostages
for reading
would be
my
absolutely
$1 chats
stupid,
I send in my
and
Ron
destroy
love you
their
Sand
ability
Ninja.
to negotiate. So what really happened, guys, is remember, these airstrikes were killing Palestinians, right? So what ended up happening was they were starved, they probably got bombed or whatever, but for Hamas to actually kill them is ridiculous. Because if anything, they're going to treat these hostages better than their own people because that's their bargaining chip. Being honest here. Like, it doesn't make sense. Makes no fucking sense for them to kill the hostages when they went through hell to get them and they're suffering through hell to keep them so that they can use them as bargaining chips. Guys, the way this works, right? So let me explain how this works because I don't think enough Americans understand this shit. I know this coming from my background and shit like that, but other people might not, right? It's very simple. When these militias, especially these Palestinian militias, enter into Israel, right? And they kidnap people. I'm not talking about like a terrorist attack, like a conventional terrorist attack, like blowing something up. I'm talking about when they go into an area and they kidnap people. The goal for them is to kidnap as many people as possible to negotiate a hostage swap, okay? Now, why do they want this hostage swap? Because Israel has a lot of Palestinians, thousands, okay, that are in jail, that haven't had a trial, that, you know, all kinds of human rights violations. So they do this to negotiate a trade. Now, these trades almost always put Israel on their back foot, okay? And I could talk about this one case here, right? So Gilad, Shalit, I think his name was. Damn, I'm good. I'm starting to memorize this shit now. So this guy right here, guys, this is one of the craziest examples of this, right? So this is this guy, right? Gilad Shalit, right? He was an IDF soldier that was captured on February 25th, 2006 by Palestinian militants in a cross-border raid via tunnels, right? And what happened was they negotiated for him to get him back. Israel did in 2011. So he was in captivity for like 5 years, right? They kept him alive for 5 years. Why? Because they were able to trade him for like 1,000 Palestinians, chat. 1,000. Let me look this up. Boom. In exchange, 1,027 Palestinian prisoners were released. Holy.
Welcome, punch!
Okay? Now, the Israelis don't want to do this because a lot of these people that they release a lot of the times are people that they deem as terrorists. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think Yahya Sinwar was a part of this. Let me look here. Let me see here, bro. Was he a part of... And I'm going to explain all this here in a second for you guys. Oh, shit, yeah, he was. Wow, I'm good.
Welcome, punch!
Okay, so let's go through this again, all right? So, when the Israelis negotiate, right, to get prisoners back, typically ends up being extremely lopsided. So you got, in this situation... And I can see why by the way, I'm being rational here. I can see why the Israelis hate to do this. So this guy gets captured, right? In 2006. IDF soldier. They release him for 1,027 Palestinian prisoners. Of those 1,027 was this guy, Yahya Sinwar. For those that don't know, this was the guy that was the head of Hamas's military wing. They killed him back in October of last year, okay, in an attack. But this guy ended up being like the top guy for Hamas. So obviously, right, while this guy was in prison for 20 plus years, all he did was study Israeli text. He could speak Hebrew, he could read Hebrew, he read a bunch of spy novels on the Mossad. So the guy educated himself very well on Israeli combat strategies, right? This is the guy that threw the drone, that threw the stick of the drone, for some of you guys that don't remember, right? So obviously, Israel doesn't like to give back soldiers or give back Palestinians because some of them end up being soldiers like this guy, right? So when the Palestinians do these raids or whatever, and they go in and they kidnap people, the goal is to kidnap as many people as possible and use that as leverage to facilitate a hostage exchange. That's why they do it. So when they sit there and they say, oh yeah, they're killing people, whatever, yes, that does happen. And that is an unfortunate circumstance of war, right? I've told you guys a million times, the death of anyone, whether Israeli or Palestinian, is a tragedy. All life is valuable, right? But to misinterpret and or mischaracterize the nature of these conflicts and why they do it, you know, to just say, yeah, they just want to kill people, or they kill the hostages, that's simply not true. That is simply not true. Okay? Because that gives away their only bargaining chip. So it makes zero sense to do that, just from a logical perspective. All right? So let's keep going. Give me ones in the chat if you guys learned something new there. I always pride myself on educating you ninjas. Give me ones if you guys learned something new there. So yeah, Yahya Sinwar was a part of the 1,000 traded for Gilad Shalit. That is crazy. I remember I read it somewhere, but it just came to me now while I was talking to you ninjas. But give me ones if y'all learned something new. Because this is what the mainstream media is not going to tell y'all, guys. Why they do this shit.
Continue. They said without us, look, Biden wasn't able to get anybody out. We came along and they started releasing. But we have 59 left, of which 24 are living. The rest are dead. And I put out a statement. It's sort of self-explanatory, I think. But somebody's going to have to get a lot rougher than they're getting. It's a shame. And those 24 that are living.
And that's why I put out that statement yesterday that we read on Twitter, which I'll show you guys briefly. Let me pull it up here on the side.
Because they were with them just 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, depending on when they got out. But they said they're in very bad shape.
You spoke today with your cabinet members and Elon Musk.
I did.
What did you tell them in regards to Elon Musk and his authorities to carry out actions?
We had a great meeting. We had Elon and we had some of the representatives for the business reps. We also had most of the cabinet members, not all of them. It doesn't really pertain to all of them, but many of them. And I thought it was a really good meeting. It was about cutting because everybody knows the country's way out of control.
This is the meeting he was talking about, chat, right here. When he met with the hostages, some of them were returned. I'm sending Israel everything it needs to finish the job. Not a single Hamas member will be safe if you don't do as I say. Release hostages now or there will be hell to pay later, right? And then this is his official statement that he gave, where he goes, Shalom Hamas means hello and goodbye. You can choose release all the hostages now, not later, and immediately return all the dead bodies of the people you murdered, or it is over for you. Again, I doubt that Hamas murdered these people after kidnapping them. It was more than likely they died from starvation or from the idea of killing them, but that's all other conversation. Only sick and twisted people keep bodies, and you are sick and twisted. Well, Israel's keeping a bunch of bodies too, Don. I'm sending Israel everything it needs to finish the job. Not a single Hamas member will be safe if you don't do as I say. I've just met with your former hostages whose lives you have destroyed. This is your last warning. For the leadership, now is the time. For the leadership, now is the time to leave Gaza while you still have a chance. Well, they can't leave Gaza. It's literally blockaded, bro. Also, to the people of Gaza, a beautiful future waits, but not if you hold hostages. If you do, you are dead. God damn. Make a smart decision, release the hostages now, or there will be hell to pay later. Which kind of threatens the citizens of Gaza, too.
In terms of the number of people. We have many people that don't work. We have many people probably that aren't even living that are getting checks. And we're finding all of that out, and it's being reported. We're going to save hundreds of billions of dollars. We've already saved a lot. And parts of it are contracts that are expired that we're paying on. Many crazy things that, you can see it happening. It shouldn't happen, but you can see it happening. You see a lot of it being put out. But the other thing I think most important for today, I want the cabinet members to keep good people. I don't want to see a big cut where a lot of good people are cut. I want the cabinet members to keep the good people, and the people that aren't doing a good job, that are unreliable, don't show up to work, etc., those people can be cut. So I had a meeting, and I said, I want the cabinet members go first, keep all the people you want, everybody that you need. And it would be better if they were there for 2 years instead of 2 weeks, because in 2 years they'll know the people better. But I want them to do the best job they can. When we have good people, that's precious. That's very important, and we want them to keep the good people. And so we're going to be watching them, and Elon and the group are going to be watching them. And if they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting.
So, Mr. President, is that a reflection that you think Doge and Elon Musk have been moving too quickly?
No, I think they've done an amazing job. They've done an amazing job, and look at what they found. I read it the other night in the speech. I mean, they found these things where billions of dollars has been poured down the drain to things. That's not about people. That's about contracts where billions and billions of dollars was just thrown out the window. It probably got kickbacks. I'm sure there were tremendous kickbacks for the people that authorized those contracts. But no, Elon has been really teaching everybody about the numbers that you can do. But what I want is I want the numbers, but I also want to keep the good people. We want to get rid of the people that aren't working, that aren't showing up, and have a lot of problems. And so they're working together with Elon. And I think we're doing a really great job. We're cutting it down. We have to for the sake of our country. You can't have that kind of fat. It's bloat, and like nobody's ever seen before. Where you need 20,000 and they have 120,000 people. And you just don't need that many. And it happens with companies and it happens with governments, I guess. You could go to a lot of governments, you'd see the same thing. But we're trying to get it down. We want to be able, next year we could balance the budget. I think there's a good chance we could balance the budget next year. We have a lot of good things happening. Plus we have a lot of revenue things happening, like today with the shipbuilding and
Yeah, I mean, I'd be shocked if they're able to do it. You know, he also wants to launch out this golden citizenship program where people pay $5 million and it's a path to citizenship, which, you know, that's crazy. Great song to start the podcast. Appreciate that. Myron, when will you have Candace or Tate? Soon, hopefully. Hey, Myron, the TTS played, but I don't think you can hear it. Yeah, I didn't hear it. TTS was playing, chat? Shout out to AJ Sandy Balls. Thank you so much. I see it right here. I do send $109, and shout out to you, Sandy Balls, man. Nigga sending $109, bro. For those of you that know about the noticing, you guys know exactly what that means. Shout out to you, bro.
AJ Sandballs tipped $109. Tie for reading my $1 chats I send in Myron love you Sand Ninja.
Of money you didn't notice. Yeah, no, I didn't notice it at all. I'm going to hit Bills up because I asked him to do this for me yesterday. He might have forgot. Let me text him right now for you, Sandy Balls. Hey, do we have TTS? Chat, did the TTS play on screen while you guys were watching live? Give me ones if it did. Like, were you guys able to hear the super chat? Because I didn't hear it. So play it for you guys then. Another TTS just played. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay. It's because I replayed it, guys. That's why I played again. Okay, yeah. I just replayed it. Yo, Myron, get Bills to make you a TTS alert. You just got one for an interesting amount. Yeah, and you didn't notice. Yep. All right. Yeah, it replayed, guys, because I hit the button to replay it again. That's why. That's weird. Why don't I hear it? What the fuck? All right. Matter of fact, I hate doing this, but let me just go ahead and... So here's my stream, right? We're live right now. The button to replay it again. That's why. Chat, were you to do this?
For reading my $1 chat.
Yeah, it does play. Holy shit. Okay.
I send in Myron love you Sand Ninja.
Of money you didn't notice. Yeah. Okay. All right. So it does play. I just got to find a way where I hear it because I didn't hear it at all, chat. I didn't hear it whatsoever. So I will try to figure this out then with Bills. Cool. All right. Fair. At least we know. At least we know now. All right. Slash Squad. Love y'all ninjas, man. All right. Thank you for that, AJ Sandy Balls. All right. Let me read some of these others over here. Where are we at? Okay. Why are you gatekeeping rock and roll playlist, old head? Drop that heat, Unk. All right, Mexican grape, right? I will. I like a lot of Guns N' Roses. I like Scorpion. I also like AC/DC. What else? I like Metallica. These are all the bands that I like. Chug 100, would you ever bring an expert on to break down the Russia-Ukraine conflict for 2014 or current if you haven't already? Keep up the fire content. I brought Scott Ritter on, but I guess I could bring him back on again. But I will tell you guys this. Here's a really good video. I'm about to put y'all niggas on right now. This is a really good video for you on this thing. Let me find them. Rest in peace to him, man. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. I'm going to shout this out because... Bam. Okay. So this video right here, guys, is a really good video. This comes from Gonzalo Lira.
Hey, how's it going? This video is a primer for the Ukraine conflict. I'm making it specifically for
Rest in peace to Coach Red Pill, aka Gonzalo Lira.
people who don't really know what the hell is going on, okay? Because this is like a soap opera, and you know, you're being dropped into the middle of the show, and you're like, who's that guy? And who's that?
It's a 59-minute video, long video, guys, but it does a fantastic job of explaining this conflict for you guys. I dropped the link in there for you guys right here. So I've seen this video a few times to kind of refresh my memory, but it's called The Ukraine Conflict, a Primer. It was released by Gonzalo Lira 2 years ago. So I'll drop the link for you guys again in the chat. Yeah, he was killed by the SBU, man. Pieces of shit. I've had him on my show multiple times too. Rest in peace to Gonzalo Lira, man. Absolutely fucking horrendous what happened. Killing an American citizen because of their political views in Ukraine. The Ukraine secret police, these motherfuckers, these pieces of shit right here. These are the guys that do it. Secret Security Service of Ukraine. This is their secret police, basically. Is the main internal security agency of the Ukrainian government. Its main duties include counterintelligence activity and combating organized crime and terrorism. Think of it as like their FBI almost. So yeah, very, very corrupt, but they killed him. But I gave you guys a link so you guys could watch that stuff. So that's for that chatter over there. For Chug 100. All right? Got you, Chug.
This gentleman behind me is going to create a lot of jobs. And you know, he's about the biggest there is in the world. We had the biggest chip maker in the world here a few days ago. He's going to be spending $200 billion on building plants. We're not giving him any money to build it either. You know, it's the chip act is ridiculous. Where the Biden thing, where they give billions of dollars to people that have nothing but money. They're not going to spend that money. They're just taking that money. We're giving nothing. They're coming in because of the tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs. And they're opening up big. So, but with respect to people, I said, I want to cut the people, but I want to keep the good people.
President, tariffs, sir, can you walk us through the next steps on this? Steel and aluminum tariffs are due to kick in next week on Canada, Mexico, and every other country. Are those going to be modified as well?
No, those aren't modified. Those are happening next week. And the big one will be on April 2nd when reciprocal tariffs. So if India or China or any of the countries that really, India is a very high tariff nation. I'll tell you what's a high tariff nation is Canada. Canada charges us 250% for our milk product and other product.
He's 762 tip $50. Myron, can you please watch this and give your thoughts?
So what I'm doing is I'll be signing an executive order freeing up our forests so that we're allowed to take down trees and make a lot of money and then reharvest trees. Also, we're cutting fire divides. A fire divide is a 50-yard to 70-yard swath where the trees can't, you know, it's long enough so trees don't burn forever until you can get them out. And those trees can be sold and made a lot of money with. So, but we'll be doing that. We don't need trees from Canada. We don't need cars from Canada. We don't need...
That's true. We don't need Canada, bro. In other words, Canada's fucking useless.
Welcome, punch!
Oh, another TTS. Ace says, another TTS. All right, thank you guys for telling me. Thank you guys for telling me. All right, Mark, can you please watch this and give your thoughts? All right, let me copy it right now. All right, I know another TTS came in. I know. I see your guys in the chat saying that. I got you, ninjas. Don't worry. I'll have this thing on the side here.
Energy from Canada. We don't need anything from Canada. So where we can be self-sustaining, which
Yeah, we don't need Canada. Canada's a failed country, bro.
is in most things. Look, we have more oil and gas than anybody. Our forests are massive, massive forests. We're just not allowed to use them because of the environmental lunatics that stopped us. So I'm going to be freeing that up very shortly so that we...
All right. Okay, we got Players Lounge here. All right, let me read some of these chats in here. Thank you for reading $1 chats. Got that. Yo, Myron, you got me into politics. Midget Ben jealous because you don't know how to attract young men. Pause like you. You guys know it, and I talked about this. Cruxy says we need a Scott Horn interview. Also, if you want to laugh, look up Ryan Long Fat's wife support group. Who's Ryan Long? Ace said, Myron, can you give your thoughts on the video? I have it right here queued up, bro. This is it. I got it queued up. I'll play this when I cover the grand noticing. So I got you, bro. I'll play it when I do the grand noticing. Let me move it to the end. What else do we got here? Misfit Patriot is debating Andrew Wilson tonight at 9:15. Could we react to it? Sure, if you guys want me to. If you guys want me to. Mr. Patriot's a retard. He really is a retard. I don't know why people give him attention like that. He's one of the most annoying fucks on Twitter, and I think he purposely does it just to be a contrarian to get attention. When you come to the UK, April, will there be a CC meetup? I'm not sure yet. Maybe we can do one. Right, when you worked at HSI, did you ever see any corruption? I don't know if you could talk about it, but a good question would be, how are the drugs distributed? Also, does HSI have spies in Mexico? No, that would be the intel agencies. But, yeah, but no, I definitely saw corruption. Joe Ortega, how does it feel to see the world start to see who's been pulling the strings all along? You've been ahead of the curve. Also, give me that merch, Myron. I got you, bro. Very soon. And I'm glad that people are waking up, man. What's up with Long Beach, Griffey, and McQueen, long time see? I don't know. I haven't seen them around.
We don't have to go to other countries to buy lumber. You know, why should we be buying lumber from other countries, paying tariffs, paying...
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Someone just Pug Fresh says, NYPD Melissa Mercado is currently facing backlash for pole dancing in a music video. I know, bro. These thoughts are out of fucking order, bro. I saw that shit. I saw that, Pug Fresh. Myron, when it comes to Israel versus Palestine, is a two-state solution viable, or are there alternative proposals worth considering? Also, what lessons from other global conflicts could be applied to Israel-Palestine? Yeah, I think the two-state solution is the only option, guys. I know some people might say it's not viable, but it's only not viable because Benjamin Netanyahu does everything in his power to not make it viable. But it's the only way we can get anything done, chat. If we don't get the two-state solution, we're cooked. Telling y'all, man.
Big prices, extra.
Shout out to all you guys, man. I appreciate you guys donating to the show and supporting me, man. Guys, the fact that you guys rock with me so fucking hard, right, means a lot. Because obviously, these are very unpopular views, guys. These views have got me demonetized. These views have gotten me in trouble. These views have gotten me people pulling me to the side and trying to tell me, oh, bro, are you sure you want to do this? Is it worth it? You know, that whole shit. So, getting support from you guys means a lot, because I'll keep it real with you guys. Talking about this shit, right? Noticing feminism, going against the mainstream narrative, it's very costly from a financial perspective. It really is, guys. It absolutely is. And then to call out them boys like we do over here on this side of the internet is even more costly. So I really appreciate all the support that you ninjas give. It means a lot. And the OSS is strong. Absolutely strong. Love y'all ninjas.
Extraordinary prices. And we have lumber. We have the best lumber. Go ahead.
And this USMCA exemption that you're essentially announcing today for this 1 month?
It's just a modification, short term, because I didn't want to hurt the American. It would have hurt the American car companies if I did that.
Would you consider this?
Oh, so we got 4,000 of you guys watching pretty much. Guys, do me a solid. Like the video, please. I'd really appreciate that if you ninjas like the video.
Same sort of exemption or pause?
On YouTube, like the video. Let's get that engagement up.
The auto tariffs you're talking about next month.
We're not looking at that, no.
You're not
No, we're not looking at that, no.
Are you considering revoking the TPS for the Ukrainians who live here in the U.S.?
What about
Are
it?
you considering revoking the TPS status for the more than 200,000 Ukrainians who live here in the U.S.?
Oh, that's a good question. Okay, he said, are you thinking about revoking temporary protected status for the Ukrainians that are living in the United States? TPS. So TPS, guys, is typically what you get. Temporary protected status. It's a classification that you get to be allowed to stay in the United States if you're coming from like a war-torn or economic crisis riddled country.
What are you saying?
The Ukrainians that are here in the U.S., they're under a TPS status.
On GPS?
TPS?
TPS. Come on, Donnie.
Oh, I thought you said GPS.
TPS.
Yeah.
There was some news saying that they were going to be revoked and they were going to be deported from the country. Are you considering that for the
Well, we're not looking to hurt anybody. We're certainly not looking to hurt them. And I'm looking at that, and there were some people that think that's appropriate and some people don't, and I'll be making a decision pretty soon. Okay?
President Trump
But we're not looking to hurt them.
President Trump.
Punisher says, take my money. Appreciate that, bro. T. Felly Fell, stay real, man. Appreciate that. King Rich says, my boy, let's go. Mexican Groper says, Myron grew me into getting the politics, J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel type shit. Yeah, I appreciate that, bro. Peter Thiel is a fucking, bro, he's yeah.
Especially Ukrainians, they've gone through a lot. Yeah, Peter?
The clocks are going to spring forward on Sunday. When are you going to get rid of daylight savings?
Okay, are you ready? So, this should be the easiest one of all, but it's a 50-50 issue. And if something's a 50-50 issue, it's hard to get excited about it. I assume people would like to have more light later, but some people want to have more light earlier because they don't want to take their kids to school in the dark. And it's a little bit one way, but it's very much a 50-50 issue. And it's something I can do, but a lot of people like it one way, a lot of people like it the other way. It's very even. And usually I find when that's the case, what else do we have to do?
And I got to ask, because you were talking about this in your joint address, you were talking about Butler. It's been 7 months. Why do you think we don't know more about the guy who shot you in the ear?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. They're asking about Matthew Crooks out in Butler, Pennsylvania when Trump got shot.
Oh, well, and the second one with all of his cell phones. So I want to find the answers. I've told them. In fact, today I said, I want to find, we can no longer blame Biden for that one. He should have released that a long time ago. So they are giving me a report next week sometime, and I do believe I want to release the report. A lot of people have asked that question. You had one who had 3 apps, 2 of which were foreign, supposedly, and who has the biggest white shoe law firm in Pennsylvania, even though they...
Ryan Long is a comedian. It's a comedy sketch in support of guys in a support group with others whose wife got fat. It's great. Okay, I never heard of him. Hey, Myron, this is Z just supporting you. You got balls, and I love Junior. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much for the support, Z.
They don't live in necessarily a white shoe area. What's that all about? His law, the law firm. The other one had 7 or 6 cell phones, and I don't have 6 cell phones. And why would somebody have 6 cell phones? So we're going to be releasing a report on that soon, Peter.
King Rich, Myron helped me with not slipping in by actually paying attention, taking notes. I have 3 girls now who are my main. Hey, good shit, King Rich. There we go, baby.
Welcome, punch!
Based on what you're saying right there, the lack of information and the data points that you just gave, does that make you think that there's some part of that there's some bigger...
It could be. Well, it makes other people think that. It makes me think it a little bit too. I say, when you have 3 apps and 2 of them are foreign, and you had an FBI that wouldn't report on it, they didn't want to say why, I would say that could be suspicious. And then on the second assassin, you had,
Yeah, that second assassin was a hardcore supporter of Ukraine as well, man. He was a weirdo, that motherfucker, bro. Huge weirdo.
And by the way, I have to tell you, Secret Service did a great job on that by spotting him. But on the
they saved his life. Guys, he was golfing. This was back in September. He was golfing, so what they did was they went up a hole to where he was supposed to go, and they saw a fucking barrel of a gun poking out of the bushes, and they engaged in a firefight with the guy, and the guy ran away. This was Ryan Routh. He's alive. He got arrested by the FBI for the face serial number and attempted murder of the president. But yeah, crazy shit, man. Because I think it was golfing with Steve Witkoff. Had Trump, Secret Service guys, not went up a hole before him, that guy could have had a clean shot at Trump. He'd been hiding in the bushes there for 13 hours. Crazy stuff. I broke down this case in detail, by the way, too, if you guys are curious.
Second one, he had 6 cell phones. That's a lot of cell phones. And a couple of them had some strange markings on them. So, yeah, I want to find out, and I would be willing to release it. I mean, maybe there's a reason that we shouldn't, so I don't want to get too far ahead of my skis, but yeah, I would be.
This is the video right here, chat. This is it right here. Ryan Routh attempted a second Trump assassination. Streamed it 5 months ago. Have to. And I'll go ahead and give you guys the link right here if you guys want to watch it. But I go into detail about what he was charged with. We read the criminal complaint from the FBI. Because you guys know I still do Fed Reacts on Sundays, baby. There's no breaks on this train. Right? Here's the affidavit. I think I have it somewhere here. We go over the press conference. The news video. Where's the criminal complaint? Maybe it wasn't out yet. Hold on. I know I read the fucking thing somewhere, dude. Where the fuck did I read it? Well, either way, it's there, and I cover the whole case. All right, let's go back.
Be very willing to release that. I'd like to see it. I want to see it myself. Not only you, I want to see that one myself.
Mr. President, may I? Yes. President Macron yesterday said that France was ready to offer its nuclear protection to other European countries. What do you make of it? And in this case, would the U.S. also maintain a nuclear umbrella for European countries?
Well, France is also willing to put soldiers into Ukraine for safety reasons if we can get it. I will say that we've made a lot of progress with Ukraine and a lot of progress with Russia over the last couple of days. And it'd be great to bring that to an end so we don't have to talk that way about nuclear. It'd be great if everybody would get rid of their nuclear weapons. You know, we have Russia and us have by far the most. China will have an equal amount within 4 or 5 years. And it would be great if we could all denuclearize, because the power of nuclear weapons is crazy. It is crazy. And, you know, I was very far along a process with Russia, despite the Russia hoax, which didn't make it easy. It was a total hoax, a total rigged hoax by some bad people. But despite that, I was very close to having a program with Russia, denuclearization, and we we're going to get China. I spoke to President Xi about it, and he would have been very happy to have gone along with it. But bad things happened, like an election that was rigged happened, and so we had to come back 4 years later. But I would very much like to start those talks. The opposite of what you say, the denuclearization would be incredible.
Mr. President, on the auto tariffs that you were talking about, I know yesterday you spoke with the big three. Did you tell them that no more exemptions were on the way, and what was their reaction?
I told them, that's it. This was a short-term deal. And they came back to me yesterday. They said, could we have some help on the tariffs because of the speed? And I said, look, I'm going to do it, but that's it. Don't come back to me after the April 2nd. I don't want to hear from you after April 2nd. We're not going to be doing it anymore. I want to help them.
What was the response?
They didn't complain, but I helped them short.
Yeah, you know what? We'll talk about Derek Chauvin too, because I know that there's been a push to get him released, which, you know, I had been saying it for years that Chauvin fucking should be free.
During this short-term transition. April 2nd is going to be a very big day for America.
Mr. President, my understanding is that the longstanding U.S. policy is that we do not negotiate with terrorists. So how did you come to the decision to send somebody from your team to negotiate with Hamas?
We are having discussions with Hamas. We are helping Israel in those discussions because we're talking about Israeli hostages. And we're not doing anything in terms of Hamas. We're not giving cash. We're not giving $6 billion like you hear other administrations give. In fact, I got 59 hostages out, and we gave nothing. In 59, we gave nothing.
Now, I explained this already, but just so you guys know, this peace deal that Trump got with the ceasefire, Biden wrote it. It was Biden was the architect of it. What it's very apparent to me now is this peace deal, I was going to say the Jays, but the Israelis didn't sign it, right? Because I think that they did it to say, fuck off Joe Biden. We want to go ahead and give Donald Trump the credit because he's actually going to give us what we want, right? So this peace deal was actually, this had been in play for a long time. Biden had been trying to get this shit signed for a year plus. And actually, I go into detail about this. If you go Myron Gaines X, right? Boom. Here we are. It is right here. Taking over Gaza, FYI. The name of the video is called The Gaza Ceasefire Explained and Why Netanyahu Will Restart the War. I go into detail here and I tell you and I explain how this peace deal came about, how Trump got the credit for it, despite the fact that the Biden administration actually were the ones that drafted up this peace deal, this ceasefire, and how it helped Trump with his presidency coming in to look really good. Okay? And I actually put timestamps in there for you guys as well. It's a 27-minute long video. I'll give you guys a link if you guys want to check it out. But I go into fucking detail about how Trump kind of stole this deal from Biden. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. He absolutely stole it from Biden. Him and Steve Witkoff stole the deal from Biden and took the credit for it. Let's just be honest here. And Netanyahu allowed that because Netanyahu was not getting along with Biden. Netanyahu did not like the Biden administration because they weren't giving him everything that they wanted. So that's what it is. And I got timestamps in here for you guys as well. So you guys can go check it out. Oh, speaking of which, you know what? Let's go to Joe Rogan real quick. Let's see how he went and had bitch-ass Andrew Schultz on. Andrew Schultz is such a fucking loser, bro. Oh, look, the Ann Carroll interview has 1.4 million now. Oh, shit. Guys, are we at the top, niggas? We got 4K? Again, I'm signed into my account, so I don't know if we're still up top. Can you guys do me a favor? Go on this video. I'll drop the link for you guys right here. OSS members. Click it. Are we in the top 5 comments? Are we in the top 5 comments, chat? Tell me if we're in the top 5 comments. Yeah, Andrew Schultz is a bitch. The biggest snake in show business, guys. Biggest fucking snake in show business, Andrew Schultz. Biggest fucking snake, dude. Bro is a fucking pussy, man. So yeah, let me know, guys, if we're in the top 5 or top 10. I can see this guy. We got the most comments, though. Look at us, 488 replies, bro. We killing it, man. Shout out to y'all ninjas, man. 4K, 10K. Candace Owens got 7K. Yeah, bro. We're cooking. Your top 8 for me. 7th, 10th. Top 6, top 10. All right, cool. I'll take that. Top 7. Isn't it interesting, like, how, depending on where you're signed in, you see where I fall? It's kind of weird. But, hey, at least we're there. At least we're there, which is good.
Including what's going on with Hamas. I mean, I consider that something where we're helping Israel for the most part. We had a couple of hostages, as you know. We got a couple of hostages out, American hostages.
Mr. President.
But certainly, Peter, you know, you have to negotiate. There's a difference between negotiating and paying. We want to get these people out. If you would have seen the people yesterday, maybe you did, I don't know, but if you would have seen them, the way they spoke about their captivity, it was unbelievable. It's terrible.
Are you thinking about making any changes to NATO where a NATO country gets attacked, but they're not paying enough dues, so the United States doesn't defend them?
Well, I've said that to them. I said, if you're not going to pay, we're not going to defend. I said that 7 years ago. And because of that, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, if you're not going to pay your bills, we're not going to defend you. And it also went for the attack. But if they got attacked, they said, well, does that mean you won't defend us? I said, are you current or are you delinquent? They said, if we were delinquent, would you? I said, nope, I would not. And because of that, as you know, hundreds of billions of dollars came into NATO. You wouldn't have NATO right now if I weren't there. And your previous Secretary General has said that. He said he's never seen anything like it. When I came to NATO, when I first had my first meeting, I noticed that people weren't paying their bills at all. And I said I should wait till my second meeting, and I did.
Now, here's the thing with NATO, right? We pay the majority of it because we're the leaders of it. Now, honestly, I don't think we need to be in NATO. Like this whole, police of the free world, bunch of bullshit, man.
And I brought that up, and I said, if you don't pay your bills, we're not going to participate, we're not going to protect you. And when I said that, as soon as I said that, it was amazing how the money came in. The money came in, and now they have money. But even now, it's not enough. It's really not enough. They should be paying more.
Mr. President, question on the investment, sir. You've overseen about $2 trillion worth of domestic private sector investments come in just about 2 months. This is the newest one. It comes after your announcement of a new shipbuilding office at the White House during your joint session to Congress. Can you talk about why this is important not only for national security, but to continue the renaissance of domestic manufacturing?
Well, we have to maintain a strong country. We have to maintain, and we want to pay off debt. We have a lot of debt, but that'll start coming off quickly when this all comes around. Look, we've been supporting the whole world. You mentioned NATO and you mentioned other things. We've been supporting the whole world. When I first came in, we were paying almost 100% of NATO. NATO it was crazy. We were supporting NATO. We were paying the bills for other countries, and yet those same countries, mostly European, the European countries were ripping us off in trade. They won't take our cars. They wouldn't take our agricultural product. They wouldn't take anything. Yet we were taking their cars by the millions, Mercedes and BMW and Volkswagen, all of them. We were taking their cars. They weren't taking it. We were taking their farm products. They weren't taking ours. It was a total ripoff. And yet we were protecting them by giving them the money. And that adds up to a bad number at the end of a lot of years. And that's what happened. And now it's time for this country to stop being ripped off. I had that done very much in the first administration. But then we had to focus on other things at the very end with COVID. But we had the greatest economy in history. We had the greatest economy in history. I think we're going to redo it here, but even better. And I wanted to do what we're doing now in the first term, but we had so many other things to do. We had to fix the border, which we did. We had to fix our military. We rebuilt our military. We completely rebuilt the military, only to watch Biden give so much of it away to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. It's not even believable. It's not even believable what he did. The damage that that man did or that administration did to this country is frankly not even believable. And in particular, allowing millions and millions of people to come into our country. Many of them were murderers and drug dealers and gang members and people from prison for very heinous crimes. For him to allow those people into our country, and now we're spending tremendous amounts of time and effort. Nikki and Tom Homan, who's doing an unbelievable job, but we shouldn't have to be spending anything on that. We have the safest border ever. Now we have actually, as you saw, the numbers just came out, where we have actually the lowest numbers in the history of our country. But we shouldn't have had to do that. What we're doing now is we're looking for murderers. Can you believe it? We're looking for murderers. There's thousands of murderers. Some about 50% killed more than one person. One killed 5 or 7. And we're looking for those people right now. We shouldn't have to be looking for them.
President Trump, on Peter's question, are you going to make that policy, U.S. policy, that the U.S. wouldn't defend NATO countries that don't pay?
Well, I think it's common sense, right? If they don't pay, I'm not going to defend them. No, I'm not going to defend them. I got into a lot of heat when I said that. He said, oh, he's violating NATO. And, you know, the biggest problem I have with NATO, I really, you know, I mean, I know the guys very well. They're friends of mine. But if the United States was in trouble and we called them, we said, we got a problem. France.
They wouldn't be able to do shit, bro. These other European powers are absolutely fucking cucked, man. Absolutely cucked. The problem is that they rely on us way too much, and we can't necessarily rely on them. So yeah, fuck it, man. Why the fuck are we in NATO? It's a waste of money.
We got a problem. A couple of others I won't mention. Do you think they're going to come and protect us? They're supposed to. I'm not so sure. So you know, with Japan, we have a deal, which is a very interesting one. And I love Japan. We have a great relationship with Japan. But we have an interesting deal with Japan that we have to protect them, but they don't have to protect us. Do you know that? That's the way the deal reads. We have to protect Japan. And by the way, they make a fortune with us economically. There's another case. But we have to protect Japan. But under no circumstances do they have to protect us. I actually ask, who makes these deals? Yeah, Peter?
Probably because we bombed them in World War II. I think is how they got that fucking deal where we got to protect them, but they don't have to protect us, bro. Japanese finessing as usual, goddammit.
It's potentially good, but you gotta get some good thinking in NATO. It's very unfair what's been happening. Until I came along, we were paying close to 100% of NATO. So think of it, we're paying 100% of their military, and they're screwing us on trade.
And when Zelenskyy inevitably comes back to the White House, what do you expect from him? And do you think you'll see him in the next time?
Well, I think what's going to happen is Ukraine wants to make a deal because I don't think they have a choice. I also think that Russia wants to make a deal because in a different way that only I know. Only I know. They have no choice either.
Are you still thinking of going to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, Ukraine has to come back to the table. They absolutely have to come to the fucking table. They don't have the ability. Bro, like, we contributed like 30% of their resources, guys. Like, they don't have a choice. Them niggas gotta come back to the fucking table, man.
Meet with Putin about this?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm going to Saudi Arabia.
Mr. President,
I've made a deal with Saudi Arabia where, because normally you'd go to UK first, and last time I went to Saudi Arabia, they put up $450 billion. You know that, right? You were there. We had American companies that took in $450 billion. I said, well, this time they've gotten richer. We've all gotten older. So I said, I'll go if you pay $1 trillion, $1 trillion to American companies, meaning the purchase over a 4-year period of $1 trillion. And they've agreed to do that. So I'm going to be going there, and I have a great relationship with them.
Chocolate Hunk says, Myron, can you help me understand this? I always hear that the Jays control our government, but the data doesn't support it. Jews make up only about 2% of the U.S. population. Their presence in government is very less. How's this possible? Ooh. You have much to learn, young Padawan. Much to learn. Don't worry, though. I got y'all niggas. Don't worry. We will be talking about the Great Noticing very soon. Don't worry. We're saving that.
And they've been very nice, but they're going to be spending a lot of money to American companies for buying military equipment and a lot of other things.
Is that a trip in the near future?
Probably over the next month and a half.
And I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's a sus-ass name, man. Nigga's name is Chocolate Hunk. What the fuck, bro? Come on, man.
Mr. President, you told us a couple weeks ago that you were...
That is a sus name, bro.
Looking to speak with President Xi of China. That hasn't happened. How come? What are you waiting for?
Spoken to him, yeah.
Since that last one?
I don't want
And for those of you guys that are just tuning in, this is the This is a press conference that Trump had earlier with reporters where he signed a bunch of executive orders. This literally happened about an hour ago.
Say that, but I have spoken to him. Yeah, please.
So this is the latest on a bunch of stuff. So we're getting updated through the questions that they're asking, which is good stuff here.
I have a great relationship with President Xi.
But you've spoken to
It was hurt because of COVID.
Thank you, Mr.
That's why I don't call it the China virus anymore. I said, please don't call it the China virus.
But to be clear, you've spoken to him since January 17th?
That's funny, yo. He did used to call that shit the China virus. Remember that shit, guys? China virus. It's from China. It's the China virus. I got to work on my Trump impression.
I don't want to say that, but I have spoken to him.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
I speak to him a lot.
Regarding this executive order you signed revoking security clearances at Perkins Coie, do you think there should be more steps like this to be taken against other people involved in the Russia collusion?
I do, but that's going to be up ultimately to the Attorney General and various other people.
Absolutely. This is a follow-up. The other night, we saw Democrats' behavior during your joint address to Congress.
Yeah.
Do you think it shows just how out of touch they are with the American people, especially given that 79%, according to a CBS poll, approved of your
I love this guy. Who are you with?
My name's Nick Gilbertson with Breitbart News.
I see. I really like you.
Breitbart News. Okay. And nah, yo, it never fails, man. It never fails, chat. Oh, man. Oh, man, bro. Oh, man. It's like, chat. Really? Really, man? Really, dude? Oh, man. Oh, this is fucking funny, bro. So, yeah. Breitbart News now, far-right news and opinion website. Bro, far-right my ass. Bro, guys, Breitbart isn't no fucking far-right. Get the fuck out of here, bro. That is fucking hilarious. All right, let's look at the editor. Bro. Winston Hall? Bro, you can't make this shit up, dude. Yo! You niggas see what I'm saying now? I don't even gotta say it anymore. I don't even gotta say it anymore, bro. I don't even gotta fucking say it anymore, man. Oh my God. Ah, man. Breitbart News. Oh, man. Feel like slamming my cup. Again! Again! Do you guys see now? Do you see what I am talking about? Do you see? Holy shit, man. Yo, at this point, it's just funny, bro. Like, I'm not even mad at you. Bro, at this point, it's just fucking funny. And I'm looking at your guys' I got the chat up on screen right now. I'm just like looking at what y'all niggas are saying. Bro, come on, man. I see just people laughing all over the place, bro. And no one points this shit out, by the way. Just so you guys fucking know, FYI. Other political commentators don't point this shit out, bro. It's like me, Nick, and like 3 other niggas. No one else points this shit out, FYI. But no, it's a coincidence, guys. It's all a coincidence. It's all a coincidence, motherfuckers. All right? It's all a coincidence. Shout out to OG Slick says, loving the political and history commentary. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. I'm learning a lot from you. Could you do a breakdown on how and why the current president of Mexico is elected, considering she's one of them boys? And if there's any hidden agendas, stay tuned, my friend, for the, I'm going to give you guys an awesome monologue on this later on. For obvious reasons, since we're on fucking YouTube, etc., I can't give it now. But stay tuned. We're going to be cooking, guys. But come on, chat. Yo, give me ones in the chat if I helped you guys with the great noticing. I just got to take a little bit of credit here. Have I been waking a lot of y'all niggas up in the chat? Because I feel as though some of you guys were just sitting on BotTube like, everything's all good and dandy and all this other shit. But give me ones in the chat if I helped you with awakening with the great noticing. Because, I mean, we just did a quick little deep dive on Breitbart News. And come on, man. What are the fucking chances, right, that all of the top people at Breitbart News are these niggas? Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. What the fuck is going on? Right? Come on, man. We're 4 for 4 right now. What the fuck? Bro, we're 4 for 4. Come on. Yo. What the fuck, man? Okay, I know some of you guys in the Rumble chat are saying you guys already knew. Fine. For all my YouTube niggas, I know y'all didn't know. Come on, man. I don't even got to say it anymore. I just go to a certain life. I go to early life. I highlight. And I just let you guys do the reading. Bro. Anyway, now you guys know who runs Breitbart News. That quick little dive there.
So regarding the executive order.
The answer is just, Nick, just to, and I know your name very well. Good job, you do. Yeah, the answer is I thought it was very embarrassing for the Democrats what happened the other night. And that's not said for any other reason other than it's obvious, it's fact. Even CNN Fake News said that. They came out and they said it. And worse than CNN is MSDNC, which is the worst. And the good news is very few people watch them anymore. They have lost such credibility. And frankly, what Nicole Wallace said, I've never been a fan of hers, and she's not very talented. But I'll tell you what she said the other day about that young man is disgraceful. She should be forced to resign. And Rachel Maddow should be forced to resign. Nobody watches her anyway. I don't know if it's not possible they pay her as much money as I hear, but certainly she's lost all credibility, both of them. But what they said the other day, they should be forced to resign about that young person who is suffering greatly. Thank you, Nick.
Will you extend, if a TikTok deal is not made on the timeline you gave, will you extend that?
Probably, yeah.
You will. Okay.
I think, look, we have a lot of interest in TikTok. And China is going to play a role. And so hopefully China will approve of the deal.
And just so you guys know, with TikTok, okay, give me ones in the chat if you guys want me to explain the TikTok debacle. I've explained it so many times, but I understand that I'm getting new viewers all the time, and some of y'all don't know. Give me ones if you guys want me to explain the TikTok debacle. Give me twos if you guys don't want me to explain it. But the long story short, we got rid of TikTok for Israel. But that's the gist of it. If you guys want me to explain it, give me a 1. If you guys don't want me to explain it, give me a 2, and we'll keep cooking. We'll keep going through this press release. Because I've explained it a lot already. But I understand that I know a lot of you guys might not know. All right, looks like we're going to have to do a poll on this shit. Because I see a lot of people. All right, I put a poll up on YouTube for you niggas.
But they're going to play a role.
It's up on YouTube right now. I'll give you guys the YouTube link. Go vote over on YouTube for me, ninjas.
But we have a lot of interest in TikTok.
How long will you extend it? How close are you to it?
Well, we'll see. But if I need, right now we have at least another.
Give me, guys on Rumble and Castle Club, go over to YouTube and vote for me. Go to YouTube and vote. Because I want the Rumble and Castle Club guys to vote as well. I can't do a poll on Rumble yet. It's not a feature. So you guys got to go over to it's got to go over to YouTube.
Another month, so we don't need an extension. But if I needed an extension, I'd probably get it extended. Yeah,
but he's talking about giving an extension for TikTok to bring it back, is what he's talking about. Because you guys know it was banned for 24 hours and they extended it. Yoi says, in 2017, I looked at into the anti-white agenda and noticed a pattern with who was pushing it. Then I found Nick and woke up to the lobby at 9/11, etc. Now it's all becoming mainstream. Thank you for your role in all this. It's been great to watch it unfold. Thank you so much, Yoi. I appreciate it, my friend. The great noticing is here, my friends. I'm going to deliver a monologue on this very soon. Well, towards the end of the show, for obvious reasons. I won't be able to give it on YouTube. I'll keep it 1,000 with y'all niggas. I'll not be able to deliver the full monologue on YouTube. So I'm going to have to, move over to Rumble, but we'll do that later on.
President, regarding the executive orders, there was talk that you might sign one winding down the education department.
Which department?
The education department. Are you having second thoughts on that?
No. I want to bring the schools. I want to bring the schools back to the states. And
you guys are trolling, saying reported this hateful chat to Media Matters in the ADL on Rumble. You guys are funny, bro.
I've said it 100 times. We're ranked at the bottom of the list, and yet we spend more. We're ranked #1 for course per student. We're ranked at the bottom of the list in education. And I know if I bring it back to Iowa, Indiana, Idaho, all these great states, I think I could say 40 states. I want to bring it back. 10 states won't be perfect. 5 states will be probably not so good. But they will be every bit as good as Norway and Denmark and Sweden and all of the states that are rated at the top. If you tell me about Indiana and some of these great states that run really well, Iowa, you tell me about those states, and if they run their own education, they're going to do a lot better than somebody sitting in Washington, D.C. that couldn't care less about the pupils out in the Midwest.
When Mr. President signed that, when would you sign that order?
Well, I want to just do it. I mean, we're starting the process. We're trying to get the schools back into the states. Let the states run the schools. And I'll tell you, you'll see something, it's going to blow your mind. It'll be run so well. The school system, and I also believe in school choice, but that will take care of itself.
Follow up to that, Mr. President. If the education department were eliminated, how would you see sort of what department, what agency would handle student loans and the other types of federal grants?
That would be brought into either Treasury or Small Business Administration or Commerce. And we've actually had that discussion today. I don't think the education should be handling the loans. That's not their business. I think it'll be brought into small business maybe. Kelly really liked it and really would like to do it. So the loans would be brought into a group where they really do that. And I think it should be, that is, by the way, the most complicated thing in moving. But it's very simple if you do that.
Our country rejected your plan to move out more than 2 million people out of Gaza. What's your reaction to that and to Egypt's plan and to this meeting that happened?
Out of Gaza?
Yeah.
I think that Gaza's a mess. And I think that Gaza could be good. I think it's got to be run properly. But right now, Gaza is an absolute mess, and it has been for many, many years and decades. Yeah, Peter, did you have one more?
I did, yeah. They have these 2 Starliner astronauts stuck in space for 8 months. Have you spoken to that?
They left them alone. Biden left them up there.
And what do you know about that?
I know everything about it. I said, we have 2 astronauts that are stuck in space. I have asked Elon, I said, do me a favor. Can you get him out? He said, yes. He is preparing to go up, I think, in 2 weeks.
What do you know about how this went down? Because he's saying that the Biden White House was offered some kind of SpaceX rocket to go get these guys, and they said no.
That's what I heard. I can't tell you that, but that's what I heard. But Biden was embarrassed by what happened. And he said, leave them up there. I would have said, if you're embarrassed, you got to get them out. Elon is right now preparing a ship to go up and get them.
I'm sure that they will see this in space. What is your message?
We love you, and we're coming up to get you, and you shouldn't have been up there so long. The most incompetent president in our history has allowed that to happen to you. But this president won't let it happen. We're going to get that.
Guys, also, we got we got over 5,000 you guys watching between Rumble and YouTube. Shout out to you guys. Love you, ninjas. The channel is growing, guys. It's growing. You guys really like this stuff. You guys like my political stuff. And as you guys know, obviously I shifted and started talking about this stuff more over here versus doing it on Fresh and Fit. And I think you guys like it, which I really appreciate. The channel's grown a good amount, a decent amount, despite the fact that we're demonetized and fucking shadow banned. But the only thing I ask, guys, for us to really break out into there, do me a favor. We got 1.2K likes on YouTube. Go ahead and let's get to 2,700. Let's get to like 2,000 likes. And we got 60% of you guys want me to explain how TikTok was banned. So I'm going to play a little bit more of this press conference. I'm going to get another energy drink because we're going to cook tonight, by the way, chat. I hope you niggas are ready to go. It's the evening. I'm going to get another one of these caffeinated beverages, and I'm going to get some water, take a quick piss. I'm going to play this conference, and then I'm going to talk about TikTok here in a second. So give me 1 sec.
Them out. We're coming up to get you. I've authorized Elon. I said, can you get them out? Because, they've been left up there. I hope they like each other, but maybe they'll love each other. I don't know. But they've been left up there. Think of it. And I see the woman with the wild hair, good solid head of hair she's got. There's no kidding. There's no games with her hair. But and there's a danger up there too. They can have some failures up there that would be very bad. Got to get them out. So I've authorized Elon a week ago. I said, we have 2 people up there that Biden and Kamala left up there, and he knows it very well. I said, are you equipped to get him? He said, yeah. He's got a Starship, and they're preparing it right now. And so Elon is going to go up and get him. Should I go on that journey just to be on the ship when we stop?
If that's an option, yes.
I should do it. Oh, that's terrible. I thought he liked me. I thought he liked me. I thought, Maria, should I do it?
Well, you should then come.
Maria likes me better.
President Trump, you should then come back from space.
Well, oh, when they come back, I'll greet them. How about that? No, we're going to get him out. I've authorized Elon Musk to go and get him, and he's prepared to do so.
So, President, what are you making of the market sell-off?
I think it's globalists that see how rich our country's going to be, and they don't like it. You know, there's a big market out there. But again, they've been ripping off this country for years, and now, and they're going to do great. Everyone's going to do great. But we can't let this continue to happen to America. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country any longer. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you, Nick.
All right, hold on one second. I'm getting you guys something real quick.
That'll be nice. Hello, everybody. Hello, Peter.
President Trump, how are you today?
You're a big star. How are you?
I'm doing very well, Mr.
Good
President.
job.
How are you?
Good job you're doing. Thank you very much. Today, we're delighted to be joined by Rodolphe Sadeh, the chairman of...
All right, so let's go through this, all right? And then just let's go through time a little bit for you ninjas. Now, before I do this, let me go ahead and have some of this stuff here. I'm getting some stuff ready for you guys to really present this. Let me find this. Give me 1 second, guys. Bear with me. And while we do, wait, guys, like the video, please. Like the video, please. All right. All right. So for this to make sense, we got to go back in time, all right? Let's go back to August 6, 2020, right? Donald Trump announces that he was going to ban TikTok, right? And the reason that why they were going to ban TikTok originally was because they said it was an invasive app that collected information on American citizens for the benefit of China, a foreign power that honestly we have an adversarial relationship with. Yes, we do a lot of trade with them. Yes, we do a lot of business with them. Yes, Trump does talk to the leader of China, but at the end of the day, we catch their spies, they catch our spies, and it's a very adversarial relationship, okay? Now, when he said that he was going to ban it on the national security grounds, people had talked about it, people had discussed it, but nothing ever actually came to fruition. Fast forward to October 7th, 2023, and the conflict happens with Israel and Gaza. And what ends up happening is the people, right, start overwhelmingly supporting the Palestinian plight. And the reason why is because TikTok has a very unique algorithm where it shows you what you already look at. It's a very natural algorithm compared to other platforms, at least, right? It's changed quite a bit, but TikTok is pretty damn good at figuring out what you like, what you don't like, and showing that to people. Also, if it gets a lot of engagement, it pushes it out there, okay? It doesn't have the traditional social media tech industry algorithm. Now, with that said, this is fairly problematic. Why? Because pro-Palestine content was pushed significantly more than pro-Israel content on TikTok. Now, and it was something of a ratio, something like 70% of the content was pro-Palestine versus 30% of the content was pro-Israel. Now, this is very problematic. Why? Because the people that use TikTok are young, okay? So basically what's going on is the youth are learning about the dark history of Israel and how it came to be, And most Americans, right, are completely unaware of Israel's influence on our foreign policy and influence in our politics and influence in our country in general. Most people are completely oblivious to it, in the United States at least, okay? Now, there's some people out there that have written books and talked about the power of the Israeli lobby, like John Mersheimer, et cetera, who I definitely want to bring on the show, by the way, right, where he talks about the Israeli lobby and its power. But it's a very obscure market that, quite frankly, prior to October 7th, no one fucking knew about, okay? And I'm going to go into more detail about this when I give you guys the monologue on the Great Noticing. But we're keeping this to TikTok for now, okay? So when they found out that the youth was becoming red-pilled on Israel, they couldn't stand for it, okay? Jonathan Greenblatt, and I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to bring you guys a clip here. The head of the ADL went on MSNBC and talked about this.
We need to talk about TikTok. TikTok, if you will, it is the 24/7 news channel of so many of our young people, and it's like Al Jazeera on steroids, amplifying and intensifying the anti-Semitism and the anti-Zionism with no repercussion.
Now, Jonathan Greenblatt and other pro-Israel lobbies, okay, pushed to get TikTok banned. I'll show you guys some examples here.
The entire ruling class and the intelligence agencies who have been trying to pass this for years. A bill that would force ByteDance, the parent company of TikTok, to sell TikTok to an American tech company or be banned in the United States just passed through the House with a huge bipartisan majority. The bill is headed to the Senate where, if it passes, we'll then send the bill to Joe Biden's desk, who's already promised he'd sign it into law. Now, if you remember back, there was a big...
And let me tell you guys something. When it comes to Israel, both the left and the right almost always universally agree and push to support Israel. That's why this bill got pushed through with almost no pushback, bipartisan.
Push to ban TikTok under the Trump administration, which failed. But
which I talked to you guys about in 2020. They tried to ban it under the guise that it was problematic for national security reasons when it comes to China.
But the recent outpouring of support for Palestine has breathed new life into the push to ban TikTok because TikTok has become a hub of content exposing Israel's true genocidal nature.
Yes, it is. And as a matter of fact, if you guys don't believe me, one thing that went trending at the end of 2023, okay, after the conflict in Hamas, you guys want to know what was trending on TikTok? A letter to America, okay? Now, some of you guys might be wondering, what the fuck are you talking about, Myron? Letter to America. Well, it was a letter written by Osama bin Laden to the United States about why they have a problem with America. And guess what the bottom line is in that letter, chat? It is the problem that America supports all of Israel's wars in the Middle East in destabilizing Muslim lands. That was the crux and the bottom line of why Osama bin Laden and a lot of these terrorist organizations dislike the United States. Okay? And many Americans did not know this. A lot of people, right, bought the lie of the Iraq war. Oh, weapons of mass destruction. Oh, they hate us because we're free. Remember when Bush said that shit? Matter of fact, let me just go ahead and show you ninjas, because I think showing is better than me just saying, right? Bush, they hate us because we are free. Let me see here.
Ten years ago on March 19, 2000, address from the Oval Office.
Right before we went to war.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance.
I remember watching this as a fucking kid, 13 years old. I remember this vividly.
Undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war. These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. More than 35 countries are giving crucial support, from the use of naval and air bases to help with intelligence and logistics to the deployment of combat units. Every nation in this coalition has chosen to bear the duty and share the honor of serving in our common defense. To all the men and women of the United States Armed Forces now in the Middle East, the peace of a troubled world and the hopes of an oppressed people now depend on you. that trust is well placed.
Mind you, this was after 9/11, right? We were going in there for weapons of mass destruction and to retaliate for 9/11.
The enemies you confront will come to know your skill and bravery.
Now it's about liberating the Iraqi people. What?
The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military. In this conflict, America faces an enemy who has no regard for conventions of war or rules of morality. Saddam Hussein has placed Iraqi troops and equipment in civilian areas, attempting to use innocent men, women, and children as shields for his own military, a final atrocity against his people. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm. A campaign on the harsh terrain of a nation as large as California could be longer and more difficult than some predict. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require...
Isn't it crazy, guys, to listen to this 22 years later and realize how much they lied to us? Guys, back in 2003, there was no alternative media. There was no Myron Gaines, the debrief, telling you guys what the fuck is really going on. It was only mainstream media. So everything that the neocons fed to George Bush, he pushed out to the people, and we took it as gospel. We didn't know better because there was no alternative media back then. Alex Jones was just starting to get his feet wet. Nobody really knew about InfoWars like that. And the only way that Americans were getting their news was through this chat. Okay? So, most Americans were completely unaware of this shit.
Our sustained commitment. We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religious faiths they practice. We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat and restore control of that country to its own people.
No, the ambition was to destabilize Iraq because Saddam Hussein was one of the biggest threats to Israel ever.
I know that the families of our military are praying that all those who serve will return safely and soon. Millions of Americans are praying with you for the safety of your loved ones and for the protection of the innocent. For your sacrifice, you have the gratitude and respect of the American people. And you can know that our forces will be coming home as soon as their work is done.
Really? It's 22 years later and we're still in the Middle East.
The nation enters this conflict reluctantly, yet our purpose is sure. The people of the United States and our friends and allies will not live at the mercy of an outlaw regime that threatens the peace with weapons of mass murder. We will meet that threat now with our Army, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard, and Marines, so that we do not have to meet it later with armies of firefighters and police and doctors on the streets of our cities. Now that conflict has come, the only way to limit its duration is to apply decisive force. And I assure you, this will not be a campaign of half measures, and we will accept no outcome but victory. My fellow citizens, the dangers to our country and the world will be overcome. We will pass through this time of peril and carry on the work of peace. We will defend our freedom. We will bring freedom to others, and we will prevail. May God bless our country and all who defend her.
Now, this was the propaganda that they pushed to get us into war. Now it's about liberating Iraq. Now it's like disconjointed, right? Like watching this back 22 years later as an adult is absolutely insane to me, right? At like the propaganda that they pushed to get us into war with Iraq. And now that we have the 2020 hindsight, we saw that that war provided zero benefit to us and gave all the benefit to Israel is wild. Now, again, with TikTok, a lot of people were pushing this information out there and people were waking up. People, remember, young people, they weren't even alive when bin Laden attacked. All they know was, oh, bin Laden attacked us because they're terrorists and they hate us. What they found out was he attacked us because of our support of Israel. And in a letter to America, he outlines all this shit, right? So that was trending on TikTok, and that created a lot of stir for the Israeli lobby.
The Senate hearing in February, Lindsey Graham claimed that
because it went viral on TikTok in November of 2023. It went viral, chat. Crazy viral. Everyone's talking about a letter to America, bin Laden.
TikTok is being used to help people who, quote, want to destroy the Jewish state Ted Cruz claimed that TikTok was deliberately promoting anti-Israel propaganda on its U.S. algorithms, and possibly the most perplexing claim of all came from Nikki Haley, who said that for every 30 minutes someone watches TikTok, they get 17% more anti-Semitic.
Yeah, which isn't fucking true. Ridiculous fucking claim that Nikki Haley made. Also, what is Nikki Haley? A stupid neocon war hawk that wants us to go to war in the Middle East and kill everybody for Israel. She was signing bombs that go to that blow up kids. Literally signing bombs.
Politicians supporting the ban, including the three I just mentioned, receive huge donations from pro-Israel groups.
Yes, they do. They get a lot of money from AIPAC.
But the Israel lobby itself has also been vocal on the ban. The Jewish Federations of North America, one of the largest pro-Israel Jewish organizations in North America, praised the House for passing the bill.
Boom. Jewish Federation praised the U.S. House for pushing TikTok bill, citing anti-Semitism on app. So it wasn't just Jonathan Greenblatt, man. There's other lobby groups that are extremely powerful that wanted the TikTok gone, chat.
Bill claiming that China was intentionally, quote, filling its state-controlled media and social media channels with anti-Semitic and anti-Israel rhetoric. They also said of all the social media platforms, TikTok was, quote, the worst offender. Now, this is an interesting thing to say because I'm sure many people have noticed by now that Twitter has become a cesspool of actually anti-Semitic, pro-Hitler content, but there's no movement to ban Twitter. On leaked audio, the CEO of the Pro-Israel Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt, was caught saying that Israel doesn't have a left or right problem, it is a Gen Z problem and a TikTok problem.
Bam! And that is huge. That is huge. Okay? He's saying it's a Gen Z problem. It's not a liberal or Democrat problem, or excuse me, a Democrat or Republican problem. It's an age problem. And most users on TikTok are what? Young people.
So does Israel...
Okay. That is very telling. Why is this so problematic for Jonathan Greenblatt and the ADL? But that it's an age problem. Because the boomers that watched George Bush, right, back then in 2003, the boomers that watch and read Breitbart News, the boomers that watch people like Dan Bongino, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, The Daily Wire, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, okay? The people that consume traditional right-wing media, okay? They're dying off. Okay? They're becoming old and not relevant anymore. But a new generation of people are waking up, and this new generation is realizing whether liberal or conservative understands that Israel runs our foreign policy. Okay? So, knowing this, these lobbies said, holy shit, this is going to be the new generation of people that run this country. We need to censor TikTok now. We need to stop TikTok now. Okay? It was literally an emergency situation for them. So Jonathan Greenblatt, along with these organizations that you guys just saw, lobbied with American politicians to get this bill passed through. And it got passed through, no problem. Because when it comes to Israel, Democrat or Republican, it goes through. Doesn't matter. They went through, and it got banned. Now, let's come back to Donald Trump. As I stated at the beginning of the monologue, Donald Trump pushed for TikTok to be banned back in 2020. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We know that we called it the China virus. We understood that there was a problem with national security sense where China was collecting a lot of information because TikTok is an incredibly invasive app. If you guys look at their user guidelines, it's like they collect so much information compared to other apps, and it created a security concern. However, it never got banned until guys like Jonathan Greenblatt and everyone else started to make a push for it to get banned. Now, during the 2024 election, TikTok was instrumental in Donald Trump winning the election. Why? Because it was the first time that a Republican, in a long time, was able to garner the young people's vote. Traditionally speaking, Republicans almost never get votes from the youth or the younger people. But this time they did. You want to know why? Because of TikTok. TikTok was allowed Trump to campaign and utilize the power of social media to get elected and garner the vote from the youth. The Democrats had utilized traditional celebrity farming with A-list celebrities from multiple generations, whether it's Jennifer Lopez, Bon Jovi, Taylor Swift, Beyonce, athletes like LeBron James, actors, right, like Robert De Niro. Kamala Harris went the traditional route of getting A-list celebrity endorsement versus Trump went the unorthodox route, getting influencer support and involvement and using social media. And that ended up helping Trump not just win the election, but secure the vote from the youth. So knowing that TikTok was instrumental in his victory, Trump struck a deal to get TikTok back up within 24 hours and extend their time for an American company to come in and take over TikTok and ByteDance, etc. So that, my friends, is why TikTok got banned for 24 hours. It wasn't because of China or national security reasons. They tried that in 2020, it didn't work. It wasn't until the Zionist lobbies came out and Jonathan Greenblatt, being the main figurehead, complaining that TikTok was pushing anti-Israeli propaganda and fear of radicalizing the youth, that TikTok was finally banned. But luckily, Trump gained quite a bit of support via TikTok, so he felt some sort of allegiance to bring it back up. Also, on top of that, don't forget, guys, millions upon millions of businesses rely on TikTok to run their internet business, whether it's online stores, social media, selling products. Millions of companies, millions of small businesses all across the United States utilize TikTok to run their business. So we would have effectively bankrupted and destroyed millions upon millions of jobs for what? For Israel. And that, my friends, is the problem when I talk about the Israeli lobby and the power that they wield and the influence that they wield, where we were about to destroy an app that millions upon millions of Americans use for their country, for their livelihood, for the benefit of another nation's security. Give me ones if that makes sense, but now you guys know. That ends that little rant there. We'll go back to the press conference, but give me ones if you guys understand now why they want a TikTok on. Give me ones. Or twos if you don't understand. If you don't understand, give me a 2 and tell me why. Maybe I didn't explain a part right. But I hope that was educational and you guys understand now why they wanted TikTok on and who was responsible for getting TikTok on. Yeah, guys, don't worry. Why are you niggas spamming get Sneeko on the podcast? Yeah, we'll get Sneeko on. Don't worry. Next time he's in Miami, we'll get him on.
CEO of CMA, CGM, one of the largest shipping companies in the world, probably.
All right, awesome. I see a bunch of ones. Perfect. W. Myron 111. Appreciate that. Awesome. Nice explanation. All right, cool. Yeah, that was my goal, man, to really get you guys, educated on this shit. Because a lot of people don't know about why TikTok got banned. Everyone thought TikTok got banned because of China. Fuck no. It didn't get banned because of China. And anyone that tells you that is either stupid, lying, or purposely trying to mislead you. Oive, you're noticing too much. I know, man. Guys, I would never self-delete. So if I do, you guys know exactly who did it to me, bro. Let me read some chats. We'll keep going with this press conference. I was there in 2003, Myron. It still pisses me off that I lost good friends for Israel. Hey, thank you for your service, Army vet. And I'm sorry that you went through that. Us white-ass niggas appreciate you for being a real one, Myron. Crazy to see all this stuff getting mainstreamed. I know, bro. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to all my white niggas, man. Remember that stream with Nick, Sneeko, and Zerka? I guess Zerka was right about Joe Rogan secretly watching you guys. We need another RP Avengers for the great noticing. Soon, my friends, soon. Working immigration right now. I can say the Trump effect is definitely being felt. Cubans are actually getting deported now, which used to be unheard of. Yeah, bro. Yeah, Cubans never get deported, bro. Myron for president, appreciate that. Your boy Lem said, hey, Myron, I recently saw this video last night about this dude creepily stalking these girls after she rejected him 10 years ago. I was a simp. But thanks to you, you saved my life, Myron. I stopped chasing 304s. I just focus on myself and stacking bread. What would you do if you happen to be in an area and girls come to you for help? Can you please react to this video? This guy's dangerous and needs to be dealt with. Okay. If I got time, your boy Lem, I'll do it. I'll put it up in the queue. Myron for president from UU. I appreciate that, bro. Myron, thank you for the X Space last night at 3 a.m. with the Jays. It helped keep me awake at the semi-trucking. Got you, bro. Learned a lot. LFBA is also what is that Jordan host guy. Seems like a cool dude. Jordan is actually, he helped me with my Twitter account, guys. He helped me with getting the ability back to stream. So shout out to Jordan, really good guy on Twitter. He really went out of he really went out of his way to help me out. So shout out to him, bro. Let's see here. Marion, thank you for the X space. Yep, that was one chest 8-pack trucker. Thank you, King Rich. Marion helped me with not simping and actually paying attention, taking notes. I have 3 girls now. Oh yeah, we got that one. And I think we are caught up. All right, we are caught up. Love you guys. Let's keep cooking on this thing.
Probably number 2 in the world. Probably going to be number 1.
And for those of you that just joined the stream, welcome to the stream, guys. We are covering Trump's press conference earlier today. This was roughly 2 hours ago, where he went through a bunch of different things. I just explained the TikTok ban and Trump talking about bringing it back, extending that unban of TikTok, so to speak. But I explained how the Israeli lobby was critical to it being banned.
One in the not too distant future, knowing him.
L Rational says, check out Clark video admitting the plan to take out 7 countries in the Middle East back in 2002. Bro, it goes before that, nigga. Ill Rationale, it goes way back before 2002, dude. Them taking out the Middle East, my friend. Matter of fact, I'm about to red pill you niggas right now. Here you go. So here we go. Clean break memo. It's a new strategy for securing a realm commonly known as the clean break realm. Report is a policy document that was prepared in 1996 by Richard Pearl. Who's Richard Pearl? This guy right here. Go to the early life every single time, right? Then you go and duplicate it. Let me go back here. It was written by Richard Pearl for Benjamin Netanyahu, the then prime minister of Israel. So guys, this was from 1996, almost 30 years ago. Welcome. Punch! Okay? They wrote this shit. And this paper was basically advocating an aggressive new policy, including the removal of Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq and the containment of Syria by engaging in proxy warfare. Okay? Who else was involved in writing this thing? No worries. I got you guys. Douglas Feith. Who's this guy? Oh, every single time. Let's go back. Who else was involved in writing this thing up? Interesting. David Wormser. Who's this guy? Yep, every single time. By the way, his wife, I think his wife. Yeah, he's one of them boys as well, Chad. It doesn't show in his early life, but he is. Then you go, again. Oh yeah, Mayrav Wormser. Yeah. So she's an Israeli. This is his wife, right? She helped write it as well. That's how we know David Wormser is one of them boys. This is his wife. Israeli-American neoconservative political executive. That was his wife. Right, for David Wormser. Even though it doesn't show in his early life, we already know he's one of them. And then Douglas Feith, Richard Pearl. It's like, bro, you know what I mean? You can't make this shit up, man. And these people were the architects of the clean break memo. Who else? Richard Pearl. Was there anyone else that wrote this thing? There also became other people like Wolfowitz, Bill Kristol, etc. that were involved in the Iraqi war. But this shit has been on the writing on the wall, guys, for years. Guys, absolute years. These neocons. Every single time, man. Every single time. I don't even say it. I just highlight it for you guys and let you guys read. Right? Douglas Feith. David Wormser. His wife, Mayrav Wormser, and then Richard Pearl.
They employ over 160,000 employees. They have 750 major container vessels worldwide. And I'm thrilled to announce that he's going to be investing $20 billion into the United States because of the election results, which comes along with a lot of other things like great protections and other things. This massive investment will go toward building out shipping logistics, infrastructure, and terminals, which will create an estimated 10,000 new jobs in America. It's so important because it's about shipping. You know, we lost our way for many years. We haven't done anything. We used to build a ship a day, and now we essentially don't build ships. We're going to start that, and we're going to be announcing next week or the week after a massive new program for building very large, the largest ships in the world. And it'll have to do with incentives, taxes that'll be coming from all over the world, just like they are with cars, with what we've done with tariffs. And we have at least 7 new major car plants that are going to be starting very shortly because of what we're doing with the tariffs, which will primarily start on April the 2nd. Most of the tariffs go on April the 2nd. Right now we have some temporary ones and small ones on relatively small, although it's a lot of money. having to do with Mexico and Canada. But the predominant tariffs will go, they'll be reciprocal in nature. They'll be going on April the 2nd, so we'll be talking about that. It'll be a big game changer for our country because we've been ripped off by every country in the world. And now whatever they charge us, they charge us
if you guys don't mind helping out your boy, if you guys like this content, you want this channel to grow, because I truly do feel that there's very few political commentators that talk about this shit, especially on YouTube. I got a request for you guys, if you guys could help your boy out. I want you guys to go to my channel, right? And this video I made here, Tate versus the Tradcons.
He has an American passport.
Okay. If you guys don't mind opening it up, let's get the views up a little bit. That first 24 hours is critical. I'm dropping a link for you guys here in the chat. Okay? Go open this video, like it, comment, OSS is here. Like this. Engage with it. Like it, OSS is here. Support your boy. If you guys like this type of content. Because again, guys, we got to fucking take over. All right? We got to take over. And for us to take over, we need to go ahead and wake more people up. So I only ask that you guys go ahead, click the link that I just dropped in the chat. Like this video. Right? Because I'm dropping clips like this every day. I'll play the first few seconds for you guys, so you guys see what it comes up.
Of press and attention and worldwide intrigue in this case. You think if they really had charges on him and they actually had a strong case with the amount?
Because I'm dropping a clip every single day like this for you guys. So,
with the amount of press and attention and worldwide intrigue in this case, you think if they really had charges on him and they actually had a strong case, they would let him leave? Because I'll tell you this looks really bad for the Romanian government. Not only did they have a file get sent back to them after years of investigation, saying it lacks evidence, they also had to concede and let him leave the country. So if the case was as strong as a lot of you ask clowns say that hate Andrew so much and just want him to go to jail, if the case was that strong, they wouldn't have let him leave.
I don't know why.
All right, so I go into this and I talk about why the Tradcons really hate Andrew, right? So do me a solid, guys. You don't even got to just like open up the video in another tab, let it play, right? And just like mute it. Just mute it and let it play in the background like this. That helps quite a bit, right? Just let it play in the background, mute it, and then I want you guys to also, as soon as you come into the video, hit a like, and then type in OSS is here. And what I'm going to do is every single one of you guys that does that, boom, I'm going to start liking y'all comments. See? Boom. Shout out to you ninjas, man. Showing love. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys love right now on air for doing this for me. And then we're going to get back into the press conference. Don't worry, guys. We got a long night. Okay? Because there's no fresher fit, so we go cook tonight, niggas. OSS reporting. Shout out to you niggas, man. Love you guys, bro. I'm going through liking all your guys' shit. You guys take the time to help me out. I'm going to take the time to show you guys love back. I mean, hell, we're in the top 10 now in the Joe Rogan comment section, so the OSS is strong. And the OSS is new. Guys, we've created this movement, what? A month ago? 2 months ago we created this movement? And we're already fucking taking over. Right? So, here, I'm going to refresh to you guys that are liking it now. So yeah, just literally type in OSS is here. And then yeah, let me click here, newest. Boom, OSS is here. That's what we're talking about. There we go. Coming through like an all y'all ninjas. Giving you guys the love that you guys deserve. Pause. Matter of fact, what? It's kind of deafening in here. Hold on. What the fuck is wrong with me? Did I forget what the hell we got to do when we do this shit? My bad, chat. a fucking blessing that I'm able to ask you guys to do this for me, and you guys fucking rallied. Make no mistake about it. Like, it really is an honor for me to be able to say, guys, can you help me out? And you guys fucking come in and just swarm this shit, which is fucking lit. Truly is a blessing, which is why I work so hard to make sure I go live at 5 every single time, give you guys the best analysis that I can, be as honest as I can, give you guys the raw deal, even if it means me potentially getting, you know, risking getting banned and shit like that. Because obviously this is a very taboo topic, so the fact that you guys show so much fucking love and support means a lot, guys. Love y'all ninjas, man. And we got a bunch of O/slashes probably going crazy in the chat right now. Shout out to you, ninjas. Ryan, I see some of you guys commenting twice, which I appreciate that. Or 3 or 4 times. Shout out to Chocolate Hunk. Pause. He's been commenting like crazy. Appreciate that, my friend. I see you. So I see a couple of doubles and triples here. But yeah, this is a blessing, bro, to have people that rock with me like this. And a lot of you know, streamers take this shit for granted. That like there's another human being watching you, and that you're like, you know, educating them or providing them some entertainment or both, maybe entertainment and education. So I never take this shit for granted, because one of the beauties is, for me, I came from the government, a regular ass job, right? Going in 9 to 5, right? Going after drug dealers and bad guys. So being able to be on the internet and talk shit and stream and, you know, cover the news with you guys, give you guys a little bit of a, you know, history stuff, talk about the topics that everyone else is scared to talk about. It really is a blessing, and enough streamers don't give praise back to their audience for allowing them to be able to do this shit. So I'm not going to be that. I'm going to definitely tell you guys thank you. I know it's annoying for me to keep saying thank you all the time, but you know, I never take this shit for granted, guys. I never really do. And the reason why I bought, you know, real estate and crypto and all this other shit in the back end, and why I'm such a hardcore minimalist and wear the same clothes every day, is because I knew that going down this path and telling the truth and having the noticing can come with some severe financial consequences. And knowing that, I said, you know what, man, let me go ahead and, you know, let me go ahead and make myself as independent as possible so I can talk about what I want to talk about. But all right, let's keep going through the press conference, guys. Then we're going to close this thing out. And then I kind of want to react to this, this debate that that Piers Morgan had. And then I promise you guys we're going to get into the great noticing as well. Don't worry, we will. We will. But I'm going to have to reserve that monologue for towards the end, because there's a part of it that isn't safe for YouTube, for sure.
150, 200% that we charge them nothing. So whatever they charge us, we're going to charge them. And there'll be no getting out of it. So we look forward to April 2nd. I've been looking forward to that date for a long time. I had it as April 1st, but I didn't want to be hit for April Fool's Day. I'm a very superstitious person. So we made it April 2nd. It probably cost us a lot of money doing that, but it's okay. I feel better about it. And it'll be something very big. But I'd like to ask Rodolphe if you'd say a few words, please, about what you're going to do, and also about the possibility of shipbuilding in our country. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, indeed, we are CMA CGM, one of the leaders in shipping.
Okay, guys, let me give you guys some love right now, right? So
when I originally said, when I originally asked you guys, hey guys, can you go watch this video and like it for me? It was like I had like a regular green check. I want to show y'all niggas how much of an impact you guys cause. So it was at like 5.6 or whatever, right? It was like regular views. It said like regular amount of views, right? This is from the YouTube studio. You guys can see it live, right? I was at like 5.6. Since we did that little you know, OSS assembly, now it went up to higher views than usual. Off of that. So down to Marco to you fucking niggas. The OSS is strong. The OSS is fucking strong because it was literally at like 5.5, 5.6, and it was like a regular check, like you guys can see down here, which pretty much means like normal. Now it went up to above average, right, in the first 2 hours because of you fucking guys. All right? So, look, by you guys doing that, right, what's going to happen is, this was going to happen. The video gets more reach because it's getting more views than usual. YouTube says, you know what, let's go ahead and recommend it. Someone watches it, says, oh, this guy, I like his opinions. Then they go in and they click, they find the page, and then they see all the fucking O-slashing. They see all the information that we're putting out on Israel. They see all the information that we talk about certain topics, right? Red pilling you guys on women, geopolitics, finances, etc. They find it, and then bam, the great noticing continues on. So you guys like it. I don't think you guys understand. You guys liking the video, watching the video, letting it play in the background, that creates more watch time. That creates more watch time. They say, you know what, let's recommend this video. They recommend the video. More people find this content, and then we just fucking grow. And we increase the OSS army. I'm sure many of you guys, matter of fact, can you guys comment below for me real fast? How long you've been watching? If you're new, I want you to drop a 1 in the chat. If you've been watching this channel for less than 2 months, if you started watching this channel in 2025, drop a 1 in the chat. I want to see how many of you guys are new. This channel in particular. So if you've been watching this channel new since 2025, give me a 1 in the chat. Okay? Since I've been doing a political commentary. But that's how we grow, guys. You guys going in there, liking it, etc. That pushes it in the algo so more people find the shit. So thank you guys. I want to give you guys a down the market for that one. And don't be ashamed to put a 1, chat. Don't be ashamed to put a 1. I've just started this political shit this year. So you niggas might not know that I was even doing this. So don't be ashamed to put a 1. If you're new, awesome. That's what I want. All right, shout out to you ninjas, man. So yeah, I wanted to show you guys the direct impact that you guys have. We can take over YouTube, guys. We can take over YouTube. And we're fucking demonetized and we're still cooking. So we can take over and bring them over to Rumble.
And logistics around the world. We are very enthusiastic about this big announcement of today. We are investing $20 billion in shipping and logistics. This means the creation of 10,000 new American jobs. We're also looking at investing in shipbuilding of container vessels, and we most probably will be making also an announcement in the next coming weeks. And we would like also, Mr. President, to go for more U.S. flag vessels, and we will go from 10 that we operate today to 30 U.S. flag ships, and hopefully doing more in the months to come. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, and congratulations on your great success. He's built with his father, before him, built one of the great shipping empires of the world. And that is, I never heard 750. That sounds like a lot to me, doesn't it, huh?
It is, Mr. President.
That's a fantastic company. Congratulations. Really great job. And a real honor to have you. Why is it that more people don't have American flags? They seem to have Panamanian flags and Liberian flags. They don't seem to have a lot of American flags.
But this will change, Mr. President. You will have more ships with U.S. flag as we move forward, and you can count on us to do as much as we can.
That's very good. It's true. Other countries take advantage of us even on that. So we're going to be changing that around, and I appreciate you coming up and even bringing it to our attention. It's really a great...
We got 1.9K likes, guys. Let's get to 2,000, 2,500. Let's get to that range. We're at 1.9. Let's get to 2,500, guys. Like the video on YouTube. If you're watching on Rumble, like the video on YouTube. That is how we grow and grow the OSS army.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Will, could you come over? We're going to sign some executive orders.
Sir, your administration has made it a priority both to end lawfare and the weaponization of government, and also to hold those who have engaged in lawfare accountable. One of the law firms that has been involved in that is called Perkins Coie. That's also a law firm that has engaged in unlawful DEI practices. This executive order will suspend security.
And I've watched it take place.
This executive order will suspend security.
Oh, this is the second law firm I've seen him go after, guys, by the way. These law firms that helped out Jack Smith, he's going after all of them, bro. Yeah, anti-Semite says I can't breathe, Andrew Tate. Okay. What do you think about Patriot Front? I watched Thomas on Fight Back and PBD, and I didn't get an impression they're feds, but again, you never know from what I've seen reports they're disbanded after Cash or False Cash is Zio's show. I like Patriot Front. The guy that runs Patriot Front is a very well-spoken, what is it, Thomas Russo, I think is his name?
I like him, bro. I like him. He's really well-spoken, really smart guy. I like him. I don't think they're feds. Bro, we need a J-Ron meme merch ASAP, okay. Chocolate says, Myron, how do Palestinians in Gaza and the diaspora use TikTok to document their experiences, and what challenges do they face with censorship or misinformation? Well, we know now that if you put Free Palestine, you get banned. Well, you don't get banned, but it won't even allow you to do it. It's considered hate speech now on TikTok.
Clearances and access to certain federal resources for that law firm, and also launch a holistic review of unlawful DEI practices at some of the nation's largest law firms.
This is an absolute honor to sign. What they've done is it's just terrible. It's weaponization. You could say weaponization against a political opponent, and it should never be allowed to happen again. And you're looking at about 15 different firms?
That or more, sir, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
These firms
One of the
are cooked,
tools the
bro.
left has consistently used to frustrate good government policies has been the use of injunctions and temporary restraining orders. Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 65C allows for essentially a demand for an injunction bond for folks who are seeking temporary restraining orders and injunctions to post a bond before they're allowed to proceed in court. This presidential memorandum would order the Department of Justice, its litigating components, to seek those injunction bonds whenever someone tries to challenge our policies in court, so that when they end up losing in court, and we believe that they will end up losing in court, that they can be held financially responsible for the disruption to federal activities that their actions have caused.
Something they've wanted to do a long time, right? They've been looking to do this for years?
Yes, sir.
And why they just never got it?
This is a rule that's been on the books for a very long time. The Department of Justice has been very inconsistent in seeking these bonds.
From a legal standpoint, really a very big thing.
Thank you, sir. In order to protect American car manufacturers and American farmers, we have two modifications to the IEEPA tariffs that have already been announced against Canada and Mexico. This first order relates to Canada. Essentially, what it will allow for is the flow of parts and sub-assembly products into America to allow American car manufacturers to continue building cars. It basically excludes USMCA-eligible goods from existing tariffs, and also in order to help our farmers at this crucial time of year, we're going to be reducing the tariff imposed on Canadian potash from 25% to 10%. So this is a modification to our tariff regime to protect American car manufacturers and American farmers.
It basically makes it more fair for our car manufacturers during the short-term period before April 2nd. April 2nd is a little bit different. That will be much more significant, but during this interim period between now and April 2nd, this makes it much more favorable for our American car manufacturers. Okay. Can you see that, Peter?
Now, I know people hate this tariff thing, but here's the thing with tariffs, guys. Tariffs do increase the prices on the end user. Absolutely. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys and say, tariffs aren't going to do anything bad. Look, it is going to do that. But the purpose isn't to just pass the cost on to the consumer. The goal is to bring industry back here. The problem is that in America, we don't make things anymore, guys. How rare is it to see made in the USA? We don't make shit anymore. Mexico, China, India, Sri Lanka, all these countries make everything. So we need to go ahead and penalize some of these manufacturers and tell them you need to come back to making that shit here in America. That's how tariffs help.
Hey, look, nice to be tall, Peter, right?
I see right over.
You can see it, so that's why he's such a gentleman. He doesn't have to rush. Okay.
And this is the same just for Mexico, sir, the previous one.
Same thing for Mexico. One for Canada.
And just so you guys know, when Biden came in, the first time Trump went around and did these tariffs under his first administration, Biden didn't repeal any of them. He kept them going. Why? Because it promotes American industry. That's why. It promotes American industry. So don't let these fucking Democrats fool you when they complain about tariffs. When Biden came in, he allowed all those tariffs to stay in place. Why? Because it did promote job growth. Yes, it does suck. You have to go through a temporary period where it sucks. You basically got to rip the Band-Aid off. When you rip that Band-Aid off, it does hurt. But guess what? You get air on the wound, it heals, boom. Right? Recover. That's what the tariffs do. That's what they do.
Canada went for Mexico.
Yes, sir.
They've been in the news lately, haven't they?
The ends justify the means. Temporary pain for long-term success, which is what? Us making things again, guys. We used to be an industrial powerhouse and built a lot of shit. We don't do that anymore. We've outsourced a lot of it to other countries to save money.
And I spoke to the president of Mexico, wonderful woman, today.
We know what she is.
And we helped them out with the problem they were having to do with the tariffs, short-term tariffs. And we had a very good conversation. Also, we discussed drugs, and they've been working much harder lately. Do you notice that? On people coming in and drugs, and we made tremendous progress on both.
President Trump, what's your thought about why the markets are so spooked? Do you think they don't like the tariffs, or do they not like the uncertainty with some of the changes that have been the carve-outs?
Well, a lot of them are globalist countries and companies that won't be doing as well because we're taking back things that have been taken from us many years ago. We've been treated very unfairly as a country. We protect everybody. We do everything for all these countries, and a lot of these are globalist in nature. You know, they have. If you're outside of the United States, you know, it's going to be a little bit different. We just weren't treated right. We were ripped off as a country. I've been saying it for a long time, and I did it to a certain extent in the first administration. But with COVID coming in, we had to focus on that toward the end. But we had the greatest economy in history in the first administration, and I think we'll do even better now. But this is something that we have to do. There'll always be a little short-term interruption. I don't think it's going to be big, but the countries and companies that have been ripping us aren't particularly happy with what I'm doing. But the United States will be very happy. And, you know, our farmers are going to be very happy. And, again, there'll be disruption. But in the end, I said it before with China, we signed an unbelievable deal with China, $50 billion in purchases, and we're doing great. Biden, however, when he came in, they never enforced that deal. So that's the only thing that basically you have globalist companies that have been ripping us off that won't be able to rip us off any longer. I think that's what the big charge is.
Have you been influenced, some of these exemptions that have been announced and some of these temporary delays, have you been influenced in those decisions because of the market reaction?
Well, there are no delays at all. No, nothing to do with the market. I'm not even looking at the market because long term, the United States will be very strong with what's happening here. Now, these are countries and companies, foreign companies that have been ripping us off, and no president did anything about it until I came along, and then I did a lot about it. You know, we took in tariffs from China, $600 billion. Nobody else took in 10 cents from China. They never did. But when COVID came along, we had to focus on COVID. We did a great job. We got rid of that. We ended up handing over with a market that was higher than it was previous to COVID coming in. But this is very much about companies and countries that have ripped off this country, our beloved USA, and they're not going to be ripping us off anymore. So, you know, I think that has an impact on the market.
So this is a slate of nominees that's been prepared by the Presidential Personnel Office. It includes a number of sub-cabinet level appointments, a number of your ambassadors that have been previously announced, and also, crucially, given the administration's concerted effort to focus on violent crime, it includes a number of U.S. attorneys in major cities that have real crime problems.
Okay. Some very good people, too.
Thank you, sir. And then we have a number of ceremonial proclamations that Lindsay Halligan is going to...
So two very special proclamations, the first of which is a proclamation that proclaims March 2025 as Women's History Month in honor of...
Women's History Month, L. Also, someone in the chat says, easy for you to say, Myron, you're rich. Terra saves shit for you. Look, bro, it's going to be a marginal increase in the price of goods, but the long-term situation is that you'll be able to get a job so you can afford it, motherfucker. So... you're sitting there complaining, saying, oh, well, you could say that because you're rich. How about this? Create more jobs so your broke ass can get another job, nigga. Fuck out of here. Brokey's in the X-chat crying. This guy named Mike.
All the wonderful women in your administration, all the wonderful women in America, and in honor of everything you've done for women and this administration's done for women and just what...
Now, I don't know if you guys have noticed, one of the things is that people call Trump a misogynist all the time, and you could tell he dislikes it a lot. So what Trump has done is, I don't know if you guys noticed, he's appointed a bunch of women to the cabinet that, quite frankly, a lot of the times aren't qualified. Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, Attorney General, Secretary of Homeland Security, really big positions, gave it to women. Why? Well, because they were loyal to him, which is fair, but they're not really qualified for the job. Kristi Noem was the governor of South Dakota, not even a border state. Pam Bondi was the Attorney General for the state of Florida. No federal experience whatsoever. But I think he gave him those positions because it looked good optically to have women be appointed in his cabinet.
A month and a half.
And now he's signing this executive order for Women's History Month, which is comical, but that's fine. It is what it is, right?
Yeah, we've done a lot. And women have done a lot for us, right? This is an honor. We have a wonderful woman here, Maria Bartiromo.
Thank you so much.
Nice to have you, Maria.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thanks for all that you're doing for women.
Thank you. She's going to do an interview of me later. Maybe I shouldn't do this interview. I should be like Biden, not do any interviews. That's great. Women, we love you.
Yeah, he's tired of being called a misogynist. Then also, guys, keep in mind, he got hit with the grape accusations with Jean A. Carroll. So he's done everything in his power to, you know, to kind of get rid of that that moniker, that negative moniker.
Thank you.
Okay. So the second one is a proclamation proclaiming March 2025 as Irish American Heritage Month in honor of, to commemorate our amazing friendship between America and Ireland, and to just honor all of the Irish Americans. And I'm a little bit biased because I'm American and Irish, but...
Yeah, well, great people.
Yeah, great
St.
people.
Patrick's Day is coming up as well.
Well, the Irish are super pro-Palestine. I think didn't they close down the I think they closed down the Israeli consulate in Ireland, chat, if I'm not mistaken.
And they voted for me in heavy numbers, so I like them even now. You have to like it. You know, you're not supposed to, but you have to like that. So for the Irish American people, proclamation. Okay, thanks, Lindsay.
Mr. President, your envoy Steve Witkoff told us a little while ago that if Hamas does not release hostages, that the U.S. and Israel could take some action. What does that mean in your eyes? Is that military action? Would you join strikes with
Well,
Israel?
you're going to find out. I had the honor of spending a lot of time yesterday.
All right. So let's go ahead and go into this debate with from Piers Morgan, where he had MAGA versus Ukraine.
Discussions with Russia and have received strong. We've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace.
President Trump was so clear.
What is your response to wars? This is clearly a crucial reset. Nobody, including Trump, wants Putin to declare war.
Signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Well, it's fair to say before his congressional address that relations between the US and Ukraine had hit rock bottom. The Oval Office blowout led to the US pausing all military aid to Ukraine, leaving it in a desperate and dangerous limbo. On Wednesday, CIA Director John Ratcliffe announced that intelligence sharing with Ukraine had also been paused to pressure its government to cooperate with the Trump administration's plans to end the country's war with Russia. No matter where you stand on America's involvement in foreign wars, this is clearly a crucial reset. Nobody, including Trump, wants Putin to declare war victory here. Everyone, especially Trump, wants the war to end. The question is whether this week's diplomatic mayhem has made a breakthrough more or less likely. Well, joining me now, decorated Iraq veteran and commentator Rob Smith makes a gift.
Rob Smith actually went on, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he go on, he went on Stu Peters, right? And he didn't want to talk about the boys? You know, I don't have a problem with Rob Smith. I would consider him, you know, a sensible gay man, right? Unlike a lot of people that are in that LGBT craziness. You know, he's against, you know, gays adopting kids, I think. I think he's against it. I know he's super against, like, the gay parades and the ostentatious behavior that the gay community practices. So I'd consider him a sensible, you know, I don't agree with his lifestyle, but that's fine. I would consider him more sensible compared to other people.
The British veteran of the Ukrainian army, angry patriot Vinny Oshana from the PBD podcast, and from the Free Press, the author of Second Class, How the Elites Betrayed America's Working Men and Women, Batya Ungar-Sargon, and also the People's Deputy of Ukraine, Kira Ruddick. Well, welcome to all of you. Kira, let me start with you, if I may. What is your response to what appeared to be a clear olive branch from President Trump?
And guys, do me a favor, before we get into this debate and start listening to it, do me a favor. We got 2,000 likes on YouTube. Awesome. But we got 2,800 of you guys watching. Let's hit 2,500, man. Dude, let's really start to cook, guys, and take over. All right? I know you guys say all the time, Myron, we want to see you on the big talk shows, whatever. The way we do it, guys, is we grow this channel where they can't fucking avoid us. They have to have that discussion with us. Because once you get to a certain level, here's the thing. Let me break it down for you niggas, how this works. Right? If you're controversial, you need to be big to a point where they can no longer avoid you. Does that make sense? So anytime people platform you, they always look at it like this. Am I going to get in trouble for platforming this guy, and does his audience and does his size outweigh the possible backlash I'm going to get from platforming him? Right? If you're big enough, people will platform you. Look at Andrew Tate, very controversial, but you can't avoid his influence. So people have no choice but to platform him, even if it hurts their bottom line to a degree. Right? PBD got a bunch of backlash for having him on. Right, Candace Owens gets a lot of backlash for having Andrew on. But despite the bullshit criminal charges, the misogyny allegations, etc., he's too big to lose, almost. So they bring him on. So if you guys want to see something like that with your boy Myron, we got to get so big where they can't avoid us. And I will gladly go on these talk shows and J-pill everybody. I have no problem. I'll debate any fucking Zionist, right? But here's the thing. They're scared, and on top of that, they know, like, okay, this guy knows his shit, but is it worth bringing him on and getting all the backlash? Not yet, because we're growing this bitch. But once we get enough to a point, they won't be able to avoid us. And then that's when you guys are going to see me sitting across from a Ben Shapiro or Charlie Kirk or whatever, and I'm going to explain to them how their support of Israel is absolutely ludicrous and stupid. Stupid. But we got to grow first and just...
Two President Zelenskyy.
So like the video. I say all that as a long-winded way to say like the goddamn video, niggas. Because that is how we grow. Small steps like that. you guys assembling what OSS is here on my videos, you guys liking the video, all that stuff helps. Because we're one video away from going viral where they can't fucking avoid us. All right, chat, and that's where we're going to go. I will be the fucking megaphone for all you guys and call out this fucking bullshit. Whether it's feminism, the propaganda that's constantly pushed, the lies that we've been told for 30 plus years with the fucking Iraq war, etc., and all the wars in the Middle East, right? How our government is occupied, how we have an attack on freedom of speech, how we have a bunch of loser men that don't understand that they need to be leaders. I'm gonna red pill everybody on all this shit. But I need your guys' help to do that, and we do that by liking the video, subscribing to the channel, growing the movement, where the OSS army can no longer be ignored, chat.
Last night.
Hello, Piers, and thank you so much for having me. Well, we were surprised to see what we have seen today when America stopped the intelligence provision to Ukraine after President Trump was so clearly saying that the relations are getting warmer, right? One has to wonder, was it all planned beforehand and just executed right now? And the question is, why is pressure being put on Ukraine and not on Russia? Who is the aggressor here? And how many people are being sentenced to death right now by this decision of pulling the intelligence, of pulling the aid?
Yeah, I mean, Rob Smith, first of all, thank you for your service. Obviously, you're a decorated Iraq veteran. I have great respect for that. What people seem a bit baffled by, me included, is that you can be putting pressure on Ukraine to come and do a peace deal for obvious reasons that make a lot of sense. I actually think that Trump's overview of where the war is completely accurate. I think he genuinely wants to forge peace here. What people have been taken aback by is that he's quite happy to call Zelenskyy a dictator and then withdraw that and keep attacking him and humiliate him in the Oval Office and so on, whilst maintaining a position of never appearing to criticize Vladimir Putin at all, despite the fact that it was Putin, of course, and his Russian forces who invaded 3 years ago.
Well, I will say this, first of all, thanks for having me, Piers. First of all, it's not probably a good choice to criticize and to be really hard on the person that has basically the upper hand between Ukraine and Russia, which is Putin, right? So that's first of all. And second of all, I think that what people need to understand is that the people that were, quote unquote, taken aback by Trump's behavior towards Zelenskyy, by Trump's behavior towards the Ukraine, seem to be political commentators, seem to be people that were in support of just never ending this war, okay? I am somebody that voted for Trump, and I voted for this. I voted for strong leadership. I voted for somebody to hold Zelenskyy accountable. I voted for somebody to stop this endless sea of American taxpayer dollars that have been going to Ukraine for the past 3 years to the tune of...
All right, I want to see if they have the same views with Israel. Because here's the thing when people are anti-war. I don't know if you guys have caught on to this. I made a tweet about this shit, right? A lot of conservatives will sit there and say, yo, we're spending too much money on Ukraine. This is bullshit, which I agree. I am anti-war myself. But then those same people will turn around and say, we need to arm Israel with everything they need. We need to help them out. And it's like, wait, what? That doesn't make sense. So you're only anti-war when it comes to Russia, Ukraine, but you're not anti-war when it comes to Israel. And I would argue, matter of fact, I would argue we've wasted more money, lost more lives, and gained less benefit from our wars in the Middle East than we have with what we got going on with Russia and Ukraine, by far. But that's the conversation no one wants to have in the conservative space. No one wants to have that talk on the right wing. And that is one of the biggest problems with the right wing. The right wing openly cucks for Israel. They openly cuck for them. Versus the Democrats do it covertly.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. The only people that are surprised by this behavior are the people that have become used to weak leadership in this country. The people who have become used to somebody like former President Biden, and a lot of the people that were advising him being run all over by Zelenskyy, by the people of Ukraine, by the people that supported this nonstop funding of American tax dollars to this country. President Trump has said very strongly and has sent very strong signals signals through his words and through his actions that not only does he want this war to end, but that we will not continue to send endless amounts of American taxpayer dollars to this country.
Okay, before I go to Mesa to respond, though, do you, Rob Smith, think Vladimir Putin's a dictator?
I do, personally, yes.
Okay, well, I think that's an important thing to say. I think that lost in all this is the fact that obviously Putin is a dictator.
Yeah, absolutely. And Piers, can I just make it? Yeah. I just want to make it clear that number one, I do think that Putin is a dictator. I do think that Russia is very aggressive. I do.
Zelensky's a dictator too. Zelensky's a dictator too. Zelenskyy has silenced his opposition and banned elections all the time. Matter of fact, earlier in the show, I showed you guys someone that I'm friends with. Rest in peace to his soul, Gonzalo Lira. They killed him. The SBU, the secret police of Ukraine, killed an American fucking content creator journalist, Gonzalo Lira. Never forget, guys, that an American citizen was killed in Ukraine for talking about the war and rightfully reporting on the war because he was one of the first people to say, we are losing this conflict. One of the first ones. Complete fucking bullshit, man. Complete bullshit.
Do not agree with a lot of the stuff. I am in no way on the side of Russia at all. I know that that's a talking point that, and I'm not saying you did this, Piers, but I know
both of them are dictators. So I love how Piers Morgan tries to sit here and say, oh, well, Putin's a dictator. All right, so was Zelenskyy. Welcome to Eastern Europe. Like, bro, like, welcome to Eastern Europe. This is what these guys do.
Yes, I'm a dictator, and this is my country. I will rule with iron fist.
That's what these niggas do, bro. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, Eastern Europe is not the West. Like, Americans need to understand that this concept of democracy and voting for your leaders and shit, that's a very new concept. Okay? It's a very fucking new concept. And a lot of other countries don't like that. And they don't participate in it. They want authoritarian rule or totalitarianism or dictatorship, whatever you want to call it. But the reality is this whole democracy thing, it's not a thing in the rest of the world. It isn't. It's relatively new. So all these motherfuckers are dictators. They might lie and say, no, we're not. We are a democracy in Ukraine. No, they're not, bro. No, they're not. Zelenskyy is the same as Putin. No difference. The only reason we support Zelenskyy the way that we do is because we put him into fucking power in 2014. We're the ones that want to go ahead and expand NATO out there in Eastern Europe and use Ukraine as a fucking proxy. And these are the truth bombs that, let's see if anyone here says it. I want to see if anyone here says what will admit these very uncomfortable truths when it comes to Ukraine and Eastern Europe in general.
That a lot of Democrats that want this forever aid to go to Ukraine like to say that anybody that is critical of nonstop U.S. taxpayer dollars going to Ukraine is
no, I get that, and I don't disagree with Trump on that. I don't. Yeah, I think. Look, I think the war is at a terrible virtual stalemate where for 8-9 months now, all that's happened is both sides killing vast numbers of.
Pugfresh says, Myron, the reason these streamers are going viral is because they pay clippers. You should look into paying clippers. It costs effective 50. Yeah. I got a clipper, Myron Gaines updates. And also I got Brett as well, OSS General. Follow him on Twitter, by the way. Guys, FYI, let me go ahead and pull up his Twitter for you guys real fast. If you go on Twitter here are my two clippers, guys. We got Myron Gaines. Boom. Follow him. And then also follow the OSS General. This is Brett. These are the two accounts. I'll give you guys the links in here. Give them a follow. They post my shit all the time. Here's Brett's. Give them a follow, guys. The OSS Army. And then here we got Myron Gaines. Give him a follow too.
And if anyone else wants to be a Clipper, maybe we could work some out, ninjas. Let's get back into this. But yeah, go give them a follow, guys.
Side in rolling open flat fields, and this is reminiscent of World War I to many military eyes. Let me
Red Pill Awareness. I have clippers, bro. Are you retarded, nigga?
bring in Mason Gifford. You're a British veteran, and you've been in the Ukrainian army as well. What do you say to Rob Smith, also a fellow veteran who has a strong view in the way he's articulated? What's your response to that?
Well, I'd say that America needs to start looking to its values. It needs to start remembering who the victim is here in this conflict. Russia brutally invaded a European sovereign nation on the edge of Europe, a democracy, a country that ranks far higher on the freedom indexes than Russia, and they are brutalizing this beautiful country. I was on the front line, particularly in the south and around Kherson. I fought with the 131st Separate Reconnaissance Battalion, and I saw with my own eyes the extraordinary bravery of the Ukrainian people who are fighting not only for their homes, but for their lives against a genocidal regime that is determined to take all of Ukraine. And the big problem we've got here is Donald Trump he's come in to the White House with a sledgehammer, and he is absolutely trashing a political system, a world system that America has benefited from and actually built itself after the Second World War. We are entering a very dangerous phase of international relations, and I truly hope Donald Trump sees sense. And
Yeah, look at this pussy. He wants more war for Ukraine. All right, Frank. Okay, nigga. I love you too, but sit down. Go to your bed. Go to your bed, Frank. Go to your bed. Sorry, guys. Frank wants a little bit of attention. All right, buddy. Bed. 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 You've been good. You've been sitting still for a while. Good dog.
starts to remember exactly the foundational values that America was built on.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is now proudly independent, if you like the show.
Yeah, but you guys are still censoring yourselves.
That we need to take a look at what our values are. That is one thing that America does not
I'm
need.
British,
and
I'm
I
Ukrainian,
appreciate the
and
fact that we have
is
a
also
well,
important-
Of course he wants us to support Ukraine. He's a Ukrainian. Of course. Of course, chat. Never fails.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What we don't need is we don't need other people. We don't need other people lecturing us about what our values are. That's the first thing that we don't need. Thank you.
$300 billion
Thank you.
of money has been given over to Ukraine, when in reality
Don't need
something
lectures
like
from you.
the killing
And also don't need lectures
But
from
don't
people
talk
in
over
the
each
media
other.
as well.
All right, don't talk over each other. You've made your point,
Let's
Rob.
start
Let Mason
spitting facts,
respond.
though. Because the trouble is, we get a lot of sort of self-righteousness. We're getting a lot of ignorance, actually, from the Trump sort of administration at the moment. We've got to get a grip on reality. The reality is the U.S. has not given $300 billion that Donald Trump has claimed. It's given something much more close to sort of $119 billion. Europe as a whole has given far more. Actually, not far more, but more than the United States in regards to aid to Ukraine. So the first thing we've got to do is we've got to start busting some myths, and we actually need to start spitting some facts. Another big problem that we've got, and that I think is absolutely reprehensible.
So you're basically bringing out numbers here. I would like to know where these numbers are coming from.
That's why some of these panels get crazy. He should just let like maybe two people debate it out, man.
Because you can't
I can say, Rob, I interviewed President Zelenskyy myself 2 weeks ago and crunched these numbers with him. And what is clear is they have not they've not even received nearly half the money that has been awarded to them from Congress. But the amount that's been awarded from Congress is actually about half the amount Donald Trump keeps saying. It's nearer like 160, 170 billion, not 350 billion.
With that? I want to make a point with that, Piers. And one thing when it comes to the amount of money that has been sent over to the Ukraine.
Yeah, well, we shouldn't be giving them any aid, if I'm going to be honest. They should be happy they got anything from us. Fucking ungrateful bastards.
There has been no oversight with this. It was a basically lawless Biden administration that was printing money and sending it over. There is no oversight to this.
Well, again, Rob, hang on, but again, Zelenskyy, hang on. Yeah. Zelenskyy made it very Zelenskyy made it very clear to me that it has all been audited, and he's very happy for anyone who wants to do another audit of it to come forward and do that. So let's be clear that as I think Mesa made a very good point there is a lot of bullshit swirling around about this war. A lot of figures are not
Piers,
the correct figures. Let me bring in Vinny. I want to bring in the other guests. Hang on, Rob. I'll come back to you. Got plenty of time.
Sure.
I want to bring in Vinny. Vinny's been waiting unusually patiently, Vinny, I have to say. So congratulations for your rare outburst of patience. Vinny, I want to play a clip to you, and I want to see how comfortable you feel when you hear the words of Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov. Let's listen to him.
Trump, он прагматик. Вот это его лозунг.
Trump, he's a pragmatist. His slogan is common sense, of course.
By the way, isn't it amazing that the Republicans campaigned on common sense? That should tell you guys that we were in a really bad spot where we need a president to campaign on bringing common sense back to politics. Incredible.
And everybody already sees that. A shift to a different way of doing things.
Переход к другому способу ведения дел, но цель все равно.
But the goal is still MAGA.
Make America great again.
Make America great again. He's got a new cap now. Everything that Trump promised, he did. You see, this gives politics a lively human character.
Живой характер.
Now, Vinny, what's your response?
What's wrong with that? It's true. Before Vinny goes, I mean, what's wrong with that? He's right. Trump is a pragmatist. You want to know why, guys? Because Russia's a fucking nuclear superpower. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Right? John F. Kennedy, rest in peace to him, was trying to strike a deal with the Russians to denuclearize, right? With Khrushchev, if I'm not mistaken. And they call him a communist for that. Oh, that's another reason why they wanted him gone, by the way. It was because he was in talks with the Russians to try to bring about world peace. He didn't like nuclear weapons. He tried to take them from Israel. Another reason why they wanted his ass gone. Okay? And I explained this in one of the clips when I was on Brad Lee, why they wanted him gone in the Israeli lobby. But Trump is a pragmatist and understands that having this proxy war not only costs us money, but innocent people are dying. Soldiers are dying on both sides for no reason. And quite frankly, we can't win. We can't win. So it doesn't make sense to continue funding a war that we're not going to win against a nuclear superpower. Makes zero fucking sense. A lot of you guys have been complaining about inflation and the price of food. Are you guys aware of the fact that Ukraine makes a majority of the fucking bread? They call it the breadbasket of Europe, by the way, in Europe. And this conflict has directly affected farmers' ability to farm and cultivate grain to create said bread. So what that ends up doing is that creates choke points in other places in the world, and that increases the price of food. If you guys pay attention, food prices actually started going up at the beginning of this conflict, and they've kind of stayed there. Because what ends up happening is, when demand goes up, so does prices. Simple. If Ukraine can't manufacture as much bread as it used to prior to wartime, that creates a bottleneck. That bottleneck is felt in under other industries, and what ends up happening is the price goes up because there's simply not as much of an abundance of the product. Very simple economics, 1 + 1 = 2. But for some odd reason, we never talk about how this conflict has actually affected the price of food. The Democrats will sit there and obfuscate and be like, oh yeah, the inflation is crazy, right? And it's getting even worse with Trump and the tariffs. But what they don't talk about is the price of food started to go up significantly in 2022. And no one ever talks about this. I'm like one of the few people that's talked about how Ukraine having an active conflict has hurt their ability to farm and continue to be the breadbasket of Europe. And that has increased the prices of goods because we live in a globalized world now where free trade is a thing. So if something happens somewhere, it's going to affect everyone else in other places. Whatever. But yeah, man, absolutely nuts. But let's see what he's got to say. Trump is a pragmatist, and that's good. He understands that Russia's a world superpower, and this is an unwinnable war that's costing us a lot of fucking money.
To that.
Hey, guess what? Common sense, Piers. The guy sounds like he's making some sense. Opposed to Joe Biden, because Piers, let me, and first of all, thank you for your service, Rob. I love you to death, and for the other gentlemen, anybody that's served in a country. I'm a veteran as well. But let's get back to brass tacks. But this is all because of this last.
Evacuate floors through and go through the nearest stairway. Do not use elevators and take all wet washcloths and towels with you. Necessary. The smoke in the hallway. Cross over to another stairway.
Atmandek tipped $100. Mod appointment, please. Thanks in advance.
We ain't going nowhere. They literally just put on a thing. There's smoke in the fucking building. Oh well.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home.
Now they're saying it in Spanish. Oh well, chat. The niggas say to evacuate.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
As the Russians would say, if he dies, he dies.
Administration, and there's a contrast. Joe Biden was a doormat, weak, spineless, and everybody, including Ukraine, including everybody, walked all over us, okay? Besides Trump is a matador, okay? He's strong, and he's America first, and he doesn't play no games. And you know what, Piers, just really fast, I want to get to why, and I actually took notes. Piers, why?
Shout out to HV Mondek, $100. Appreciate you, my friend. He says, mod appointment, please. Thanks in advance. All right, I got you, bro. On where, though? On YouTube or on Rumble? Comment in here, and I'll find you, and I'll give you a wrench.
Why is all this happening? Why are we where we are? NATO, why was NATO trying to expand the border when they promised not to all the way to Russia's border? Okay, why did Joe Biden
Yeah, I would argue, though, Vinny, that Trump right now is Israel first.
Invite Russia, and you guys can look at the clip, he invited them to do a minor incursion. He basically invited them to attack Ukraine. He said that to Putin. And you know what? And now, $350 million, you guys can fact check the numbers. I'm an American, okay, and I'm a veteran as well. I don't want $1, here's one, going to any country when we have United States veterans, me and Rob are the fortunate ones, that are dying in the streets, that are homeless. I go to VAs, of veteran hospitals. Piers, it will make you cry, the type of service that my brothers and sisters go through, that served and fought and are dying for this freaking country, right? And how many people have died in this pointless freaking war? Because you know what, up here's this whole why. War is a racket, okay? All of this is just all about the money. And I want to know, what's the goal, Piers? Why are these people, these warmongers, they don't give a shit about Ukraine. They're just trying to mess with Putin because they want war with Putin. You know why? Which country has the most natural resources and minerals on the planet, Piers? You want to take a guess? Take a wild guess.
Where's Russia?
Russia, $75 trillion. It's all about the money. None of these people give a shit about the Ukrainian soldiers, Piers. Zero. And you guys want to talk about freedom? What's the conscription that's happening in Ukraine? I've seen the videos. They run up to men, sons, fathers, uncles. They grab them out of the street. They throw them in vans, and they put them in the front lines. Who's the dictator, Piers? That's a dictator. Okay?
All right.
And I'm not taking sides with Putin.
Okay.
Two things, Piers, can exist at the same time.
Quickly,
bad.
Vinny.
Putin's a bad guy, but this war is bullshit.
Okay. Batya, I'll come to you in 1 second. I just want Kira to respond to what Vinny just said.
I guess I'm cooking so hard that I set the fire on this fucking bitch. KG Furl says 6 million Sentinels will die in this fire. I hope not. Yeah, guys, hold on 1 sec. Let me, oh, shit. Yo, VMon, HV Mondek, bro, shoot me a, because I don't see you here, bro, in the thing. I'm trying to give you a wrench here. But are you on Rumble or are you on YouTube, bro? HV Mondek. Send another chat in for $1 and tell me where you actually are so I can find you.
It's very painful, and I just want to defend my countrymen, brave men and women
hurts. I'm sorry.
who are fighting for our freedom. Because, you know, we are a free country. We were free and we remain free. We have chosen to fight because we were brutally attacked by our neighbor, who just came in to torture, to rape, to kill, and we decided that we will not capitulate, we will stand for ourselves. And with the world...
Okay, well, stand by yourselves then. Stand for yourselves, but stand by yourselves. Why the fuck do we got to get involved? The fuck?
...is watching, and the only thing that we are...
And I know people are going to say, well, Myron, they signed the Budapest Agreement back in 1993 with Bill Clinton. Oh, you niggas didn't think I knew about that, did you, huh? Where we promised that we would go ahead and defend them. Well, guess what, bro? Times change, people change, leaders change. Fuck that shit, bro. Fuck that. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. And we've been fucking around and finding out for a long time by expanding NATO. That's the truth.
Asking is to support us that we can end this war. We are capable of doing that. We were so clear.
You can't win the war. Hold on. Can you win this war?
Absolutely.
There's no
if you give us
chance of winning
enough
this war.
of the weapons and supplies, we can.
How much
We have,
more?
get,
$1 trillion?
we have gotten
$1
into the
trillion
Kursk
and how many
region.
lives?
We have gotten into the Kursk region
Okay,
because Russia is unable, because Russia is unable to control their own territory.
You're not
we were
gonna beat
able
Putin.
to. We were able to do that, and we will continue doing it
goal.
because we are fighting for our own freedom, for our ability to define our own future.
Then
So
you should be
second
mad
question.
at the people that want to push them into
Second
NATO.
question.
Why?
Second, let me answer to what you have asked me,
Yeah,
right?
go ahead.
You want to hear the answer.
Yeah,
if
I
we are
wanna
talking
hear it.
about the money, right? So why
Yeah,
is
big
it pressure
time.
being pushed?
All right, give me 1 sec, guys. I'm going to check to see if there's actually a fire going on. Give me 1 sec, ninjas. I'll move myself out the way so you guys can watch these niggas keep arguing because this is kind of entertaining. Give me 1 sec, chat. I'll be right back.
On Ukraine and not on Russian frozen assets. $300 billion right now in Belgium Euroclear. We are happy that Trump confiscates that and uses for whatever he needs. Why it has not been done? Why? If it's all about money. Why? I'm asking you, and we have no good answer to that.
$100. I'm on YouTube.
I actually agree those frozen assets should be used. Let me bring in Batty. Be waiting very patiently, Batty. Look, it's a very complex situation, this. You know, when Donald Trump said, I'll get it fixed in 24 hours, I didn't believe him. I don't think he probably believed that either. And I think he's inherited a horrible mess that he wants to try and resolve. Where do you think we are with this, and how achievable do you think it is that Trump gets peace? Actually, it could happen very quickly, it seems to me, if everyone is of the mindset he now thinks they are. Making America healthy again is all the rage at the moment. It might be time for you to take charge of your health, as I'm doing with Jacked Up Fitness. Diet and cardio are not enough. You need to do strength training to build up muscle and bone density while burning fat. The Jacked Up Power Rack Pro is an all-in-one home gym system that gives you a full body workout in your...
Piers doesn't even lift. Let's move forward. We don't want to hear no goddamn ads. I don't know, bro. I don't see no fires. So we'll see what happens, bro. But,
you know, the voice of Ukrainians who...
Hey, man, if I die, guys, it is what it is, bro. Oh, well.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
It is what it is.
That we are investigating the alarm on the mezzanine floor. Please listen for further instructions. Investigating the alarm. All attention. Residents, please be advised that we are investigating the alarm on the mezzanine level floor. Please listen further for further instructions.
There's an alarm on one of the floors. I don't know. They're investigating it. Now they're putting that shit in Spanish.
Atención a todos los residentes, estamos investigando una alarma en el mezzanine floor. Por favor, manténgase en su apartamento y espera las próximas instrucciones.
Yo, the Mossad is attacking, chat. They shut it down. Shut it down. They heard me talking about this shit. They're like, hell nah. This nigga's cooking. We gotta burn this nigga's building down. Yo. Hey, Frank, okay, all right, bro, all right. He said, fuck it, I ain't going. Yeah, dude, all right, okay, buddy. We O/squad, man. And Frank said, ain't going nowhere. Frank is right here. He's like, hey, man, I'm sticking by you, nigga. If we get burned, we get burned. He's O/slashing till he dies. Right, Frank? O/squad? Yeah? Okay. O/slash, all right, man. I appreciate that, buddy. You guys want to say what's up to Frank, by the way, real quick? Frank, say what's up to the people. You don't got nothing to say to them? Just wagging your tail? You're happy? Yeah, he's such a nice dog, man. Like, this guy's like too friendly. Look how handsome he is, man. Look how handsome this guy is. He has green, brownish eyes. He's a 100% border collie. Yawning. I love you too, buddy. Just a handsome guy, man. Just a really handsome guy. Hey, don't like the mic, nigga. Okay. All right. Okay. I love you too. Okay, man. All right. And he's smart too, guys. He knows tricks and shit. This guy. Frank, well, I know this might be a little hard for you. Give me a paw. Give me a paw. Oh, well, I'm holding his armpit. Paw, Frank. Paw. There you go. Good. You gave it to me off camera. Paw again. Paw. Frank, give me a paw. All right, man. All right, Ninja. Go down. We gotta keep cooking on here. All right.
Want to be free, who want sovereignty and want autonomy. Unfortunately, you are the much weaker party.
Hey, shout out to you, HV Mondek. I appreciate you. He says, I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube, HV Mondek. I got you, HV Mondek. Shout out to you, bro. Another $100 super chat. Love you, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a wrench. Let me find you on here, though. Shout out to you guys.
In a conflict with a country that has nuclear weapons and endless cannon fodder. And we, as the United States, we can sympathize with what you are going through and also say we have our own national interests, which are not aligned with yours. We helped a lot.
Yo, HV Mondek, I need you to comment in the chat, bro, so I can find you. So, comment in the chat, because actually I do need more mods, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I do need more mods. I don't have that many on YouTube, and I need some on Rumble as well. So yeah, go ahead, bro. Comment there so I can find you.
We tried our best, and it is now time to bring the bloodshed and the hemorrhaging of U.S. tax dollars, whether it's $150 billion or $300 billion, to a close. And I'll say another thing. Yes, Putin is an autocrat and a dictator and a murderer, and Russia has legitimate security concerns. Those can both be the case. We've gotten into the situation where we cannot admit that Russia is allowed to have any kind of legitimate concerns. You cannot end a war if you go into it against such a strong opponent with that point of view. I'll just make a few more quick points. I think from President...
Yeah, Truth Teller, I see you in the chat here on YouTube. Are you the Truth Teller from Twitter? I need you to prove it. Send me a DM and tell me that's the Truth Teller from Twitter. DM me on Twitter. That way I know it's the real one.
Trump's point of view, he desperately wants this to end. He sees this correctly as a proxy war that the Ukraine cannot win by itself and cannot even fight without our help. And he doesn't want to be in a proxy war. Pierce, you keep pointing out Donald Trump hates war. He wants peace. This is laudable and admirable. And
I want to know if she's willing to end the war in Israel now. Let's see what she's going to say to that.
I think what he sees Zelensky's move as being is 3 times President Zelenskyy refused this minerals deal, refused to sign it. He keeps asking for the kind of security guarantees that we only give NATO allies. Zelenskyy is trying to run a circumvention of NATO by creating a mini NATO between the U.S. and Ukraine, and we will not stand for that. We do not want to be in war with Russia because that will be the end of the universe. That will be a nuclear war. And
she's right on this. Now I want to see what her stance is on Israel.
President Trump sees this very clearly. Yes, of course, from a moral point of view, Ukraine are the victims of a heinous, horrific attack on their sovereignty. But how do we end the bloodshed? There is only one way to do it, and it is a negotiated
surrender.
Peace along economic.
But we have given up. We have given up our nuclear weapons to you guys. We have given it up in 1994 for your protection.
Sorry, but the American people are done funding this war. That is the reality, and you have to accept it.
But we have given the nuclear weapons for your security guarantees. Are those not worth anything? We were supposed to be a nuclear state, and America, United Kingdom, and Russia promised that if we will give up our nuclear weapons, we will be protected. And so...
Yeah, that's from that Budapest agreement I told you guys about before.
Here we are right now at the point when people who offered and promised to do that right now are giving up. And
Yo, I don't see H. von Mondek in the chat, bro. I don't see you at all in here, dude. Like, I don't see you at all in the YouTube chat, bro. I'm looking and I don't see it.
saying, so sorry that you have done this, so sorry that you are requiring security guarantees that we cannot give you. But this is the one thing that we didn't hear from Donald Trump. How can he make sure that Putin will keep his part of the bargain? We have seen by the fact since 2019.
I do think that is now the crux of this whole debate, which is what are the security guarantees going to be? Zelenskyy, again, when I interviewed...
Wait, so, bro, your name is not H. von Miedek. It's fucking Markanlava? Marcelinchuk? Is that what it is?
...him made it clear that he doesn't expect to be given full membership of NATO. He almost conceded that point. He concedes the point that the...
Also, guys, we're at... Also, guys, we are at... what's it called? 2.3K likes. 2.3K. Let's get to 2,500 ninjas.
The current territorial situation, you know, it is likely we have to freeze things on those lines. He didn't.
Yeah, I know you guys said he did a TTS while I was gone, but I don't see him in the chat. I don't see HV Mondek at all in the YouTube chat. He's not in here.
Want to give up sovereignty, but he was trying to get it back politically later. But he accepts that we are where we are with the war. I thought he was very honest in my interview with him. But Rob, you know, let me ask you about this. Part of all this, people are concerned that this is like a reshaping of the whole relationship between America, NATO, and Europe. And it was exacerbated by something that J.D. Vance said in an interview with Sean Hannity. Let's take a look.
If you want to actually ensure that Vladimir Putin does not invade Ukraine again, the very best security guarantee is to give Americans economic upside in the future of Ukraine. That is a way better security guarantee than 20,000 troops from some random country.
Oh, all right. H. von Miedek, I got you. You got the wrench already, bro. You are Marcella on YouTube. All right, got you. You're in. You got a wrench, bro. Welcome to the show and welcome to the mod team. Shout out to you, bro. Thank you so much for the support. You got a wrench now. We're going to get back to cooking, even though I might die in this fucking fire here. But you got a wrench, bro. Shout out to you.
Country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years.
I got the wrench.
Guarantee
Thanks,
and also
brother.
the economic guarantee for Ukraine is to rebuild.
Shout out to you, Marcel, again. Thank you so much, bro. Another $100. I can't hear the TTS for some odd reason. I got to get with Bills and tell him that I can't hear it. I'm messaging him right now. He said the TTS works. Guys, tell me if the TTS went through. I'm messaging Bills right now about this shit. Give me ones in the chat if the TTS already played. I got the wrench. Thanks, brother. Give me a 1 if it already played. You guys heard the TTS? It already played? 1? Give me ones if it played and we're done. All right, cool, it played. All right, I'm messaging Bill about this. We'll get this fixed, chat. All right, so Bill just said, you can't hear, they can't. I can't, but they can. It did, but it was a robot. Yeah, it's supposed to be a robot.
The country and ensure that America has a long-term interest.
You guys said it's my headphones? No, it can't be my headphones. It's something else.
Now, this caused a lot of outcry, not least in the UK, because obviously the two countries so far who've indicated they would send troops are the UK and France. And
someone says, smoke in the hallway, chamber of gas, what's the camp again? I see what you did there, Cup of Joe. You guys are funny, bro.
Both of them have been heavily involved in military action with America, certainly within the last 30 years, Iraq, Afghanistan. A lot of outrage in the UK. Graham Stewart, an elected member of parliament, said, we have to consider the possibility that President Trump is a Russian asset. If so, Trump's acquisition is the
wanting peace makes you a Russian asset, I guess.
Crowning achievement of Putin's FSB career, and Europe is on its own. So, look, I don't think that is the case at all. However, was it ill-advised of J.D.
Okay, Bills said he's going to fix it, guys. He said he did it on purpose so that I don't get interrupted when I do my monologues. which I understand why he would do that. But that's fine, because I do need to know when it comes in.
To use that phraseology.
And I think you guys are smart enough, because you guys are higher IQ if you're watching this kind of content. Like, you guys know that if I'm in the middle of a monologue, you're going to hold off the TTS until after I finish. You guys are higher IQ than that. So I'm not too worried, Bills. Like, we could do it. But yeah, so Bills just told me the reason why he did it that way, guys, so that I don't get distracted if I'm like delivering a monologue. But like I said before, you guys are smart enough where you guys are going to do it before or after, or maybe a pause in the monologue. You guys will do it. So I'm not too worried about that. Most of y'all niggas are pretty smart in here.
About a random country which hasn't fought for 30 years, given the two countries so far that have said they'll put troops there, both have done so?
No, I don't believe so. And I think that the reason that so many people are shocked and outraged and all of this stuff. So I want to tell you, Piers, there's this circle that happens, all right? And we see it over and over again. This is what happens. President Trump actually stands up for America and American interests. If there's President Trump or his Vice President Vance or somebody that is supposed to speak for this country. So they actually stand up to American interests when the rest of the world is used to us being weak and, in Benny's words, basically rolling over. Then there is all of this outrage from the usual suspects. There's outrage from people in these different countries. There's outrage from the people that want things to continue to be the way that they have been for the past 20 to 30 years that have gotten us into the geopolitical position that we are in right now. So there's that outrage cycle. And then what ends up happening is that what Trump says, or what J.D. Vance says, whoever the surrogate says, ends up being true, factual, and accurate. Think about the fact that, everybody was outraged about the Oval Office meeting with Zelenskyy about this mineral deal. And now Zelenskyy is all ready to sign this deal, right? So we see this over and over again. Piers, a lot of people are going to be shocked. A lot of people are going to be surprised. A lot of people are going to be outraged. This world needs shock and surprise and outrage from...
Well, we've been bending over for Europe for the past 4 years, right? And we've always bent over for Europe and the European Union and Israel and Ukraine. So it's about damn time that we put our foot down. But my problem here, though, is that we're willing to end the war. And this is how you can tell if it's a real nigga or not, right? We're willing to end the war for Ukraine, but we're not going to do it for Israel, which is where I always have a disconnect with conservatives. Your traditional conservatives. They'll sit there and say, yeah, we need to support Israel. But then they'll say, yeah, but we need to stop funding Ukraine. And here's the thing, you could even make the argument that Ukraine has more right to fight for their land than Israel has a right to fight for theirs. You could actually make that argument because most Israelis are Ashkenazi Jews. Where are Ashkenazi Jews from? Ukraine, Poland, Romania. They're basically European Jews. So they don't really have, it's funny because they call it, they call themselves Semites, but technically speaking, they're not really Semites like that. They're Europeans, a lot of them. So you can make the argument that Ukraine is actually fighting for their land, but the Israelis are not fighting for their land. It's land that they stole. So you can make that argument. And that's what they don't want you to know.
This country, because they need to know.
That's why my building's on fire and they want to kill me.
Know that we are no longer...
Too much noticing, niggas. Too much noticing, bro. They don't want you to know that, though. Do they? That most Israelis are Ashkenazis. And Ashkenazis, by definition, are not from what used to be mandatory British Palestine or Palestine. They're not from there. They immigrated there and they colonized it. At least the Ukrainians can say, this is our land. We've always been here. True. But you can't sit there and say, oh, for the Israelis, especially these European Israelis, oh, this is my land. I've been here forever. No, you haven't. And that, my friends, is why this building's on fire. If I die, niggas, oh well. So let's keep going. Yeah, for those of you guys that are just joining, yeah, there's a fire alarm going on in my building, but we're still streaming. Fuck it.
A country that is just going to roll over for the rest of the planet. We are no longer a country that is just going to send hundreds of billions of dollars to our taxpayer dollars all across the world. It's just not going to happen anymore, Piers. And you're talking to somebody that is a fairly new Republican. You know, Trump 1.0 is what brought me into the fold. So I can understand where a lot of Americans right now are frustrated with this.
A lot of people have gone to the right recently, guys. They're tired of the Looney Tunes of the left.
status quo.
I mean, I'll tell you guys. I told you guys this before. I voted Obama in 08 when I was 18 years old. I voted for Obama in 2008 when I was 18 years old. That was the last time I voted. I haven't voted since. Right? I liked Trump in 2016, but I didn't go out and vote because I was registered to vote in Connecticut, and I was living in Texas at the time. And I had a really big case. I just didn't go out and vote. I was like, man, I'm doing this big drug case, whatever. Right? I thought Hillary was going to win, to be honest with y'all. I was shocked that Trump won. But in the 2024 election, oh, man, because I didn't vote in 2020 either. And they stole that shit. They rigged it. So I said, 2024, we're not letting this one get away from us. So I made sure to vote. I made sure to let you guys know that we got to go out and vote. And we put Trump in office. So let's fucking go. As much as I hate Trump's foreign policy when it comes to Israel, at least he's stopping the war in Ukraine. At least. No, I did not cover Theo Von and Hassan yet. Oh, did Hassan go on Theo? Oh, yeah, he did, right? He did, didn't he? Hassan did go on Theo Von. I guess the great noticing will continue. Let me find some shit for you guys here.
Whoa. So you're not talking to somebody that is just used to how things have been going for the past 20, 30, 40 years. I'm somebody that came into the fold back during Trump 1.0 because I knew that there needed to be a change in this country. So I am not shocked by these things. I am not surprised by these things. I am delighted by these things because your other guest made a analogy earlier. He said that Trump is taking a sledgehammer to everything. What has been happening over the past 20, 30, 40 years in this world needs a sledgehammer taken to it because we cannot continue to survive in this way. Not only can the world not continue to operate in this way, but I know certainly America, the country that I put on a uniform and fought for, the country that I love, the country that I've sacrificed so much for, and by the way,
investigating an alarm on the second floor, mezzanine level. Please listen for further instructions. Attention all residents, please be advised that we're investigating an alarm on the second floor, mezzanine level.
Alarm on the second floor.
For further instruction. Atención a todos los residentes, estamos investigando una alarma.
Frank, we're not going though, right? We're not leaving? We're not leaving, right, Frank? Bro, niggas is doing it in Spanish.
Por favor, manténgase en su apartamento y espere por las próximas instrucciones.
That's funny, bro. Oh, well, we ain't going nowhere, niggas.
Way has provided me more.
I'm not going nowhere, niggas. I told y'all, man.
I'm not fucking leaving.
The show goes on. It goes on.
This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
They got a fire on the second floor, but we ain't going nowhere, niggas. We're still here. We ain't getting stopped. The great noticing will continue. All right, if I burn in this fire and die, you guys go ahead and carry on the message. All right? But we are not going to fucking get stopped by the Mossad. We're going to keep going. All right? Now, I'm not on the second floor, niggas. But if this stream ends, you guys know I didn't do it myself. It just so happens that this occurs on the day when I talk about the great noticing. Of course.
Opportunity than somebody who came where I come from could ever dream of. We are done with this. And it is time for a new America.
Okay, I mean, Mesa, I could see you sort of grimacing as you heard some of that, but the reality is a lot of Americans do share that view now. They do look at the way that NATO is.
All right, let's see here. You guys sent me this clip. I got to see what the hell Hassan said on here. Let's see if he started pussing out. Oh, hold on, chat.
Blackmail, but why is there such a strong bond between America and Israel? I've heard
the great noticing is occurring.
Candace Owens was saying that she thought it was blackmail.
Which we're going to talk about this later. You know what? I'm going to save this for later. I'm going to save this for later as well.
Is funding.
Because I have a whole thing here. I have a whole thing ready for you, ninjas, once we get into this topic. Let's go ahead and move it. Because I think this interview dropped today, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah, don't forget to follow these two accounts, Wiren Gaines and the OSS General. Give them follows, guys. Go support them. These are my clip channels. Or my clippers. I don't run those accounts, but they just post clips on there, and I retweet them. Oh, wrong one. My bad.
They look at the disproportionate contribution that America makes. They look at the fact that most of Europe has been way behind on even its basic defense spending. And they think, well, if you're not even prepared to defend yourselves properly or stump up enough for your NATO membership, why should we keep bailing you out? I have a lot of sympathy with that view. What do you think?
I think Europe does need to spend more on its defense. There is some concerns that the Americans have always had that absolutely are justified. However, one of the points your guest made a second ago was that America is done being taken advantage of, and you're going to see a new face to America. What we're effectively seeing is a new policy of isolationism, a policy in Ukraine of surrender, quite frankly, whereby the United States, alongside its European allies, was supporting an innocent country that's...
Yes, isolationism when it comes to war is a good policy. I fucking said it. When it comes to foreign conflicts and war, we should be isolationists. Fuck that. Why the fuck do we gotta fight y'all wars, bro? If we want to go ahead and do trade, that's fine. I don't have a problem with trade. But when it comes to fucking war, no, bro. Yeah, we're gonna be isolationists. Yeah. See, and that's the thing. These liberals try to make being an isolationist a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. It's not a bad thing whatsoever. Isolationism is actually a fucking huge W. But Democrats and liberals always try to make it where isolationism is bad. Look at left-wing media, guys. They always try to frame it in a negative context. Every single time.
Been brutally invaded by another state, and for the minimal amount of investment, not only devastated that strategic enemy's military reserves, and actually they are now much weaker because of this attack on Ukraine, but did it at a very affordable price. There are much greater powers around this world, the rise of China, etc., that will also threaten.
And of course, they always use China. Oh, China! This is what these pro-war motherfuckers, by the way, chat, like these Democrats, the people. Hold on. Can you guys see me? I think we're back. I think we are back. We back? All right. We're back, chat. Bro, what the fuck, man? They're attacking me, man. They're fucking attacking me, bro. These motherfuckers are attacking me, bro. Holy. Niggas want me cooked. Bruh. Come on, man. All right, give me ones in the chat if you guys can all see me, and we're good. Bro. What the fuck, man? They disconnected my chat. Bruh. What the fuck, man?
I believe so, and I think that the...
So annoying.
Bro, the great noticing, bro, niggas got my building on fire. Like, what are the fucking odds, right, that the day I talk about this, there's a fire in my building, my stream goes out, right? Like, what the fuck, man? Niggas want me dead, bro. I'm telling y'all, bro. Yo, hey, guys, if I go missing, you guys know I would never self-delete, all right? You guys know this. I would never self-delete, bro. Niggas are really trying to end me, bro. Building is on fire. I'm getting alarms from the fucking speaker up here. Fucking, stream is crashing. Shit that never happens, by the way. FYI. I just paid my internet bill. So I know my internet ain't fucked up. Literally paid it like 2 days ago. So I was like, bruh, what the fuck is going on, man? I would never self-delete, chat. Frank, they're trying to get us, bro. These niggas are trying to get us, bro. I know, man. It's fucked up. I think they're mad about you throwing the O/ earlier, if I'm being honest. I think they weren't happy about that. Because like they look at you as like, you know, mustache man. All right, Ninja. Go ahead, play with your little toy. God damn, bro. The niggas trying to kill us, bro.
In France, Canada, Mexico, that will not only damage America's economy, but much more importantly, its soft power, its ability to exert its influence around the world, which is a major part of how they will counter the rise of countries like China. China, the big part of America, the future of America, is to show the world that liberty, democracy, freedom matter. And that the rise of China and the rise of Russia that want to pollute the world with their autocracy and their evil can be countered by America's history and its solid foundation. So that is something that I think Trump needs to remember, because
this guy wants us to keep going to war for Ukraine, bro. Fucking weirdo. Okay, let me go ahead and read some chats because I haven't read chats in a bit. Bro, I thought JFK'd your ass for a second time. Bro, I'm telling you, man. I thought so too. Are there any dancing Israelis outside? They might be, bro. Mossad planted a fake Myron. This isn't the real one. No, it really is me, bro. It really is me. Let me go ahead and make sure I didn't miss any of your guys' chats because they fucking nuked my shit right while I was live. Mossad planted a fake Myron. Yep, we got that one. I'm just making sure I didn't miss any of you guys here. Punisher 541 says, the Sayeret, Madkal, and the Mossad are on your floor, bro. Grab the piece, bro. Take out as many as you can. All right, Punisher, thanks. Run, bros. Them boys, they're on your ass now. I know. Draco Billy says, what do you think of Bruce Rivers, the criminal lawyer, hating on the Tates? He says they're a bad man. P.S. His son just died on drugs. Yeah, no, you know, rest in peace to his son. I actually met his son when they came here and did the show with us. Nice guy, man. Obviously horrible what happened to his son. Why did Andrew Tate not go on FNF? This comes from Dem Boys LLL, the podcast that put him on. Instead, he went on 3 other podcasts. Well, we are going to make something happen for you guys soon. Just stay tuned. Nathan Rod says, W. Myron, nice to meet you in the CC meetup. If TikTok still provides a lot of info on China, which can potentially be one of our biggest enemies, why is China still in charge of it and U.S. didn't buy it? They're right now, they did a deal where someone else is supposed to acquire it. That's kind of the loop that we're in right now. Remember that stream with Nick, Sneeko, and Zerka? I guess Zerka was right about Joe Rogan secretly watching you guys. We need another RP Avenger. Okay, I think I caught on to that. Okay. All right. Castle Club guys, I'm going to try to find your guys' chat here. Every time you say they're attacking me, they're after me, you got to throw in the oy vey. Okay. Top Shay says, you go, bro. We go, bruv. You're not going to defend yourself. I'll definitely take a bullet or more for you. I appreciate that, Top Shay. You are a top general, my friend. Shout out to you. Love you, man. Thank you so much for that. A real fucking supporter, a real one right there. And that is why I do what I do, guys, because you guys support me so fucking hard, right? The OSS is strong, so I can't let you guys down. I got to keep giving y'all this fire stuff because you guys got my back, and I appreciate that. Let me get the CC chat in here.
Sorry, guys. They crashed my shit, so I lost all your guys' chats, but I'm looking right now. Levantine says, every time they're... read that one. Top share read. Get your gun, I guess. That's from HK99. Keep an eye out the window, Myron. Them Jays finna 9/11 your ass. Bro, they probably can, Fresh Dog. Hey, Myron, with the war in Ukraine possibly about to end, what will happen to the land that Russia conquered? They're going to keep it. They're 100% going to keep it. HK says, TTS plays, but it doesn't sound right every time. It's laggy, okay? I'm fully geared up, asshole. I'm coming to get you. Thank you, Top Shay. Knock, knock, fire department. We need to get you, nigga. Imagine they got the news choppers out. That scene is chaotic like a movie. Cops megaphone. Bro, I'm telling you, man. Streamer inside, bro. They try to get me. Demetrius Rep says, yo, Myron, I was watching a playback from the debrief from a few days ago, and I'm curious if Trump called you right now at this moment and said, hey, we really need you to head of HSI and steer us in the right direction because we love your views and we've been watching. What would be your step-by-step after that phone call in terms of the podcast, your staff, and everything else you have going on? And they said you had 2 weeks to decide. Damn, nigga, that's a deep-ass question. Okay, Demetrius, hold on to that because that's going to actually require some thinking on my end, how I will do this. I can't go off the cuff on that one. So that is a really fun, good question. For those that are wondering, Demetrius basically says here, and that's actually such a good question. I'm actually going to share it on screen with you, ninjas. He goes, let me make this bigger so you guys can see it. He goes, yo, man, I was watching the playback from the debrief a few days ago, and I'm curious if Trump called you right now at this moment, said, we really need you to be the head of HSI and steer us in the right direction because we love your views and we've been watching. What was your step-by-step after that phone call in terms of the podcast, your staff, and everything else? Good question, bro. I will absolutely think about that and give because that deserves a real answer. So, high IQ question. Because that's what happened to Dan Bongino, basically. Mari, did you see Ian Carroll on Joe Rogan? Yes. Top countries that need to be nuked? Oh, bro, this nigga, bro. All right, Fresh Dog. Trump's bitch ass rescinded the tariffs on Canada and Mexico. I voted for a fucking fraud. He rescinded them because they listened to what we said. Thanks for bringing me back to rock. Oh, my white snake got me through some long-ass shifts. Got you, bro. All right, let's go back. And then we got here, Eric says, hey, Mara, going back to the Amaranth attempted heist, what are some in real-life tips for home security and secure yourself and loved ones? Do you believe USA will be like South Africa and Mexico where you need armed security to even be sort of safe? That's why you got to take security into your own hands, guys. Everyone needs to carry a gun at all times. I carry my gun everywhere. Shout out to Angie's ex-post praising you that always go viral and are pure comedy due to all the hateful 304 seething. It's been a good replacement to your original IG that used to get constant hate, even though you always spin facts. I appreciate that, bro. Yeah. If you guys want, follow Angie. She got so much hate on there from these fucking losers. This is from Anti-Semicast says, there's no right wing, simply it's the left, center, and neocons, and all the other are pro-J. The only reason Democrats are anti-Israel is because of their base, which is supporting the cause, but for the wrong reasons. Off note, Zelenskyy also banned Orthodox Church. I'm sure he did, because he's one of them boys. Yeah, dude, 100%, dude, 100%. I said that earlier. Democrats are cucks for Israel. They just do it secretly.
At the moment, we're going down a very bad path.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned. And thank you guys for all the chats, man. Love y'all ninjas, man. Sorry, guys, that my fucking shit crashed because I lost a lot of your guys' chat and I couldn't show them on screen. 11T, Chala, I agree with you. I disagree with you joining the White House. You're too much of a nationalist, so they would lay you off you since you wouldn't find dirt on you. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, they ain't gonna find dirt on me, bro. Never done drugs, never done some fuck shit. LMAO, every time you say they're attacking me or they're after me, you gotta throw an OVA. Okay, I got that one from earlier. Thank you, 11T. And again, guys, sorry I couldn't show those chats on screen from Castle Club. When the fucking internet crashed, it takes it away where I can't show it on Rumble Studio. So fucking annoying, bro.
Hang on, Betty. Hang on. I'm going to come to you. Betty, hang on. I want to read a quote from the Chinese embassy in Washington today, which posted on X, if war is what the US wants, be it a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war, we're ready to fight till the end. So there, a lot of saber rattling coming from China there in relation to, as Mason just pointed out. In that context, does that make you rethink slightly the way that Trump should be playing this?
First of all, your problem is not with Trump. It's with the American people. 78% of Americans want this war negotiated and peace right now. So that your problem is that Donald Trump is reflecting the will of the people, which I grant you is very strange for an American.
Well, I guarantee you she's pro-Israel war, though. Guaranteed. I mean, she has a Star of David on her neck.
President, certainly wasn't at the top of Joe Biden's agenda, but it is at the top of Donald Trump's agenda. When 78% of my fellow Americans want something, they should freaking get it. And that is what we're seeing right now is the victory of democracy. You vote for a person.
Yeah, she calls herself a fellow American, but if we started talking about Israel, she would say Israel has a right to defend itself, and she would have all this stupid Israeli talking points. So they call themselves American when it benefits them, guys. And this is why, like, when I say that a lot of these Zios have dual allegiance and it's problematic, they call me an anti-Semite for saying that. But it's true, man. It really is. What the F is going on? I'm not sure if it's a flying saucer, but some anomaly in the sky, nice sized sphere, smoked up in the sky that moves slowly. It's my IG story. Okay. Shay being Shay, Myron, I don't care. I don't know. Weird stuff. Poor St. Lucie. Goddamn, bro. Don't die by that. Don't get abducted. What type of holster do you use when carrying? I use a FullSend holster. PHLSCR. They're not paying me to say that. And also, what type of mounts do you use when driving? I keep my gun on my hip when I'm driving.
He does what you ask. Piers, to your question about Xi Jinping, it's a great question. Another autocrat dictator who somehow the Democrats have no problem making common cause with and capitulating to all the time. Guess who would be a really good ally in a fight against China? Russia. That used to be the Democrats' position. That was Barack Obama's position in 2012. And when Mitt Romney told him that Russia is the greatest geopolitical threat to the United States, Obama laughed in his face and said the 1980s called, they want their foreign policy back. We have actual enemies, and Russia is not one of them. That doesn't mean I approve of what they did to Ukraine. I do not. It does mean we have limited resources and we should be spending them where they matter. Donald Trump is not an isolationist. He has no problem fighting American enemies. He is just being strategic about who those are and who is a potential ally against people who are actually trying to destroy us, like China.
Okay, I want to give the final word on this part of the debate to Kira, because you and Mace will be leaving us, and we're going to continue with some American-related stuff afterwards. Not to do.
All right, guys, for some odd reason, my Twitter went out, so I'll go ahead and restart the stream on Twitter here in a little bit.
With the war. So, Kira, just to sum up for me, it's obviously a crucial stage of this war. What do you hope will happen now in the next few weeks?
Piers, I think we have been talking a lot about what would happen if the war ends or if Ukraine wins, and we have not been talking enough about what would happen if we lose. What would it mean to other enemies of the United States? Would it mean that Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran stop producing weapons and supplies and support other authoritarian regimes that will be raising their heads, creating much more threats everywhere in the world? We are talking about morals, we are talking about money, but we haven't heard any real answer to only one question that our nation that wants peace most of the world is, how do you make sure that Putin would not attack us again? And there is no answer. We didn't hear it from Donald Trump, from anyone here on this debate, because nobody knows, because there are many hopes, but there is no actually way of doing that. And right now, the only way that worked for us was fighting Putin, because we have been in this ceasefire deal with him since 2014. And I can tell you one thing, there was not a single day when Russia would honor this deal. And the world would look at that and say, yeah, sorry, it's so upsetting. So how this time will be different? And when we know the answer, then we can talk more about how to achieve that. But right now, we do not see even a strategy of how to make sure that right now, in a year, in 2 years, in 4 years, Russia would not attack us again with the whole strength. And not only us, but other European countries. And that is the key question.
I completely agree with you. I wouldn't trust Putin as far as I could throw him. He made it crystal clear when he attacked Crimea and took that, and when he's attacked now again and taken 20% of mainland Ukraine, that he will not stop. And anyone who thinks he will is living in cloud cuckoo land. Well, thank you to Mesa and to you, Kira, for joining us about that debate about Ukraine. We're going to let you two both go now. We're going to move on to some other topics. Andrew Tate appeared on the PBD podcast this week to talk about Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, making it clear he and his brother Tristan aren't welcome in his state. Here's what Tate had to say in response.
It's quite unusual and quite scary for me to land as an American citizen, expecting a hero's welcome after dealing with a foreign and complicated judicial process, and being told that now the American state is going to be set on me, trying its very best to lock me up here when I've done nothing wrong ever. This is communism in and of itself. I may as well fly back to Romania.
Vinny, it's an interesting story, this. So you have these two brothers. I've interviewed them both, Andrew Tate, numerous times. They were facing extremely serious charges, including sex trafficking in Romania. But right at the moment, we were expecting them to appear in a proper trial. They've been allowed to travel out of the country. They've gone straight to America. They've been called from the UK to have them sent back to the UK, where they're facing other serious allegations there. But what's interesting is the way that Florida has responded. And on a wider point, the way the Republican movement has responded. A lot of Republicans absolutely gung-ho behind the Tates. a lot of Republicans very angry about the fact that any Republicans are standing behind them. You've been in the room with Andrew Tate for this big interview that he did with the PBD podcast. What is your view?
Well, first, Piers, I mean, listen, love him or hate Andrew Tate, you have to at least admit and respect the fact that this guy moves the needle, okay? From when he started, Piers, talking about masculine, men trying to be masculine, you know, talking to girls, being a man, trying to be the best that you could be.
Let the other losers leave. That's funny.
The moment, Piers, everybody was fine with it. The moment he started talking about the system, the same system that's been trying to destroy Donald Trump, the same system that shot Donald Trump in his freaking head and tried to kill him, this is just him in a different country and in a different way. Okay, Piers, I've hung out with this guy multiple times. He's not what the media says that he is. Has he messed up in the past? 1,000%. And if there's a crime, Piers, and you get convicted, go to jail. Okay, period. Anybody that's guilty, go to jail. For him to come here, he has a passport. He was born in the United States. For Ron DeSantis to last minute be like, hey, you know what? Don't come here. You're not welcome. What kind of authoritative attitude is that, Piers? And then I try to think, why, Piers? Why would Ron DeSantis all of a sudden say, don't come here? The guy has a passport. He's from here. I think it has deeper implications. I think it's because his wife, Casey, is going to be running for governor, and they don't want anybody that's a male that's implicated in anything. But where's the crime, Piers? Like, DeSantis is about to act like, because I know there's like they're looking for them right now, or they're trying to put a crime on them. If that's not the same weaponization of the justice system that Biden was doing to Trump, then what is it? How are we different than these people? What did they do, Piers? It's different if you actually committed a crime, but looking for a crime to get somebody in jail is absolutely ridiculous, Piers. That's communism 101.
All right, Batty, your response to that?
I just can't believe a single person on the right would defend this degenerate.
Of course. Of course. Of course. She has an issue with it. I already knew it. Knew that was coming.
Person who has bragged about beating on women, bragged about trafficking them. He makes the left's case for it. You know, the left is out there demonizing men, demonizing masculinity. And then this guy shows up and says, I'm a real man. I beat on women. And the right is like, yeah, right on. This is a real man. It's disgusting. And I'm so proud of the American right because I've never seen a leftist have a sister soldier moment in the last 20 years and stand up to the extremists on their side. But I've seen so many people on the right, conservatives, saying this does not represent us. A man is a man who protects women.
All right, guys. Twitter stream is back up. It was acting fucking stupid earlier, but we're back. All right, ninjas, we are back. So we are back, ninjas.
Women. A man is a man who raises his children. A man is a man who makes people safe, like you both did when you served this country. You served in the military. That's what makes a man. That's what real masculinity is: protecting and serving. Not this disgusting degenerate who has bragged about beating up women. So yeah, I think.
I don't think he's ever bragged about that. She's referring to a video where Andrew Tate was. He smacked his girlfriend on video, but that was something that she liked, like when he would spank her. And this is the dark side that women don't want you guys to know, which is, now we're going to get into the red pill stuff. A lot of women like that type of stuff when they hook up and have sex. And they just don't like to admit it. That's the reality.
I think the justice system should work fine. If there's a crime, they should prosecute. If there's not a crime, they shouldn't. We can all just say this person is disgusting.
And also, I also find it interesting, and Candace Owens talked about this, a lot of these traditional conservatives started going after Andrew Tate when he refused to denounce Hamas.
And keep him away.
And he became critical of Israel.
From my daughters and keep him away from my women. But I'm so proud that there were so many people on the right who stood up to someone who's ostensibly on their side and said, this is not what represents us.
But can I just say one thing, though? Can I just say one thing really fast, Piers? And I understand the frustration, but where's the proof? He could have said anything. When Trump said grab them by the you-know-what, he didn't do it. This guy is just, like, you guys have to understand.
Yeah, that's true. And Trump actually was accused of a lot of the same things as Andrew Tate. A lot of them. So, yeah. This woman's on some bullshit. You can't sit there and say, I support Trump, but then at the same time go ahead and get all mad at Andrew Tate. Oh, by the way, guys, we're back up on Twitter, and we got 1080p, niggas. We're fucking cooking. We're streaming in 1080p on Twitter. My bad. I used Restream earlier, and it fucking didn't go. It did a 720, which pissed me off. Which, by the way, I know some of you guys are wondering, well, yo, Myron, on YouTube, you're streaming at 720. The reason why, guys, is because I'm using Rumble Studio, because when I give my monologue later on, I won't be able to give it all on YouTube. I'll just be honest with y'all niggas. So that's why I got to use Rumble Studio so that we can green screen this bitch.
Andrew Tate is a personality. I've heard the videos where he's jokingly around and people take it serious. Unless there's a victim, unless there's a girl that's stepped forward, which the ones that they brought up were told to go against him, okay, because he's going up against the Matrix, okay? These girls have all come
hang on, Vinny, hang on. To be clear, that's what he's told you, right? There is a lot of evidence there. Well, there's a lot of evidence that he was going to be held accountable over, which he now is highly likely to avoid being held accountable over. I've always said I don't know the truth about Andrew Tate. I do think he has a huge influence on young men, but I don't know the evidence. But I do know there are a lot of claims from a lot of women building up both in Romania and in the UK. Rob, over to you.
So I want to hop in, and I'm going to zoom out from the moral arguments about this entire situation right now. What's very interesting to me, and probably why Ron DeSantis has had such a hard time during the Trump 2.0 era, is how out of line with the vast majority of the Republican base they seem to be by sort of making this very firm public stance against Andrew Tate. And what I think that this really has...
Yeah, and I talked about this. Actually, guys, I literally talked about this on my video, right? You go Myron Gaines, the video that we rallied on earlier. I talked about this. Why they hate Andrew so much, right? Here, and I'm gonna fucking judge. Let's go, like traditional conservatives,
and then find the crime. Is that not exactly what Ron DeSantis just promised to all of his constituents? It's not, we've seen a crime, let's find the perpetrator.
And I want to say another reason for this as well is because there's been a bunch of like traditional conservatives that have been complaining about Andrew Tate coming. All right, so I talk about this here. I'm gonna let this play in full. In case you guys missed this video, which, by the way, again, you guys better go fucking go watch this. But I talk about this here real quick. We're going to play it, where I explain this nice and eloquently for you guys, why the tradcons hate him. I'm going to get my face out the mug and let you guys watch this. Ben Shapiro and a couple other idiots on Twitter, which is comical to me because here's the other thing, too. I want to say this because these tradcons also dislike me. Look. You bitch-ass fucking tradcons, okay? Let me be painfully fucking blunt about this. You guys don't resonate with the youth. You're not cool. You're not interesting. You don't have cool battle stories. You guys aren't in shape. You guys don't have a killer mentality. You guys aren't the best of articulating yourselves when it comes to stories. And you guys simply aren't interesting. I'm talking about guys on the Daily Wire. I'm talking about your traditional conservative Christians. Like, you guys are just fucking boring and you guys aren't interesting. And you guys, a lot of you guys didn't have interesting come-ups, if I'm going to be honest. Right? And quite frankly, a lot of young people don't give a fuck about American politics. And that's what you guys talk about the most. And also on top of that, a lot of you guys exercise a level of decorum in the way that you speak, which is fine. That's great. You want to attract a boom audience. You guys want to go ahead and get people that, you know, are a bit more politically inclined, people that might have been watching Fox News, but now they want to watch you. Cool. That's fine. You want to get people in their 40s and up? No problem. That is the way that you broadcast conservative media. But if you want to capture the youth, if you want to capture people that are younger, right? Whether 18 all the way up to maybe the 30s, if you want to capture people in that demographic, you got to be charismatic. You got to be interesting. You got to have a cool story. You got to be edgy to a degree, right? You got to have a know-how of how to attract and deal with modern women because men are interested in women. And unfortunately, guys like Ben Shapiro aren't going to teach you that shit. It is what it is. So there's an insane, it's actually fucking ridiculous. There's an insane amount of jealousy to Andrew Tate because he's been able to capture a lot of people that might have not been conservative or were kind of on the fence and turned them to conservatives. You want to know who else has been able to do that really fucking well? A guy named Nick Fuentes. He's been able to take guys that normally don't give a fuck about politics, young guys, 16 all the way up until about 28, 29, right? Not only get them interested in politics, but get them interested in conservative politics. Maybe he might do it in a way that you don't like. Maybe he uses certain phrases and certain terms and edginess that people don't like. But guess what? He's absolutely governated ridiculous amounts of young men and made them politically inclined and made them conservative. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Guys like Andrew Tate, guys like Sneeko, guys like Nick Fuentes are instrumental in getting the youth to be more conservative. It's not Ben Shapiro. It's not Steven Crowder. It's not Dan Bongino. It's not anybody from the fucking Daily Wire for that matter, or anybody from any of these, you know, big conservative outlets. It's not. It's those guys that I mentioned before. Because quite frankly, Jordan Peterson, all these guys, they're boring. They're fucking boring. I said it. They're fucking boring. And that is where traditional conservative media loses people. You guys aren't cool. So what ends up happening is young men don't want to fucking watch you guys. But they see Andrew Tate with the Bugatti phrases, calling women on our podcast, talking to girls, right? That's way more, that resonates way more with young men. Now they're interested. Now that they're interested, they want to hear what he's got to say. That's when he goes ahead and gives them the conservative values of being a man, getting your money out, getting yourself in the gym, working really hard. And then if you want to go ahead and have multiple women, you can have that, but at the same time, you can have monogamy because he was able to capture their attention, okay? He's able to capture their attention because he was able to live a certain lifestyle, right, and show a certain lifestyle that a lot of guys want. I'm sorry, but the nuclear family isn't sexy to a lot of dudes. Maybe later on in life, but when they're young, it simply isn't. All right? And it's amazing to me how nobody calls out
these older traditional conservatives, for their fucking apparent jealousy that Andrew Tate was able to get an entire group of people that these traditional conservatives would have never fucking reached anyway, and was able to get them to look at things from a more right-wing perspective. So when Andrew and Tristan and them say, hey, look, we got a lot of young men to start taking a more conservative stance on the worldviews, on masculine responsibility, on the masculine burden performance, they're absolutely right in that. They're absolutely right in that. And I'd also give credit to guys like Sneeko and Nick Fuentes as well. And people don't like that. They don't like that because, like, these tradcons, it's like a fucking click chat. And I can tell you guys this from being around them. It's a click. And if you're not in a click, they don't want you in. If you don't have their exact viewpoints when it comes to marriage and relationships and dealing with women, they don't want you in. But what they don't realize is, unfortunately, the Bible doesn't solve for a lot of the problems that modern women present. Simply doesn't. Because the training wheels that we had in place that used to keep women in check, they're fucking gone. Instagram, social media, sex work, right? The temptation of earning quite a bit of money by leveraging your sexuality. It's tarnished the majority of women, especially younger, attractive women. So now we have to deal with a new normal. A new normal that people that watch these conservative media types don't understand. But guys like me, guys like Andrew Tate, guys like Nick Fuentes, guys like Sneeko, etc., we understand because we deal with women in this age group because we are younger. So that is why we resonate more with the younger people. And this is where the tradcons fuck up. And this is why a lot of their audience is boomers that don't fucking get it. The sexual marketplace has changed. Relationships with women have changed. Now, can you go out there and run hopefully find a good Christian woman that will follow your lead and be dutiful to you and not be a 304? Of course you can find that. But is it likely? Probably not. And that is a disconnect, right? That's one of the main disconnects, matter of fact, between your tradcon media, your Bonginos, your Crowders, your Jordan Petersons, your Shapiros, your Daily Wires. That is a main disconnect between them and guys like Andrew Tate, myself, Sneeko, etc. Right? Do you guys agree? Do you guys disagree? What do you guys think? Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Do you guys agree with that is why the conservatives are losing the youth? And this is what Rob Smith might or might not talk about now. But that's what I was referring to when I say that these tradcons simply don't get it.
Something to do with, obviously, like Vinny said before, the rumor is that Casey DeSantis may run for governor of Florida. I've had dinner with Governor DeSantis in Casey before. Casey is fantastic. She really is. But look at the fact that Byron Donalds, who is big in Trump world, huge in Trump world, is also likely to be running for Florida governor. I believe that he announced, okay? So that is what really this is about. And I think that this is Florida politics at play here. And this is Ron DeSantis basically saying that we are going to be Team DeSantis.
Yes, he does not like that he endorsed him.
Now it's going to be Casey, that we are going to be the moderate Republicans, that we're going to be the quote-unquote good Republicans, right? And it's kind of positioning themselves against Trump 2.0 and positioning themselves against whatever Byron Donalds is going to bring to the table as somebody that's running for Florida governor.
Byron Donalds said the same thing. He came out against Andrew Tate today. So that whole idea that this is sort of dividing the Republicans in Florida is not correct. And I just...
Yeah, but you also got to remember that... Ron DeSantis does not like the fact that Trump is endorsing Byron at all. Because Grinnell played a part in Andrew getting released. And as a matter of fact, if you guys don't believe me, let's go to Roger Stone, a Trump loyalist that understands how shit works. What did he say? Boom. Rich Grinnell secured the release of the Tates because there was no evidence against them. So now, of course, little Ron DeSantis says these U.S. citizens who have no pending charges against them are not welcome in Florida. Boom. Roger Stone. This is Grinnell. This is the guy that endorsed, that pushed for it. He asked the questions. What's this Stone Zone? Okay, yeah, he wrote this article. Okay, I didn't even know he had his own media company like that.
Totally disagree with you.
And Roger Stone, guys, for those that don't know, is a Trump loyalist.
Yeah, but
Donald Trump is not an
you can
extremist.
disagree, and that's fine.
He is
and
in
that's
the
fine.
center.
But Batia, let me say something here. Let me say something. Byron Donalds is a politician, a great politician, but a politician, and so he knows that.
What do you guys think about that light in the back? Not bad, right? Nice.
that's not something that he wanted to get in the middle of. But what I do know is that Byron Donalds is a great politician, and he knows that the vast majority of the MAGA base is going to fall in line with where Vinny is on this, Batya. And I'm trying to be as objective as possible here.
Especially the younger people. Especially the younger people. And she just doesn't fucking get it because she's stupid. Okay, so this woman right here, guys, just so you guys understand, this woman is like the quintessential trad-con, neocon, Bush-era Zionist Republican. This is her right here. This woman right here. Batya, whatever the fuck her name is. I don't even know this chick's name. Right? I just heard Rob say it. But this is literally it. This is your fucking 2003 neocon, Jewish conservative, Ben Shapiro type. Right? So people like her are going to have issues with people like Andrew Tate, who's ushering in this like new kind of conservatism, right, that they dislike, right? And the problem is that people are waking up and don't like this conservatism anymore. It's boomer generation type shit. And a lot of the MAGA base that's young, under 40 years old, likes Andrew Tate. But these people don't want to accept that shit. They just don't. And again, I would argue that the Tate brothers were instrumental in getting people to look at things from a more right-wing perspective. But let's keep cooking.
Because like I said, I don't like getting into moral arguments about conservative political figures or conservative commentators, because I've been attacked by being gay, for being gay, from people that are far to the right of me. So like I do not get into the moral majority stuff here.
Okay, I want to play, Vinny, I want to change topic and play a clip. This is from Ben Shapiro, who's come out and called for Derek Chauvin, who's serving life imprisonment for murdering George Floyd, of course, calling for him to get a pardon, something that Elon Musk says is an interesting thing to...
Yeah, we all know Chauvin didn't die from getting killed by Chauvin, or Floyd didn't die from that. We know that the fentanyl killed George Floyd, a.k.a. George Fentanyl.
Let's take a look at what Ben Shapiro said.
If we are issuing pardons, however, there is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think...
Yeah, this woman and Ben Shapiro are the same people, by the way. Same fucking viewpoints. Conservatives, as long as Israel is a part of the discussion. That's what they are. Neocon, 2003, Bush-era type Republicans.
That it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should. He should pardon him his federal charges.
Vinny, what do you think of this?
Piers, by the way, came out of nowhere, and I think that's probably one of the dumbest ideas that I've heard in a long time, especially from Ben, who I think is insanely smart. Like what? Okay, even if, Piers, even if, and I've seen the coroner's report, and George Floyd died because he had enough drugs in him to kill all of us. Everybody in your studio, Piers, and everybody in my studio, and Rob and hers alike. But that's not the case. That type of attitude, if you look at what we went through BLM, okay? How many $2 billion of damage, almost 30 people killed. The whole country was on fire, and it helped Trump lose the election. For Ben to say something like that, I just want to ask, like, Ben, do you want civil war? Do you want Trump to lose? I don't. It's such a weird position for him to take, as only someone that doesn't like Trump. Like, think about it, Piers. If they pardon him today, what does the country look like in the next 3 days, month, whatever? If you don't think George Soros and that freaking Antifa BLM arm is going to come out and burn this country even worse, you're insane. It's totally out of character. I don't understand. Why would he say that? Why would he want? I think that would seriously ruin Trump's presidency. So it's a weird angle from Ben that I don't fully understand. I don't know why.
Okay, Batsy, what do you think?
Say this.
Okay, well, Rob, let's go.
All right, before Rob responds to that, real quick, we got here. What's up, my nigga? I'm 37 and I found you a couple years ago after my divorce. I want to thank you for the red pilling me. I know what I did wrong. I used to mainly watch The Blaze and had no idea about Israel. Yeah, The Blaze, bro, a.k.a. Blazenstein. Okay, I got to fix this fucking light thing here. I'll fix it, chat. Well, my boy Andy's coming through. Nor had I ever heard the word Zionist before you started mentioning it. You've opened my eyes. By the way, your streams are way better than anything on The Blaze. I got you, baby. I wake you guys up on shit that no one else wants to know. Talk about, bro. The only thing that makes young men want to be Ben Shapiro is his sister's tits, more than likely. The raging feminist is butthurt that men aren't willing to die on their terms. They want men to be silenced without talking back, blowing as submissive slaves to their will. Crazy, absolutely. Hey, Myron, are you familiar with the Samson option? Of course I'm familiar with the Samson option, bro. I was one of the first people that was talking about how Israel got these nuclear weapons, man. Y'all fans, leave $1. Appreciate that, King. Nigga, when you gonna wear the shirt you sent a while about the Jays? I gotta find it. Hey, man, we love Frank, but honest question, why did you choose a Border Collie? You seem more like a German Shepherd kind of guy. Border Collies are smarter than German Shepherds, bro. Border Collies are smarter than German Shepherds by far. German Shepherds are smart, but Border Collies are smarter. What type of holster do you use when carrying? I said that already, Philster. Cool. And then Jabro says, Myron, what people are asking to get Angie private security because the Watermelon Warriors. Bro, Angie's fine, don't worry. Can you expect MI6 involvement with Mustache Man? I tried to look it up, but couldn't figure out exactly what MI6 was up to. Did they need him to be the scapegoat? Well, what you guys need to know with MI6 and Mossad and the CIA, they all work together, guys. All these first world countries all work together when it comes to that shit.
Rob first. Yeah, Rob, you go first.
Yeah, this is what I say, and I said this on X. The fact that this is a conversation that literally did not come up organically, that nobody was talking about, it seems to have come from the top down. Ben Shapiro is somebody with an enormous amount of influence in the conservative movement, and so I'm really questioning the motivation of having this.
Yes, this is true. They all kind of made a systematic attack on one front.
Conversation right
now.
Good
point.
Like I said, it seems something that is a top-down conversation and not a bottom-up conversation, which makes my spidey senses start tingling. Having this public conversation right now helps absolutely no one. And furthermore, let me make a point here. So Ben Shapiro is going to position himself as somebody who's done all the research, that knows this, et cetera, et cetera. The vast majority of the American people have not done enough research about that case to really have any kind of informed opinion on it. That's the truth, right? So now it provides Ben Shapiro the leeway to say...
Yeah, not to mention, it's a case that doesn't really follow common law. In Romania, guys, they arrest you and then they do the investigation after the fact. It's not like in America where innocent until proven guilty, we're going to go ahead and give you due process. That doesn't apply in Romania.
Say, oh, trust me, I know what is right. I have studied this. I do not like it. My spidey sense is tingling. This doesn't help the Republican Party. This doesn't help Trump. I just do not know who benefits from having this conversation less than 2 months into a presidency that is already loathed by every Democrat and every liberal in this country.
Well, Batsy, I mean, Elon Musk said his worst is something to...
Very neutral position.
Think about. He responded to Ben Shapiro's post. Michael Knowles on this show has said he agrees with Ben Shapiro. What's your view?
Of course, Ben Shapiro runs Daily Wire, bro. Like, yo, anyone that thinks that Jeremy Boring is the boss of Daily Wire is fucking stupid. Stupid. Ben Shapiro is the boss of Daily Wire. Okay? Make no mistake about it. Ben Shapiro runs Daily Wire. It is not Jeremy Boring. Jeremy Boring is a pawn that's there as the figurehead to be the boss on paper. But the real decision makers and the real bosses are fucking Ben Shapiro. Okay? That's who runs Daily Wire, a.k.a. the Israeli Wire.
I agree with the two heroes on this show. And Piers, I just love this show because you always manage to pick topics that pit us together, pit us apart, pit us together. Like, it's such a great show and everyone has such a good time on it. I'm with these guys. I think that this is such a huge mistake and I think it's because of what we were actually disagreeing.
I would bro, oh man. They need to put me back on here and cook, man. That's what they need to do. They need to bring me back on here and cook. Because the problem is that these new wave, these old conservatives like this chick right here, she is a 2003 Bush-era neocon, bro, is what this chick is. Which means Israel first.
Agreeing about before, the average MAGA voter is a normie. They're just a normal, average, good-hearted American. Donald Trump's agenda right now, every item has between 60 and 80% support among the American people. This is an unbelievably unifying moment. The State of the Union, the joint address he gave last night, 76% approval. I mean, people love what he is doing, and that includes millions and millions of Democrats. Donald Trump is basically a New Deal Democrat. He has taken over the government and is using it to bring back the American dream. It's an amazing, unifying moment, and only the scolds in the Democratic Party and their, slaves in the media can't see it. And to me, I totally...
Bro has a name called Fuck That Thought Josie. Yo, not gonna lie, but nobody gives a fuck about your mod pet servant Josie. Has to say, man, we don't get why you bring her up in your spaces every time. She's literally the type of warrior you preach against. Nobody gives a shit what she has to say, bro. You do realize that Josie barely talks in my spaces, right? She barely talks, dude. She barely talks. So I don't know what you're talking about, man. I get it. Like, maybe you don't want her to be a speaker or to be a mod or whatever, but she doesn't really talk in my spaces at all, dude. So I don't know where your resentment and anger is coming from. Matter of fact, yesterday when I had her on the space, she literally just talked to say, hey, I got knocked down. Can you give me co-host? And that's it. She doesn't talk, bro.
Totally agree with Vinny and Rob. Why introduce something that is bound to be divisive, that was decided by a jury of our peers? It's not like the January 6th where the whole thing was politicized. There was a court case. I watched every minute of it. You know, like, this is a moment for unity on the right, and so I totally agree with them.
Well, I think we may head to a second moment of unprecedented unity from an entire panel, because we're now going to finish by talking about Meghan Markle, my old friend, and her new Netflix series, With Love, Meghan. I mean, I've seen some brutal reviews in my time, Batia, but my God, The Independent called it queasy and exhausting. The Guardian said it was a gormless lifestyle filler.
All right, we don't give a fuck about Meghan Markle, bro, honestly. All right, so let's see here. We've been streaming now for how long? For 4 hours? I think it might be time to get into it, ninjas. All right, I'm gonna take a quick piss. Chat, I'm gonna take a quick piss, and then we're gonna get cooking, and we're gonna start going in. So what I want you guys to do before we get into this, I want you guys to like the video. We got 6,000 plus you guys in here, which I'm happy to have, between Rumble and YouTube and all the platforms. So give me 1 sec. I'm gonna piss, and we're gonna fucking cook, all right, chat? And we're gonna go into the main topic of today's show, which is the great noticing. Give me 1 sec. All right, I hope you ninjas are ready. It's time to fucking cook, baby. All right? So let's go ahead and start closing some of these tabs. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's bring this engagement up. We are currently at 2.7K likes. Okay, let's go. But I know a lot of you guys haven't liked the video yet. So like the video on YouTube. Let's keep growing this shit up because we're about to cook right now, all right? So, close this. Close this. And also shout out to all you guys that liked this OSS and liked this video, by the way. We got 6,000 views on this thing. Let's see here.
The fucking judge.
Yeah, 60. Yeah. So let's keep cooking. Let's see here. And then Ryan Rout, that was the one I talked about earlier. Okay. So I'm going to crack another one of these open. This orange one doesn't taste so good. So yesterday, guys, we saw something monumental. We saw 3 different podcasts host 3 different guests on enormous platforms talk about the forbidden topic. Andrew Tate went on FullSend. Candace Owens went on Theo Von. And Ian Carroll went on the Joe Rogan Experience. Okay? I'm going to play snippets from each of these podcasts of what was said. Now, a lot of you guys know that, we've been talking about this stuff prior to October 7th, when it was very taboo to do so. But I am here to officially say, guys, that this information is starting to go fucking mainstream. And I'm here for it. I'm happy. I'm excited. I think this is fucking awesome. And the great noticing is here, my friends. So I'm going to play snippets from each of these different podcasts, which are all huge. We're talking about millions of subscribers, millions of views, where these discussions are being had. Okay? So, the first clip here is Andrew Tate on FullSend. Let's roll the clip.
Analyze this. Free speech. This is an interesting.
And let me make sure the audio is good for you guys. Okay, I got y'all ninjas. We'll go bump it up to 200. Actually, this comes from Red Pill Sane, by the way. Shout out to him. He posts a lot of my clips and a lot of other guys that are great noticers.
This is actually interesting. So let's analyze this. Free speech. This is an interesting conversation because America believes it has free speech. It doesn't. But every single country in the world has things you cannot talk about. Every single country in the world has off-limit topics. In Russia, it's Putin. In the Middle East, it's Islam. In Turkey, it's Erdogan. If you talk against them, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. Do you know what the American one is?
What, speaking out against the Dems?
Speaking out.
Yo, I'm sorry, but Kyle, you're a fucking retard for saying that. That was like the dumbest response I've ever heard. And the thing that kills me is that this dude, like, met with Trump, campaigned with Trump, helped him get elected, and he doesn't know this shit. And he's a Canadian, by the way. He can't even vote. But that's a whole other conversation. But, bro, niggas are retard for saying, the Dems? Bro, holy shit. Did you not just spend all 2024 being involved in fucking politics? Someone said he's Canadian. Give him a break. No, bro. They run Canada too. They run Canada too, dude. Nigga said the Dems. Fucking crazy, bro. Look, man, no offense to the FullSend guys, but like a lot of them are not intelligent, bro. At all. But all right, let's go back and play it again. Because it's all right. I had to fucking say something there. Because that was a fucking retard comment, dude. The Dems? The Dems?
Russia is Putin. In the Middle East, it's Islam. In Turkey, it's Erdogan. If you talk against them, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. Do you know what the American one is?
What, speaking out against the Dems?
Speaking out against the Jews. If you speak out against the Jews in America, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. So every single country has their off-limit topics. So there's no such thing as free speech anywhere. But that is different than having an ideological alignment. My point I was making between Russia and America is that they are nationalistic patriarchies, truthfully, in their homes, in their hearts, and in their...
You can see he's like, oh, shit. Like, you can see, like, he's like, oh, man. Are we really going to go into this topic? Are we really going to go into this topic? Because, I mean, am I going to do this? Am I going to do this? All right, fine, let's do it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy's one of them. They say he's Iranian Kurd, but a lot of them are also them boys. And I know for a fact he dislikes anybody that talks about Israel. I know that for a fact from insider information. So you can see Kyle here is a little bit uncomfortable.
Governments. Whereas Europe are none of those things. Europe are not even nationalistic. Europeans, most of them believe that they should be replaced by third worlders, or that when they get killed by third worlders, it's just part and parcel of living in a big city. No big deal.
Yes, there are Iranian Jays, bro. There are Iranian Jays, guys. There's a lot of them. You guys didn't know? Yo, you guys don't understand that there's like Sephardic Jews, right? Which are like the Arab ones. There's Iranians, there's Iraqi, there's Moroccan, there's Algerian, there's Somalian. Guys, there's Jews from all over. There's Ashkenazi, of course, but those are the Caucasian Jews. Yes, guys. And even if he's not one of them, I know he dislikes any talk about them. I'll just keep it there. I won't go much deeper, but I'll tell you guys that he's not a fan of anyone that's critical of Israel. I will say that.
Oh, we let a bunch of people in, they killed some of us. Oh, well, diversity is our strength. We don't have anything in common with these people anymore.
All right, So that's Andrew Tate saying that on FullSend podcast, which is huge, right? Now, Candace Owens goes on Theo Von.
You think there's such a strong relationship between the two countries then?
Blackmail. I think blackmail, and I think this is the reason why we don't get to open the Epstein.
And the title goes, Candace Owens and Theo Von and Epstein, and why is there a strong relationship between America and Israel?
But, like, well, why do you think there's such a strong relationship between the two countries then?
Blackmail. I think blackmail, and I think this is the reason why we don't get to open the Epstein files, we don't get to open the JFK files, and I think it's a form of gaslighting us to pretend that our special friend and ally isn't just a I mean, and by the way, parking aside America, other countries too, you investigate anything. I mean, I'm investigating Brigitte Macron, and Israeli blackmail comes up in Morocco, Israeli blackmail comes up in, so to pretend that we don't know that Israel is involved.
And there are Jewish Moroccans, guys. Guys, there are Arab Jews. I know a lot of you guys are looking at me like, Myra, what the fuck are you talking about? Yes, there are. There are.
Involved in blackmail operations is foolish. And again,
I think all countries are probably involved in them.
There are, and I think that they have been like they have gotten it down to a science. And there's no question in my mind that like sexual blackmail is what Jeffrey Epstein was involved in. And I don't know if that means these, you know, people don't know when they go to these parties that the girls are underage, and then it's like, haha, we've got you on tape, whatever it is. And we can even taking a look at the Diddy case, you know, blackmail, these powerful blackmail operations.
Yes, blackmailing people is one of the best ways to have power and get your shit done. This is what Jeffrey Epstein did. He did it to Bill Gates. Why do you think Bill Gates went ahead and donated a bunch of money to MIT on Jeffrey Epstein's behalf? Because Jeffrey Epstein was interested in technology, which he then went ahead and shared with the Israelis. He was an intelligence asset. Give me ones in the chat if you guys want me to explain how the Epstein blackmail ring worked. Give me ones if you guys want me to explain it. I've explained it a million times before, so I don't want to bore you guys with it. But I understand that we have a lot of new viewers here that might not be familiar with this shit. So I'm going to do a poll. Hold on. I'm going to do a poll for you guys. Oh, not Q&A. I just hate repeating myself. So that's why... All right. Poll is up on YouTube. It's up on YouTube. I'll give you guys a link so you guys can vote. Please vote on there for your boy. All right. Poll is up on YouTube. Yes, I do read the X chat, nigga. Click that link though and vote on YouTube. Rumble guys, please go vote. Council Club guys, please go vote. I'm going to keep playing this, and then I'll see what the results are.
Operations are definitely operating, and
that's actual blackmail.
Yeah,
too.
it's true blackmail. I mean, if you have hidden camera.
Yes, I read all three. I read all the chats, bro. I read all the chats.
And you're captured.
Here, matter of fact, look, nigga. What does this look like? See that fucking screen right there? See all that shit? See that? That's what I'm dealing with all the time, god damn it. So yes, I do read the chats, motherfucker. It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of shit to keep a tab. Over here, you niggas call me a boomer and shit. Myron, you're a boomer. Fuck you. It ain't easy fucking doing this shit. I'm over here trying to figure shit out, looking at all the chats, trying to be entertaining, still give you guys a monologue. Look at history. I got other screens open of shit that I'm looking at while you guys are streaming. While I'm streaming. Niggas call me a boomer. Am I a boomer? Does this look like a fucking boomer to you motherfuckers? Huh? Look at all this shit. Fuck out of here, man. 99% of you niggas would not know what to do with this shit. My OBS screen is on fire. Anyway, with that said, let's keep going.
Capturing people, doing drugs, and sleeping with underage people. So I think these are blackmail operations, and I think they've been going on for decades in America. It's sort of this circumstance where everybody knows something is going on, and they think they're just going to keep gaslighting us. It's so weird. Like they're just going to go, nothing's going on. Nothing. There's just everybody woke up one day and decided to be Hitler. Like that's what they mean.
I dropped the links for you guys. Go vote on YouTube for me. Right now we got 52% of you guys are saying you guys want to hear the Epstein blackmail ring, how it works.
He is basically accusing us of for like noticing a lot of dead people, like a lot of dead women and children, and that's failing. And by the way, I think that is the reason. I don't regret them doing that, because it's the reason why podcasts like the mainstream media, you know, this like effort to just keep smearing, libeling people for noticing basic human things.
The great noticing is here.
Welcome. Punch! And I don't regret it, because I think it's the reason that trust with them has been fractured. I'm grateful that people no longer believe them. I'm grateful that.
And you guys know why they don't believe them? Because I showed you guys earlier that George Bush fucking propaganda shit. You guys saw it. You guys saw it. That's why no one trusts the mainstream media anymore. That's precisely why.
Now people are going to independent podcasts, and when we go on Spotify, you see like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. That means that for holding on to just like basic human values and being willing to talk about issues in a way and not pretend that your audiences are stupid and not seeing what you're we've earned their trust, you know?
Boom. So that's the first clip, right? Now, here's another clip. Candace cooking some more on the Theo Von podcast. By the way, just so you guys know, let me show you guys how big this fucking thing is. Theo Von, mainstream as fuck. You dropped this interview with Lasan Lobby earlier. The Candace Owen one already has a 1.1 million. Bro, this dude has how many? 3.72 million subscribers. Huge YouTube channel. Huge. Mainstream comedian. Right? Now let's see him with Candace on this. Candace Owens and Theo Von on Israel being a safe place for J pedophiles. They have a weird rule: if you're Jewish, you can hide as a PD. As a PDF. I'll just call them PDF.
Doesn't have to give us back our pedophiles. And I'm like, okay, so we have a country who first and foremost doesn't have to give us back our pedophiles. Literally, they have this.
Yes, a lot of them don't. A lot of them flee to Israel. This is true.
It's a weird rule that you can go if you're Jewish and hide as a pedophile. And actually an amazing Jewish organization did the work there. You could pull it up. I think it was on CBS. I forgot what the name of the Jewish organization, but they went to Israel and was like, why are we harboring pedophiles?
So there was a Jewish organization that they had pedophiles.
They did amazing. No, they were not the pedophiles. They did the investigation to show how people are using, how like people who have molested children in America, if they're Jewish, they can then make their trip to Israel and be protected by the government. And Israel doesn't have to they literally don't have to,
exposing.
CBS News, that's the second one.
How Jewish American
You will not find a single person who says that that's wrong.
Hide from justice in Israel.
Absolutely wild, chat. I've known about this for a while too. I'm glad that she brought this up on a fucking mainstream podcast. Just so you guys know, Dominic Suter, who was a part of 9/11, ran away to Israel too. When they raided urban moving systems.
But can't they hide? Can't most people say if you are? So these are people that are Israeli citizens?
No, they can then become Israeli citizens. They're American, right? So if they're being on a trial, you get to Israel, they'll protect you. And so they went to where all these pedophiles are, and spoke a lot about this or I can't remember the name of the organization, but they did amazing work there. Jewish Community Watch, that's what it is. And so that's what I mean, where it's like there's also this wrong conflation that annoys me as well, because you have Jewish organizations who will objectively say this is wrong. They recognize they are Americans. They don't support pedophiles, and yet the mainstream media is trying to conflate them and make them think that they have to defend the actions of this state. And yeah, if you even talk about this, so say it's anti-Semitic, talk about this. What are you talking about? You're taking billions. That's the difference here. This is a country that is taking billions and billions.
Number one recipients of foreign aid, by the way. Number one is Israel.
Billions and billions. It's an American welfare state, And CBS jumped up.
Yep, and they got national health care and everything, and they still take our money, by the way. Meanwhile, Americans can't even fucking get health care. That's why losers like fucking Luigi Mangione is going crazy, shooting niggas in the back of New York City.
On a CBS News investigation has found that many accused American pedophiles flee to Israel, and bringing them justice can be difficult.
Okay, has been trying for years to find Caro and help bring to justice. So Jimmy Caro, he's a wanted man and is considered dangerous, accused of assaulting.
I keep it real with you guys. This isn't the first time that Theo Von's talked about this shit. I think he knows, bro. I think he knows, man. The great noticing will not end. I honestly think he knows, bro. It ain't no fucking mistake that he had Candace Owens and Hassan Abi on his shit.
a 9-year-old girl in Oregon in 2000.
If you guys ever see me on Theo Von, then you niggas know I made it for real.
And he fled to Israel before authorities in the U.S. could apprehend him. But is this just one guy?
No. So this is a story about how they are doing this. Like, it's the main story is like that they were investigating is that there's so many people that did this.
Why do they allow it?
Because they have special consideration and they are not allowed. They don't have to give us back our pedophiles. I don't know. I never understand this random issue.
Because with the right of return, I'll tell you why. With the right of return, the whole purpose of being able to go to Israel is to be able to feel safe as a Jewish person. So them giving back or extraditing our criminals back to the United States would be completely antithetical to why Israel was founded in the first place. That is why they don't extradite their criminals back to us, even if they're American citizens and they're fleeing from justice.
Israeli loopholes, and it's ridiculous. And the fact that they can just call people anti-Semitic, like it's just like a sweeping allegation. How
Yep, fucking annoying. But I'm glad Candace is bringing this up.
dare you notice that this is happening over here?
The great noticing. That's what with the Pepe shit. Let's go, baby. You can't stop it anymore. You can't put the genie back in the bottle.
Here, you anti-Semite, and it's like we have every right to critique this nation because you take money from us, especially, right? That means when we go to work and taxes are being taken away, we're paying to support this.
Well,
and then we're being gaslit by the media who's telling us that critiquing them in any way is an act of hatred for Jews, which is just such a nonsense.
Someone said, I think Theo would put you on. He doesn't care. I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that. I don't think you niggas understand how controversial I am. I really don't think you guys understand, bro. Like, do you guys understand that, like, I'm considered radioactive to a lot of YouTubers? I don't think you guys get that shit, man. All right, here's Ian Carroll on Rogan. Ian Carroll and Israeli propaganda.
But
And as you guys can see here, I'm playing all the clips from yesterday's interviews.
unfortunately, the thing for me, fortunately, is when I first researched it, I came across this documentary on Rumble called The Occupation of the American
Good documentary. I reacted to it on my show, actually, before. Check it out.
Mind, which is a very well put together documentary that is mostly Jewish people speaking about the history of Israel and about how they realized in the 80s when there was this specific operation where they wound up bombing this refugee camp called Sabra and Shatila, or a refugee camp in a place called Sabra and Shatila. And there was other bombing, like atrocity. It was like, I guess it was a massacre, it wasn't a bombing. And it was the first time where Western journalists had taken video cameras over there and video feed were coming back of the...
Guys, don't forget to vote on the Epstein stuff. I got 55% of you guys want me to explain the Epstein blackmail ring. So, again, I'll drop the link one more time for you guys so you guys can vote, because I do want a very good amount of you guys voting here so that I don't go into something, you know, because when you say something a million times, you know, you don't want to bore your audience and like repeat the same shit over and over, but I understand that we got a lot of new viewers here, which is a blessing. And some of you guys might have not understood or know how the Epstein ring works. So again, please guys, vote on YouTube. I dropped the link. I'm dropping the link right now. Mods, can you drop it as well? Drop the link, mods, so that guys can go ahead and go and vote on YouTube. Click on YouTube, guys. Vote on there for me.
Conflict of what was happening, and American sentiment turned really harshly against Israel in the 80s there, and they realized we don't need to win just the kinetic war. We need to win the ideological war on the global scale, because if we don't win that ideological war, the whole world will turn against us and call us a colonial project.
Boom. Very important that he mentioned that. They need the public support because obviously they're running a colonization project, and that's not really good to be labeled a colonizer.
Which I would argue they kind of are, but that's not the point.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Point here. And I don't mean to say I'm necessarily right about my perspective on that. But that's when they switched to a propaganda war, and they started targeting the United States with propaganda. And they
Absolutely. That's all of our media is controlled by what?
Hired the world's top propagandists to...
5 out of 6 of our media news companies are controlled by Zios.
To teach Israelis and Israeli military officials and government officials how to communicate with the West and how to propagandize the West so that we would remain in the dark a little bit. That's why we have this veil and this anti-Semitism thing and this like all that. It's why you're not allowed to talk about it, because it evolved over time. And they eventually hired this guy that I think is called Howard Luntz. And Luntz worked with the Israel Project. There's a report online that came out in 2009, I think, called the Israel Language Dictionary.
Benny Johnson made a video about this interview? What? Chat? What?
Israel American Language Dictionary, and it's basically a word for word. This is how you discuss the rockets raining down. This is how you discuss the settlements. This is how
Benny Johnson is like, you know, a MAGA supporter guy that thinks that Israel's like our greatest ally. So I'm shocked if that's true.
how you discuss the occupation and the Palestine and all these things. And they use examples of words that work and words that don't work. And when you read it, you realize, like, holy shit, that's exactly what politicians have been saying on TV my entire life. And they use Obama as one example of really good words that work. You should talk like Obama because he's good at sort of empathizing with the other side and making us understand that, like, we're here for peace and they're the terrorists. And I say that to mean that we live inside this propagandized space because it's been essential to them for so long to protect that image in order to continue the deep state element of what they're doing. When I would argue that we would all be much better off if Bibi was fucking not there and we had a more sane person in charge of Israel that was actually there for peace and not there for whatever the fuck Bibi is doing.
Crazy.
And so I welcome.
Now, we're going to go on to the next clip. Ian Carroll and Joe Rogan on the Epstein files never coming out because they involve Israel and 9/11 dancing Israelis. Jeffrey Epstein was the world's most evil sex trafficker, and he was clearly a Jewish organization working on behalf of Israel. Insane that this is actually on YouTube. But let's go ahead and play the clip.
Information that's getting disclosed, supposedly this administration.
Let me make sure the audio is good for you guys. Oh, I got you on Ninjas, man.
What do you have the least faith that we're going to come to
Epstein,
a conclusion?
for sure.
Epstein.
And I think it's because of Israel. I think that.
I disagree with Ian on this. I think we're never going to get 9/11. Epstein might come out because at this point everybody knows, right? And it's like two in your face. And it's not as damaging to our national security. But 9/11, there's no fucking way. There's no way they're putting out 9/11. So Epstein, I think, might come out, maybe. But I think 9/11 is even lower chance. Because I think that's what he asked him, right? Which one is like the last one that will get declassified?
Out of all the information that's getting disclosed, supposedly this administration.
And just so you guys know, the four things, JFK, RFK, 9/11, MLK. Those are the four things and Epstein, 5, sorry. You could put JFK and RFK together. But you guys get it. JFK, RFK, because their assassinations are absolutely linked. 9/11, Epstein, MLK. So 5 total, 4 if you want to be semantics. But you guys get the point. So he's saying of the things that are going to get declassified, which one is never going to get declassified? He said Epstein. I disagree. I think it's going to be 9/11. 9/11 is way more fucking damaging to national security than Epstein. Way more.
What do you have the least faith that we're going to come to
Epstein,
a conclusion?
for sure.
Epstein.
And I think it's because of Israel. I think that because
Well, 9/11 also. Everyone knows, even Acosta came out and admitted this with Epstein, that he was Israeli intelligence. But 9/11, no fucking way, dude. No way they were releasing 9/11.
When you
RFK, maybe you can make the argument because RFK and JFK like died so long ago. So yeah.
really dig into Epstein, his entire network was Israel. It was clearly. Like Ehud Barak was the ex-prime minister and the ex-head of Israeli intelligence. Leslie Wexner was one of the most powerful pro-Israeli philanthropists. The whole organization was Israel.
So
and I'm not saying it was all of Israel.
It was all an intelligence gathering and
it was targeting Americans. It was targeting American officials and the American president.
Right.
And the CIA does have it.
He also did target Israelis as well. Epstein did. And he did that for his own benefit.
Interest in the.
Which, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and give you guys an Epstein monologue here in a bit. Don't worry. I will cover Epstein. Don't worry, niggas. I will tell you exactly how the ring worked. I know surprisingly a lot more about Epstein than people let on. Shout out to my guy, Ryan Dawson. I learned from Ryan Dawson, Whitney Webb, Ian Carroll, of course, as well. But I've been researching Epstein on my own for years now. And if you guys don't believe me, I got the receipts.
Those targets too. Elements in the CIA does. Certainly they had help from the CIA, and certainly they had help from these other organized crime and intelligence operations. But you don't, like, so for example, Dan Bongino, the new, deputy director of the FBI, he recently had this clip that went all around where he said on camera that he had a source that he trusted deeply, and he's an informed guy. He was at a Fox News interview, and the source told him that Epstein was working for an intelligence agency in the Middle East, and I don't know which one, but someone in the Middle East. And
we know who that is.
to be fair, we all already knew this. We already know who he worked for. At least I think so. But I'm looking at, okay, Dan. So if this giant group of Jewish billionaires is running a sex trafficking operation targeting American politicians and business people and stuff, you think they're working with an Arab or Muslim nation in the Middle East? Like, you think that Leslie Wexner is devoting his entire life to philanthropies on behalf of Israel, but then he's going to work for Saudi Arabia when he's doing this trafficking ring?
Right. But if someone says to him that they're all working for a country in the Middle East, knowing he knows what that means, but not specifying, doesn't he kind of have to repeat it that same way?
Well, he also has to repeat it the same way because he won't get the job if he says Israel. Because
Exactly.
Israel has
Right.
so much control over our government right now, and I'm not.
They absolutely do. That's not even that's a fact. But guys, the fact that this is on Joe Rogan is insane. FYI. I know some people, you didn't go hard enough. Bro, him even having this discussion in the first place is wild. Guys, absolutely wild.
Not saying that all Jews are in on something. Clearly, internet. Thank
Clearly,
you.
internet.
And Joe is definitely not saying that.
Definitely not.
But the Israel's government is
See, he's got to run a cover for Joe so Joe don't get canceled by Spotify.
as vulnerable to the deep state effect as the American government. But I would argue that Israel's government is way more vulnerable to it because of the people that founded Israel and the way it was founded. It was founded in a modern time, much more recently, by, like, it was a revolutionary founding. And I can totally sympathize with the Jewish desire to have that state. Like, I get it. But because of the way that happened, the people that founded Israel were a bunch of organized crime figures in America, the Jewish mob, that were helping with money and with arms trafficking to get the guns there because they had to.
Yep. Ben-Gurion, the former prime minister of Israel. Let's put some faces to these goddamn names, right? Here's Ben-Gurion, first prime minister of Israel, right? Now, we're going to go with son born. Okay, American businessman. Wait, was this him? No, hold on. All right, let's go with, I got you guys. Boom. Boom. Now, I think it's spelled Sunborn. Boom. Rudolph Sunborn. These, my friends, were some of the instrumental creators of creating Israel. Rudolph Sunborn, David Ben-Gurion, Bugsy Siegel, Meyer Lansky. What's the similarity between all these guys? Whether it's a government official like him, Jewish gangsters like him, or a businessman like him. They all had one goal: to create the nation of Israel. And they all worked together. This was a combination of gangsters, businessmen, and government officials working together. Oh, and then we got one more. This guy. Menachem Begin, another individual that was critical to the founding of Israel. Okay? This was all done through the Sunborn Institute. All right? So right here, guys, some of the architects of Israel: David Ben-Gurion, Bugsy Siegel, Meyer Lansky, Rudolph Sunborn, and, of course, your boy Menachem Begin. And there were way more than this, but I'm just giving you guys some of the big figureheads here. They all worked together, Israeli politicians, Jewish gangsters, Jewish businessmen, to create the state of Israel. This is why they didn't want to register under FARA, guys. Because if they found out that it was gangsters, government officials, and businessmen working together to fund the Israeli lobby in America for support of Israel, they would have been disbanded. It would have been cooked. Welcome, punch! We're naming the names, chat. We're not just going to call this Dem Boys conspiracy. We're naming the names. Now you guys got the faces as well. Shout out to my guy, Ryan Dawson. He makes a fantastic documentary about this. It's called NUMEC. Please go watch it. Does a great job of articulating how the formation of Israel was orchestrated through individuals like this through the Sunborn Institute. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and give Ryan Dawson some love right now real fast. Go right here, rumble.com. We're going to type in NUMEC. Fantastic documentary. Let's see if we can find it here. Boom. This is it.
The bomb. They had gotten away with everything else, so here's a cookie for you. On the black market in Vienna, subsequently the foreigners traveled via diplomatic pouch or in suitcase of an apparent traveler to the legation in Budapest, whose staff distributed the cash around the country.
All right, here we go. I'll play a portion of this so you guys get an idea.
Preparation for war to maintain their annexation of land. In addition to human trafficking, the Jewish agency had sophisticated arms smuggling operation that stretched deep into the United States. After World War II and the Holocaust, the Jewish agency / Haganah were a politically sensitive and difficult faction to prosecute. Also, because of Jewish identity politics, many American Jews in positions
Boom. Yitzhak Rabin, Shimon Peres, Al Schwimmer
of influence were Israeli nationalists and looked the other way or even assisted in the
Mickey Cohen, another one I forgot to mention as well.
Post-World War II weapons surplus out of the United States to Israel. The Zionist plot to take Palestine predates
Rudolph Sunborn, who I showed you guys.
World War II, so it cannot be said
Golda Meir, Henry Morgenthau Jr.
to be a
She ended up becoming the Prime Minister of Israel for a bit. This is the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury.
reaction to the Holocaust. The confidence.
Again, Henry Morgenthau Jr., who, by the way, had the Morgenthau plan where he wanted to genocide Germans. David Ben-Gurion.
Zionist gain and the proven reliability of S&M assets inside the U.S. during the decades preceding the creation of Israel propelled the first new government of Israel to continue smuggling operations.
Eli Shalit, American Jewish smuggler. So you got criminals, politicians, and businessmen all working together.
Out of the United States. The United States seemed unwilling to prosecute them, which in part...
Hank Greenspun, this guy got a fucking pardon, by the way, after he died by, I think, Bush on his way out.
Emboldened the chutzpah.
This guy was smuggling all kinds of guns to mandatory British Palestine.
The level of nuclear theft. If the smuggling had been stopped at TNT, it never would have escalated to uranium. The operation had three types of players: smugglers.
Yep, this was the guy that oversaw NUMEC when they were stealing all that uranium.
Financiers.
Zalman M. Shapiro.
And the political cover-up. The Zionists honed in on the War Assets Administration, which is where the Americans would be decommissioning a vast array of weapons. The U.S. government made strict arms export controls.
Boom. 1948 American embargo on arms to Palestine, which I told you guys about this a million times.
So illegal
So you cannot smuggle those guns. You cannot get those guns over to Palestine legally.
Had to be created. To get the weapons from the WAA they desired, the terrorists would have to have organization, finance, a method of acquisition and transportation. The organization was the Sonborn Group,
who I described to you guys earlier.
A stateside nexus of Jewish supremacist millionaires who worked hand in glove with the Jewish agency in Haganah. Finance came from wealthy partisans, false charities, and organized crime. Acquisition had several means, either by purchasing decommissioned weapons and repurposing them, theft or procurement through a third party. For example, a Latin American country not under restriction could buy arms, which it purchased, and then divert them to Haganah for a bribe or a kickback.
Boom. Really good documentary. Go watch it, guys. It's called NUMEC. It's on Rumble. I'll drop the link for you guys in here if you guys want to go see it. Go check it out. I know some of you guys are saying Ryan Dawson is boring. Well, here's the thing. He gives great information, and it's fine. I can go ahead and convey it with a little bit more charisma if I need to, but definitely go show the guys some love. I'll drop the link in the chat for you guys.
Just have guns. So
this is what Ian Carroll was talking about when he talks about like the smuggling and the weapons and everything. I just showed you guys how they did it.
I can totally sympathize with the Jewish desire to have that state. Like, I get it. But because of the way that happened, the people that founded Israel were a bunch of organized crime figures.
Who we just went over. All the names. Gotcha, ninjas.
In America, the Jewish mob that were helping with money and with arms trafficking to get the guns there because they had to have guns.
All facts. We just went over it. You guys know the names now. Welcome to fucking the debrief, where we go a little bit deeper.
And it was the Rothschild banking family sending a whole bunch of money and getting the declaration in the first place. And then the people that were there, the three different organizations, the Irgun, the Lehi group, and the Haganah, those were the three like paramilitary groups that fought.
Real quick, because I like to teach you guys some more stuff. Duplicate, boom. Irgun. Here we go. Irgun, officially national military organization in the land of Israel. Okay, it was an offshoot of the older and larger Jewish paramilitary group Haganah. Here's the Haganah, right? And by the way, these were considered Jewish militias that ended up becoming, or Israeli Jewish militias that ended up becoming terrorist organizations, and they rebranded it to become the IDF later on. Stern Gang. Boom, boom. Lehi. Also, another organization as well. These three organizations, Lehi, aka Stern Gang, Irgun, Haganah, all work together to basically create the Nakba and get the Palestinians the fuck up out of there.
Welcome, punch!
And then they rebranded to become the IDF.
To found Israel, and they're like the heroes of Israel, which I understand.
They founded Israel through terrorism, if we're going to be real.
Understand the narrative that they're heroes, but when Israel was officially founded, they officially designated Irgun and Lehi as terrorist organizations because they had been bombing civilians. They'd been bombing British civilians. The first official act of terror before they changed the definition was the bombing of the King David Hotel.
And once again, I got y'all niggas. Boom. King David Hotel. It was bombed. In 1946, right here it is, done by who? The military right-wing Zionist underground organization Irgun during the Jewish insurgency. 91 people of various nationalities were killed, right, including Arabs, Britons, and Jews, and 46 were injured. Now, who was the mastermind of this? Well, I'll tell you who it was. It was this guy right here, Menachem Begin, who ended up becoming a prime minister of Israel. So, a guy that later became the leader of Israel, right? A free democracy, as they would say, was a former fucking terrorist that orchestrated the bombing and killing of damn near 100 people. But do the American people know this? No, they don't. They definitely don't. Now, obviously, Ian didn't go into all the detail here, which is fine. He's on Rogan. You can't go full fucking, autist on this shit on a platform like Rogan, but hopefully it prompts people to do what I'm doing now and Google this shit. And now we're looking, even on Wikipedia, which is owned by them boys, we see the truth is here. As head of the Irgun, he targeted the British in Palestine with a notable attack being the King David Hotel bombing. Later, the Irgun fought the Arabs during the 1947-1948 Civil War in Mandatory Palestine, and as its chief, Begin was described by the British government as the leader of the notorious terrorist organization. And this guy became Prime Minister of Israel. A terrorist rose to become the Prime Minister of Israel. This is how Israel was founded. This is the dark history of Israel that they don't want you to know, chat. This is what Ben Shapiro will never talk about.
Where these terrorists, these Lehi and Irgun terrorists, a bunch of different groups, the guy who planned that bombing later became the prime minister of Israel.
We just went over it. Menachem Begin is who it is.
They were bombing civilians. So when those are the groups that are fighting to found that nation, even if all the Jews there are wonderful people, the leadership is inherently composed of these
absolutely
people that have been deeply corrupt for all time. And so you get this fertile ground for this kind of deep state effect to take power. And when you start to research the heads of state of Israel over history, you realize that a bunch of them were in those groups doing those terrorist acts and have
almost all the founding fathers of Israel and prime ministers were involved in radical organizations that used violence to destabilize Palestine, for the creation of Israel.
Done a bunch of dark stuff because those were the people that were at the top of that military organization. Like those terrorist organizations reformed to form the IDF.
And what's
Absolutely rebranded, because the IDF is a lot cleaner now, but all the organizations prior were absolutely, what's up, Andy? All the organizations prior were terrorist organizations, chat, as you guys saw before. I went and showed you guys. Stern Gang, aka Lehi, Irgun, Haganah, terrorist organizations, chat. Rebranded though and turned into the IDF. Now they're the most moral army in the world.
What's interesting is you can talk about this now, post October 7th.
It opened
up. Joe Rogan is, let's go. Now you can talk about this stuff post October 7th, which we're going to talk about this in monologue. But again, I'm just showing you guys the clips and we'll get into it.
Wide open.
Post Gaza.
You want to know a funny story, actually? I didn't know shit about it. And I started doing 9/11 stuff. And I was doing a 9/11 video on my YouTube, and I knew about the dancing Israeli conspiracy theory that is very much a real set of documents. And I knew that I'm not allowed to talk about Israel for some reason, and I didn't really know why. And I realized, like, I better fucking understand this thing before I crater my new channel and career on this topic I don't understand. If I'm gonna
because it is the fastest way to get banned so fucking fast. It's incredible. Dude. I mean, I got demonetized for this shit, chat. You guys saw it. The Fresh and Fit YouTube channel got demonetized for this shit. So talking about this stuff before October 7th, cooked, bro. Absolutely cooked.
I'm going to take a stance against Israel at all, I should understand why and how. So I started doing research, and I shelved that research, and I switched to researching Israel and Palestine and the history there and what's going on. And I finished the video, and it was October 6th, and I was like, I was very worried because it's like you weren't allowed to talk about it, and I had just made this whole documentary about
100% true. We talked about it. We paid the price. We talked about it, and we paid the fucking price. Been demonetized for 2 years now.
The history of Israel, Palestine, and the propaganda and what it all was. And I published it on October 6th on my Locals channel. And I kind of had this like lean back and like, if that's the end of the ride and I get canceled for this shit, so be it. And then literally the next day, and I'm not saying that October 7th was a good thing, but I'm saying that literally the next day, the entire internet was ablaze about Israel and Palestine, and everyone was talking about it. Wow. And it was the weirdest fucking coincidence. Like, And suddenly it was like, oh, all right, let's fucking dig this thing open. Because unfortunately, it is, I mean, I think fortunately, I think that the state of the Israeli influence that sustained them for so long, that was essential to them surviving this long, I think that it has grown cancerous to the Jewish faith in general. Because Jeffrey Epstein is the perfect example of this. Jeffrey Epstein was the world's most prolific and evil sex trafficker that we know of so far, ever. And he very clearly was a Jewish organization of Jewish people working on behalf of Israel and other groups. And so that's a dark stain on Israel and on the Jewish people if you own it.
Pretty fucking base to be saying on Joe Rogan, guys. So now let's do the last clip. And this just comes from today. This is Hassan Piker on Theo Von. He runs cover for them, but the fact that he runs cover for them is great because it shows that the great noticing is here.
Why is there such a strong bond between America and Israel? I've heard...
Yo, Theo Von knows what's up, bro. Yo, look. Because here's the thing. He did this shit with J.D. Vance, too. He did... I don't know if you guys know. Hold on. Yo, he did this shit with J.D. Vance. Hold on. I don't know if y'all saw this clip. Sackler family... J.D. Vance.
That was firsthand devastated by the money lizard Sackler family, right? Yes. Which, like, you know, which Purdue Farm and everything that happened with...
And by the way, he had this interview when? 4 months ago.
OxyContin, like over 500,000 people died at the hands of them.
Yeah.
And
big problem.
Yeah, unbelievable, right? And it compromised, like, you know, they used loopholes, all types of stuff to be able to keep that company going, right? And really to keep killing people. I mean, it seemed undeniable at a certain point that they were murderers.
It was legalized drug dealing, is what it was, on an industrial scale. I mean, made billions and billions of dollars.
They just got like a slap on the like they got a financial slap on the wrist, right?
Very tiny.
But why can't we? Shouldn't they be kicked out of our country? It feels like if we can let in 20 million people into our country, right? That shouldn't be here, or that are not like vetted properly to be here.
Don't have the legal right to be here,
right?
I agree. I would say they shouldn't be here,
Then
but
why?
Yo, this nigga knows what he's doing, chat. He knows what he's doing, bro. Yo, I honestly think, yo, Theo Von knows what the fuck is up, bro. This is not by mistake, chat. This is not by mistake. The Sackler family. Whole lot of noticing going on.
Why can't we put those motherfuckers on a boat and send them back to wherever the fuck they came from?
That's a good question, man. Look, I think that, frankly,
and I don't mean that angrily at you, but it's like,
no, man, I'm pissed off about it too.
Like, at what point do people lose the opportunity to be here? It seemed like if you killed 500,000 people, you wouldn't be able to hang out anymore.
Or maybe at least you should have a criminal investigation, right? Because that's the thing I've always, I mean, like the Sackler family clearly got rich off of an extraordinary amount of human misery and death. Okay,
where are they from? Bring it up real quick.
Where are they from? Bring it up real quick.
I'd say they're from New York, maybe, or they're from the Northeast. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, of course. JD Vance don't want to say where they're really from. He knows.
The Sackler family originated from Galicia in Poland, and their ancestors were Jewish immigrants.
The noticing will continue.
Is it Sackler?
Brooklyn, New York.
Oh, and then they lived in Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah, that's why I thought they were from New York, Connecticut. I mean, look, the thing that I've never understood about them is that they did get fined, but the fine was such a tiny amount.
It was a couple billion
compared to what
bucks, right?
but they made tens and tens of millions of dollars. I mean, these guys were absolutely rolling in the dough. But they, like, why isn't there a criminal investigation into this, right? Like, if I sold drugs on the street and some person has an overdose and died, like, you can get felony prosecuted for that, or at least investigated for it. And there was never a criminal, at least as I understand it, never a criminal investigation into what was known.
Yeah, I think they had reached a plea deal of some sort.
Okay.
As the nation continues to grapple with it, the Sackler family had agreed to pay $6 billion to families and states as part of an agreement to wind down Purdue Pharma, the maker of OxyContin. In exchange, the Sackler family would be immunized from future civil liability claims. Unreal.
Because here's my understanding about it. And by the way, I think that, like, you always got to be worried about this stuff when you're the child.
And you know JD is like fucking like very cautious and watching his words closely here.
Addiction is like, are there, whether it's drugs, alcohol, whatever, you're worried about.
All right, we got 57% for Epstein. All right, I will do it, guys. I'll explain it.
Making sure you do yourself don't get hooked on anything, right? I had a minor surgery once, and like a very minor surgery, and I was prescribed OxyContin, and I took it for like 12 hours.
Got any left? Sorry.
No.
Got any left?
Because my wife, because of what I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
And my wife, who was like giving me my meds, she was like, "Hey, you ready for your next dose?" And I was like, "Yeah, the pain's not really that bad anymore. I don't really want to take one, but yeah, just give me one because I feel really good when I take it." And then she and I both had this like moment of realization, like, "Oh shit!" Right? That is where this whole thing starts. Wow. So she took it to wherever some disposal site and we got rid of it, and that was it. But the problem with OxyContin, as I understand it at least, is that it's supposed to be delayed release oxycodone. But, the problem is people figured out if you just crush it up, then you can just get it all at once.
All released right now.
All released right now. And then the Sackler families, understand it, knew about it, right? Purdue Pharma knew this was going on, and they should have been like, oh, no, okay, we're going to stop this because people are getting killed by overdosing on this stuff because they're taking too high of a dose. And then
it's funny that he brought that shit up where they from. He knew where the fuck they were from. All right, let's go into this Hassan clip.
Candace Owens was saying that she thought it was blackmail, but why do you think there's really such
Candace
strong
Owens.
bond?
All right, let me make sure the audio is good here.
Candace Owens got a lot of thoughts on that stuff. I think there's like two different camps here. You got people who critically analyze the relationship with Israel, and then you got people who are like, it's the Jews, I am
this nigga. Here we go.
And the critically analyzing the.
Now, mind you, don't forget, this dude got banned for 24 hours on Twitch, and the ADL's been on his ass. So he's scared. So keep that in mind as he gives this fucking answer.
The situation camp, rather than just being like, oh, it's Jews because they got mind control powers or whatever the fuck people say.
There has to be a revolution.
No one says that, Hassan, you fucking retard. No one says they got mind control powers. This is like, like this is textbook obfuscation.
Isn't that how revolutions happen?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, when conditions worsen to a certain degree, yeah, people go, all right, enough is enough. We're backed into a corner, and they start recognizing that like they're being fucked over. But that can also lead to a dangerous path where
tell me about that.
Well, the dangerous part about that is like if the people are not steered in the right direction to recognize who's actually doing the harm to them, they can be deluded by misinformation and think it's the Jews or think it's fucking.
All right, well, you're pro-Palestine, Hassan. Who's bombing and killing all the people in Gaza that you've been talking about for fucking over a year now? Who's doing it?
Anthony Bourdain.
Or, yeah, I think it's Adam Schiff, who's apparently having sex with dead children in their minds. Or think it's like the...
Every single time. Shut the fuck up, Hassan. Stop trying to deflect for what the fuck it really is. All right? Shut the fuck up. Just because you're too much of a pussy, because the ADL is on your ass, doesn't mean anything. It's Adam Schiff. Okay, where is Adam Schiff from? And it ain't fucking Massachusetts, motherfucker. Holy shit, man. Fucking bitch.
Guatemalan immigrant, you know what I mean?
Oh, it's raining out there, huh?
Yeah.
Oh
All right,
my
I got
God.
it. I did it. We brought him inside.
We know who sent the rain in, probably too.
What, the weather machine? The Jews?
Yo no sé. I'm illegal. That's what I
Yeah, Theo knows what the fuck is up, bro.
say. When the,
That's
Jew,
so
when the
funny.
Jews come for me, I'll be like, I'm illegal.
That's so.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
See, like, this is another example of like, you know, you could under normal circumstances you can make this joke, but then there's motherfuckers who really believe it.
Yeah.
When there's like dudes who are like, no, Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking.
Bro, no one is retarded enough to think that they control the rain. Nobody, see, that, and this is classic fucking deflection, obfuscation, and taking away from the real, valid fucking points. No one actually thinks that, dude. No one thinks they control the rain at all. But this is what they do to discredit your argument.
Talking about how they have a weather machine. She wasn't saying.
Yeah, but she ain't talking about them, dude. She's not talking about them. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a hardcore Zionist, bro. What the fuck are you talking about, Hassan? She is a super supporter of Israel. Super. Matter of fact, there's a way to, is it Congress Tracker? Yeah, let's do that. She's, what is she? She's, fuck, what state? Is she Texas or Alabama? She's somewhere from the South. Forget what state she represents. Far right, get the fuck out of here. Georgia, there we go, boom, Georgia. All right. It's gonna be an alphabetical order going down, guys, going down for you ninjas. All right, Georgia, come on, man. Wait, did I fucking miss it? Where the fuck is she? All right. There we go. Lobby total. This representative have a poor legislative record on Israel-Palestine issues. Yeah, but she got way more than just 2,000. Lobby total 2,000. Oh, maybe for this fiscal year. Oh, dude, I need all time though, man. I need all time, ninjas. Because she definitely got money from them. This is probably for just this fiscal year. I need the total, man.
Saying Jews, but she was like, they have a weather machine.
Bro,
why is there such a strong...
Bro, she was not referring to them, bro. Classic obfuscation. All right. So... Okay. This was sent in by a super chatter. Let's go ahead and play this clip because I have never seen it.
Some of our so-called allies that we work with and we protect them militarily, they're sending massive amounts of money to ISIS and to Al-Qaeda and to others.
Who are you talking about there?
You know who it is. What do I have
Oh, shit.
to bring it up for? You know who it is.
Because you're running for
Other
president.
countries,
Even Trump knows this.
Joe, other countries are giving massive amounts of money. People from other countries are giving massive amounts of money.
Are you saying the Saudis are doing this?
Of course they're doing it. Everybody knows that.
Okay, any other countries?
There are, but I'm not going to say it because I have a lot of relationships with people.
Oh, man. That's telling in itself. That's telling.
But there are. And you know that, and everybody knows that, and nobody says it. Nobody.
You can see here, let me get my face out the way so you guys could read some of this shit. Trump and CIA arms support for anti-Assad Syria rebels, U.S. officials say. Crazy shit, man. Why is Russia helping kill ISIS? And it's also interesting for you guys to know that ISIS has never attacked Israel, which should ring some alarm bells. Yeah, the Great Awakening is here. All right, we're going to talk about Epstein now. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm going to take a quick piss, and then we're going to cook on this Epstein thing, and then I'm going to go ahead and give my monologue on the Great Awakening.
Good question. It's a great question, actually.
Yeah, it's easy to take down and put up, right?
Oh, yeah. It's easier to take down.
Okay. All right, ninjas. I'm back. Which, by the way, I got my guy Andy here in the house. He's helping out with, we're going to put the debrief sign there in the back. Andy, you want to say what up to the people real quick?
What's going on, guys?
What's up? He's ugly in a guy, I know. But shout out to Andy helping out. Me and him actually built the studio, guys. This studio as well as the other studio in the front there, the Fresh Fit studio. So shout out to Andy helping out. We got the new debrief sign. Can we show it to them real quick? Yeah, you can take that one down if you want. You can take that one down. We're going to retire that sign, guys. I'm going to put it up on the side, right? But here, let me go ahead and wide lens this shit. And don't worry, we're going to get into the Epstein stuff here in a second. But, you know, one sign getting put down for a new one. So stay tuned, guys. We got a lot of shit coming. Improvements coming. Frank, come over here, buddy. Oh, and by the way, this walling that I have here, this is for audio. This is for audio. It's they're acoustic walls. Acoustic walls is what it is. All right, let me read some chats here, and then we're going to get into the Epstein stuff. Andrew Wilson's debating against the Jays on Raging Tomato and his own channel. The OSS squad is here for good. Myron Gaines, ex the new Alex Jones. I'm telling you, bro, nigga wars. That is the new slogan. Shout out to nigga wars. 11teen says, didn't you just say that our favorite painter was the person that made sure the brimless had safe passage or something to Israel? If so, that's not talked about enough. Yes, I did talk about that, my friend. It is something called right here. This is what you call censored history that they never talk about. The Havar Agreement was an agreement between Nazi Germany and the Zionist organization signed on August 25th, 1933. The agreement was finalized after 3 months of talks by the Zionist Federation Germany and the Anglo-Palestine Bank under the directive of the Jewish Agency and Economic Authorities of Nazi Germany. Basically, it allowed them to move over to Israel without any problems. That's what it was. The Havar Agreement. No one ever talks about this. The historians never talk about this for obvious reasons. But, you know, it is what it is. Let's see here. What else do we got? We got, Martin, is it hard to see America the same way after knowing that we sent thousands of men and women to die for Israel in the Middle East? Yeah, it's very disturbing, guys. Extremely disturbing. I really dislike it, to be honest with y'all. Countenance says, when you say Epstein files might actually get released, do you mean that it will be declassified all the damning information to Israel, or kind of how it is now with everything blotted out? He means like fully declassified is what he said. But what I'm saying is that I don't think, and there you go, guys. There's a new sign right there. Yeah, I don't think that the full, what's it called? I don't think they're going to, I think that the full 9/11 files, we're never going to see that. But I think we have a better chance of seeing the full Epstein files before we see the full 9/11 files. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's what Rogan was asking him. Of the things that they're going to declassify, JFK, RFK, Epstein, 9/11, MLK, which one do you think has the lowest level of being declassified? He thinks it's going to be Epstein, lowest chance of getting declassified. I think it's 9/11 that has the lowest chance of being declassified. Because the public already knows about Epstein. We just want to confirm it by looking at the documents, right? But when it comes to 9/11, the public definitely doesn't know about that, generally speaking. Y'all like that shit? What do y'all think about the debrief sign? Not bad, huh? Not bad? Pretty litty, man. Oh, shit. And it has like font that actually like pokes out and shit. So it's like 3D font. So, hold on a sec, chat. We're gonna drill it into the wall for you guys, but yeah, not bad, not bad at all. Yeah, go ahead. You go and drill it in. Go ahead. Should we move it over a little bit to the side?
No, I'm not gonna drill in that. I gotta take some measurements.
Oh, you're taking measurements? All right. So, anyway, back to what I was saying. So that's what he meant when he said that he thinks that there's a lower chance of that being declassified. Let's see here. Okay, Mark Q says, I don't think Kyle is a retard. He obviously knows, but he's acting clueless because he doesn't want to appear as if he agrees with the JQ in fear of cancellation. So you can't knock him for it, for protecting his platform. First does it too, and you give him a pass for saying, saying both of you can't be radical. Nah, bro, Kyle just doesn't know. Like, Kyle just doesn't know, bro. He just doesn't know. And I don't blame him, he's Canadian, but he has no fucking clue about this shit, dude. He has no clue about this shit, trust me. I don't think you guys, like, bro, most streamers are not really that intelligent, and podcasters are, like, the young guys, unfortunately, they're not intelligent or really politically educated on this shit. So, nah, bro, I genuinely think he doesn't know. You unk status, old ass monkey. Okay, don't know what that's supposed to mean, but all right. Martin, this is a great watch, no lie. 10 out of 10. I don't know what that website is, and it looks weird, so I'm not going to click on it. America Us from Rich King Rich. Better look. I appreciate that you guys like it. You guys think it's a better look? Awesome. Glad that you guys like it. Yeah, man, like I said, we're making the studio better. I'm going to get some more camera angles in here, too. Like I told you guys, I'm going to put a camera angle over there, which Andy's going to help me out with. And I'm also going to put maybe another camera angle over here towards Angie. But I know I'm definitely going to put one over here so you guys can get a side view. And then we also got the other angle over here, which you got. Oh, no, that's Angie's angle. But I got the other angle over there up in the thing. Let me turn that camera on real quick for you ninjas. Frank, sit.
Lower or higher?
Lower is probably better, so that it gets more of it in the shot, and I can like go in closer.
So kind of like right there. But...
Yeah. But here, this is the other angle, so you guys can see that. Like, I gotta fix this angle here because this is like a wide shot. Actually, you can see it, Andy.
Yeah, that's it.
I gotta fix this angle for you ninjas and figure out a way where.
Maybe more narrow.
Yeah, well, yeah, that gets a better shot for them. Yeah. Right. And then I'll probably put the Fed React sign over here, where next to the Ray Jacket chat. And then I gotta like light this place up better so you guys can see everything. So if I do a wide shot, you guys can see everything. But other than that, man, I mean, in general, the studio looks pretty damn good. And that white shit that you guys see on the corner, that's the fucking closet. Let me close that shit. It looks weird. And then we're gonna get into Epstein. I know I've been delaying it. Sorry. Frank, over here, buddy. All right. Let's go ahead and get into how the Epstein ring worked. Right? Because I told you guys I would do it. Let me just make sure I read all the chats. The name should be lit up so it'll pop more on the sign. Or it'll just look like a picture. Myron, tell my shout out to K Animals. OSS Squad supporting the show. Gift the subs too. Appreciate that. K Animals. Maui GT says the name should be lit up so it'll pop more on the sign. Or I'll put some light there for you guys. The reason why it's a little out of focus is because I'm moving, Andy's moving, shit like that. Myra, tell my Jamaican friend I said, damn, he needs to lose weight. He looks as if he's been sucking out the juices from an oxtail dinner. Hey, you fat ass nigga.
Bombacat!
I don't know who you are. It's probably Reeves or some shit, because that's like a Jamaican name, right? Or what's another Jamaican name? Because you're Jamaican too, right? You bumba yeah, so lose weight, nigga. If you're fat and Jamaican, that's unacceptable. You guys, you got those Usain Bolt fucking genetics and you're fat, that's unacceptable. Fatty boy. Yeah. Fatty boy. Zipper said, here's the YouTube link, Myron. Okay. What is this video, nigga? What are you sending me here? All right. I'll check it out after. King Rich, my boy, let's go. God says, you got twerk from Tarzan behind you, bro. Niggas making fun of you, bro. They said you look like twerk from Tarzan. What does that mean? They said you look like this monkey right here. Right here, this picture.
Oh.
You see that?
That mean I'm famous then?
He kind of does, bro. America, U.S., better look. All right, cool. I think we got all that.
Watching cartoons.
You said they're still watching cartoons?
Yes.
Hey, man. Don't hate, bro. Yeah, I think we should just keep it, like, low. Like, on the...
Is this flush?
I think we should just, like, keep it almost flush to this thing, bro.
Okay.
Because that way, I don't have to... I could keep the camera, like, closer to me.
Yeah. Instead of keep moving up and down.
Yeah, exactly. And I can, like... Because I'm going to probably bring it in to get a tighter shot.
All right, cool.
So, yeah, just make it lower. Like, it could sit flush on the thing. Cool. All right. Okay. So, let's talk about... Let's talk about Epstein, chat. All right? So, let's go ahead and go back in time a little bit for you guys to understand this. Okay? So, when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, guys, Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset for the Israeli government. Okay? Whether it was Mossad, Shin Bet, Unit 8200, whatever, we don't know exactly, but let's just assume maybe it was Mossad. All right? So, the goal here was to acquire technology for Israel. And for those of you that are confused by this, don't be confused because Israel's been stealing technology from us for many years, many decades, okay, and stealing information from us. Some of the worst spying we've ever had happen where our national security was compromised was conducted by Israelis, namely this guy right here, Jonathan Pollard. I'll show you guys what I mean. Just to show you guys that, and by the way, this guy's in Israel now and he got a full pardon from Donald Trump, right? But this guy was one of the worst spies ever. sold our secrets. Right, in 1984, Apollo sold numerous state secrets, including National Security Agency's 10-volume manual on how the U.S. gathers its signal intelligence and disclosed the names of tens of thousands of people who had cooperated with the U.S. intelligence agencies. He was apprehended in 1985 and in a subsequent proceeding agreed to a plea deal, pleaded guilty to spying for and providing top-secret classified information in Israel. Pollard admitted shopping his services successfully in some cases to other countries. In 1987, he was sentenced to life in prison for the violation of the Espionage Act. Right, but what happened? Powell was released on November 20th, 2015 in accordance with federal guidelines at the time of his sentencing. On November 20th, 2020, his parole expired and all restrictions were eliminated. On December 30th, 2020, Pollard and his second wife relocated to Israel and settled in Jerusalem. Why? Because they lobbied for him to get released. A spy. One of the worst spies in American history. I would argue the worst spy in American history. Right? So, he ends up getting this fucking pardon, right? Now, and I say that to tell you guys that this proves my point that this isn't the first time that we've had spies operating on U.S. soil. So let's go back in time a little bit. Now that we know who Epstein was, how did he come to make this blackmail ring? Well, if you go back to the early 2090s, what Epstein did was this. He had a ring of underage girls that would go ahead and come to his place and wash in Palm Beach, right? And we are going to go ahead and look at the residence right here. I'll show you guys. If we go ahead and we say Jeff Epstein house. This was in New York. This was the Czar Ranch in New Mexico. This is the island in Virgin Islands. And then here we go. 385 El Brillo Way. This was the old house. And I think they knocked it down, chat, if I'm not mistaken. I think they knocked it down. But this was one of the main residences. And what he would do, guys, is he would... let me get myself on camera. What he would do, guys, is he would bring girls to this place, underage girls that were in the high school area. And I covered this in my Fed Reacts episode in detail. But what he would do is he would get these girls to come, high school girls, and give massages to him and his friends. And then what he did was he had a ring of these girls where he would say, hey, look, recruit your friend, get some other girls here that could do this, and he would pay them hundreds of dollars, $100 here, $200 here, $300 there, to give massages to himself and his friends, right? His powerful billionaire friends. Now, you guys might be wondering, how the fuck did Jeffrey Epstein get access to these people? I'll tell you how. You're going to have to go ahead and figure out who his financer was. And it was this guy right here, Les Wexner. Okay, here's the face of the name. He is a billionaire, co-founder and chairman of Bath & Body Works, Inc., formerly Limited Brands. He retained Jeffrey Epstein as his financial manager from 1987 to 2007. He was initially the main client of Epstein's money management firm, according to Bloomberg. So Epstein comes out of nowhere. He becomes a billionaire. Nobody knows how he became a fucking billionaire. And it is because this guy, Les Wexner, was his main financier. Now, it gets better. Who is Epstein's girlfriend? This girl right here. Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay? She was his right hand. Right? But that's just scratching the surface. Who actually helped him with getting some of these girls? I'll tell you. Jean-Luc Brunel. This guy right here. Okay? No one ever talks about this dude. But Brunel and Wexner are the two names that a lot of people forget to mention. Shout out to Ryan Dawson. We did a whole broadcast on this, but I'm summarizing it for you guys. Jean-Luc Brunel, right? Basically, he was a model scout for both of-age girls and underage girls. He was the one that got Epstein the girls. So, first it started with Epstein would have his girls in Palm Beach and El Brillo Way, right? Where I showed you guys earlier, this location right here, right? Then, once he started going to these big parties and meeting these people, who he met through who? Ghislaine Maxwell, because she had a seat at the UN talking about, you know, the ocean and nature and preserving the ocean, etc. She met a lot of powerful people at the UN. So she would meet these people and then go to these parties and bring Jeffrey Epstein with her. And Jeffrey Epstein would have girls with him that Jean-Luc Brunel gave him access to. And where were these girls typically from? Well, they were from Victoria's Secret, because your boy Les Wexner owned Victoria's Secret. All right? So you got this billionaire Wexner, who owns Victoria's Secret. Then you got Brunel, who's the model recruiter for Victoria's Secret. So they are able to give Epstein an army of women to go with him to these parties that Ghislaine Maxwell was able to frequent and be invited to with powerful politicians and people of influence. You guys tracking here? Now, once Epstein got access to these parties, he would have these women there. Everyone wanted to know who the fuck this guy was. Who is this random billionaire, right, that's at these parties with these beautiful women? I want to get to know this guy. So what did they do? They'd meet Epstein, they'd meet Ghislaine Maxwell, or she would introduce Epstein to these individuals, because remember, she has the power of connections. Then Epstein would be like, hey man, you enjoy your, you like these girls here? You should hang out with me sometime. I got an island, I got all these cool properties, which he has this place here in Palm Beach. He has this fucking island in the Virgin Islands. He has the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. He has this beautiful fucking penthouse in New York City, 9 East 71st Street in New York, like $70 million. Right? He has all these really extravagant properties. And then he also has a place in fucking Paris. Nigga was balling. Right? So everyone thinks, okay, he's here with hot girls. He's here with Ghislaine Maxwell. He has a bunch of money. Les Wexner backs him. Right? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go to these parties and hang out with this guy. Or I'm going to go hang out with him when he invites me. Oh, by the way, I got a private jet called the, they called it the Lolita Express. And that's how you end up with these flight logs. So then he brings them to Palm Beach. He brings them to Paris. He brings them to New Mexico. He brings them to the island in the Virgin Islands, right? And then they show up, and who's there? Remember those girls I mentioned before that are underage that give them massages? They're fucking there. And next thing you know,
Gotcha, bitch.
And he got some. Now they're compromised. They got a massage from an underage girl or some other sexual favor from an underage girl. Now he got some. Now they got to do what he says. And now that they got to do what he says, like a Bill Gates, what does he do? You're compromised. I need you to donate a bunch of money to MIT on my behalf. Then what that does is it gives Epstein access to the technology at MIT. What does he do with those secrets? Gives it back to fucking Israel. Okay? And that, my friends, is an overview of how the Epstein network worked. Have girls that are underage, use a model recruiter to also get other girls that are underage that are models, but also have Victoria's Secret models, get financed by a billionaire, Les Wexner, infiltrate, build trust, compromise, profit. That's how the blackmail ring worked. Give me once in the chat if that makes sense. Give me once in the chat if that makes sense. That makes sense, guys? Awesome. That's how he would get them. That's how he got Prince Harry. That's how he got Robert Kraft, Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, all these motherfuckers. That's how he got them. All right, if you're going to give me a 2, I need you guys to tell me why it's a 2, though. Please. I want you guys to all understand. If you're going to give me a fucking 2. I'll read some chats, then we're going to get into the grand noticing. You seen that Lily Phillips doing another Son of Sleep with old men's like 83? Yeah, bro, she just needs attention. Gaza, bro, can you just set aside one show for a week for CC Rumble only show informing us more about the Jays? You need to stop calling me nigga, bro. I'm getting melanin in my skin and I can't relax no more. Okay. Don't let him leave without making sure you have your wallet. OSS Squad, supporting the show, gift the subs too. Okay, I got that from before. All right. So, oh, hold on. Let me focus this for you guys a little bit. All right. So now we understand how the Epstein shit happened. Just looking through and making sure all you guys. Fresh update says W. Meyer, keep cooking. Appreciate that, my friend. You know I'm going to keep cooking. All right. Awesome, awesome. Now,
we're going to talk about, now we're going to talk about, chat, the Great Noticing, right? As you guys know, I showed you guys a bunch of clips earlier, right? We went over Andrew Tate on Nelk, talking about freedom of speech and who you can't criticize, them boys. Then we went into Theo Von with Candace Owens, talking about Epstein, which I just described to you guys how the ring worked. Then we talked about Candace Owens and Theo Von talking about how you can run to Israel if you're a PDF. Then we went into Ian Carroll on Israeli propaganda on Joe Rogan, which is insane, the biggest podcast in the world. Then we went into the dancing Israelis and Epstein on Joe Rogan, which is wild. Then we even had a subtle conversation discussing it with Hassan Piker and Theo Von today, which just dropped today, by the way. And this all happened within the span of 24 hours, right? And what I'm here to say to you guys is the Great Noticing is here. It's upon us, all right? Prior to October 7th, 2023, if you talked about Israel, them boys controlling things and their power and influence, you would have a very high likelihood or chance of being censored. Whether it would be your account being terminated on YouTube, you getting nuked off of Facebook, getting your account disabled on Instagram, getting kicked off of Twitter. Talking about this stuff for many decades was extremely problematic and would almost always lead to an inevitable ban. After October 7th, the whole world rallied behind Israel and said, you know what? Israel has a right to defend itself. They got to do what they got to do to defend themselves and get their hostages back. The whole world rallied behind them, right? Even myself, I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. This is absolutely unacceptable. Going in and killing people in kibbutz is not fucking cool, right? I remember when the news broke the first time. It broke while Tim Pool was here. We were doing a podcast in the studio. It was one of our first shows that we did. Tim Pool was here in Florida. And the news broke that Saturday morning or Sunday morning, I remember. The whole world was on their side. But then, what occurred after the fact was absolutely wild. We saw indiscriminate bombing, the murder of thousands, not even thousands, tens of thousands of innocent men, women, and children in the Gaza Strip. And it led people to say, hold on, how did we get here? What the fuck happened? And it led many to research. And what ended up happening was everyone got behind Israel, then saw how Israel responded and how many people died, and it led people to figure out, wait, hold on, they're bombing and killing all these people. How is Israel getting away with this? And this prompted people to research the history of Israel-Palestine. And when you actually research Israel and Palestine, and you're doing it on a platform like TikTok, which many young people have access to and like, which isn't necessarily controlled as much as the other social media platforms, well, you've just opened up Pandora's box. You add to that platforms like Twitter were purchased by Elon Musk and allowed for more free speech. Then you add to that the rise of Rumble and people being able to take this type of content and put it in a video and describe it. Podcasts like this, creators like Nick Fuentes, guys like Stu Peters, right? We're all on Rumble. But then you got other creators like Sheikh Suleiman, Jake Shields, etc., who are really big on Twitter, talking about this. And what quickly started to happen was we saw the erosion of years of Israeli propaganda that kept the West, and most importantly, America at bay when it came to what's really going on in the Middle East. And this curiosity to what was going on in the Middle East inevitably leads you to discover the reason why we do the things that we do in the Middle East is because our government is occupied. And not only is our government occupied, it's occupied by a foreign nation. And that's when people started to wake up. The combination of TikTok and their unrestricted algorithms, Twitter and its somewhat level of freedom of speech,
and Rumble have created a trifecta of the free flow of information when it comes to Israel, Zionism, Judaism, and all the other geopolitical topics that concern these topics, that concern this realm of conversation. And what people started to realize when doing their research was that America is run not just at a political level, but from a media level, from a social media tech company level, run by people that have an interest in Israel. Now, there are two different schools of thought when it comes to opposition of Israel. And there are two different realms here, okay? You got the liberal, leftist, Democrat issues with Israel. Then you got the conservative, far-right, alt-right issues with Israel, okay? Now, and then I'm going to go into the levels of JQ, which we're going to have to probably cover some of this on Rumble. So, first let's go over how the left and the right view Israel. So the left, people like Hassan Piker and others, typically argue from a humanitarian perspective. Hey, look, Israel's an apartheid ethno-state. They've killed a lot of people in Gaza. There's been issues on this land for a while. There's an illegal occupation. There's the settlements on the West Bank, which are illegal, right? There is a blockade. People are starving. They don't have water, etc. The left typically argues from a humanitarian perspective. This is why you've seen more people come out, especially on TikTok, right? People like Hassan Piker come out and talk about this stuff after October 7th. These liberals were nowhere to be found prior to October 7th, and that's very important because the liberals are a big part of what has made this conversation mainstream. So we got to give them credit there, okay? So give me ones if this makes sense yet so far before I continue on, because we got a lot to cover here in this monologue, and I want to make sure you guys get it. Give me ones if this makes sense so far. Awesome. Now, I know that on this side of the internet, we make fun of liberals, we dislike liberals, but we must give them credit because they have brought to light this issue that the right wing was not able to do for a very long time. And I'll describe to you why the right wing wasn't able to do it for a long time shortly. So, the liberals brought the humanitarian crisis to the forefront. Now, conservatives, or people on the right, and when I say people on the right, I'm going to refer to it as the alt-right or far-right, because anyone that's critical of Israel that's also conservative automatically gets put in the alt-right and far-right box. Let me say that again for you guys. Anyone that's a conservative that is critical of Israel or them boys' power in America is automatically put in the alt-right or far-right box. And when you're put in this box, you typically are going to be the victim of censorship, deplatforming, and being called an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist. This is where guys like Nick Fuentes, Stu Peters, a lot of the white nationalists get put into this box, David Duke, etc. Right? Now, what the right argues when it comes to Israel is more political. And what it typically is influence on our government, influence on our foreign policy, influence in media, influence in big tech, influence on our foreign policy, and the general overrepresentation of Zionist interests despite only being 2% of the population of the United States. This is what the right argues from a lot of the times, okay? Now that we understand where the right argues from versus where the left argues from, keep in mind that the right, the way they've been arguing, this is what gets you censored and no one knows about. The left have actually brought this problem to the forefront from a humanitarian angle. Because more people could get behind a humanitarian angle and not killing kids than our government being occupied by a foreign nation. Because this one's a bit more complex. Okay? And this one gets you banned off YouTube and the main platforms. But the humanitarian angle, you could do that. Hassan Piker's still on fucking Twitch talking about this shit, no problem. But then you look at other people like Nick Fuentes, they're banned everywhere. Okay? Give me ones in the chat if that makes sense. The difference between the right and the left when it comes to Israel. But this is one of the few issues that people on the far right and people on the far left actually agree on. I would argue this is the only topic that people on the far right and the far left agree on, is Israel. For different reasons, of course. But they both oppose Israel for different reasons. But they still both oppose it. Give me ones if this makes sense. This is very important shit, guys, that you guys need to understand. Okay. Perfect. Awesome. If you're going to put a 2, guys, give me a 2 and tell me why. Don't just put a 2. Because I truly do want this to come out nice, succinct, salient, and cogent. Because this is very important shit. How the right opposes versus how the left opposes. All right. Cool. All right, the 2s are trolls. Okay. Yeah, the 2s are trolls. All right. Perfect. So, recap. Before we get into the different levels. October 7th made the world feel sorry for Israel and say Israel has the right to defend itself. But Israel's asymmetrical response to the attack on October 7th, where they indiscriminately bombed and destroyed Gaza and killed thousands upon tens of thousands of innocent people, made people question Israel's influence in the United States, or its number one military backer. That questioning has led people down a rabbit hole of figuring out that Israel's been able to successfully propagandize and infiltrate American media to have a constant pro-Israeli stance, even to our detriment. Whether it's the Iraqi war, covering up scandals like the USS Liberty, covering up connections to 9/11, and other things, it's very obvious that there has been a concerted effort to deflect and obscure Israel's role in nefarious activity that may have hurt the United States. And this is thanks to Twitter and Elon Musk's acquisition of it to allow more free speech, TikTok and its unregulated algorithms that are now subject to the ADL's control, and Rumble, where people are able to talk about this stuff without the same level of censorship as YouTube. All of these different factors have played into the great noticing and the general distrust of the mainstream media. As I showed you guys earlier with like the Bush fucking speech, which was ridiculous. Watching it back 22 years later, or almost 30 years later, right? 20 years. Yeah, 20 years later, excuse me. Makes you realize how crazy it was. Anyway, now we're going to get into the different levels of awareness. There's 3 main levels of awareness. The third I'm going to have to do on Rumble. I will not be able to talk about it on YouTube. But the first 2 I can. So when I say awareness, I mean as in awareness of that. So the first level is what I described to you guys earlier. How the left criticizes Israel, which is from the humanitarian angle, the apartheid ethno-state angle, the angle that this is fucked up and people are dying. This angle is actually what's awakened a lot of people. It's what's brought people like Candace Owens, who's a Christian, to say this is fucked up because she's watching children die. This is what's brought people like Andrew Tate to the forefront, where when he famously went on Piers Morgan, he refused to denounce or condemn Hamas, as Piers Morgan always tries to get his guests to do. And he responded intelligently saying, violent occupation almost always leads to violent resistance. And he's correct about that. Right? This is what's led people like Hassan Piker, though we make fun of him, we got to give him credit. He is one of the lightning rods on the left for bringing awareness to Israel's crimes, humanitarian crimes. So this is what I call level 1 of the JQ. Understanding the evils of Zionism, the apartheid state, the ethno state, the colonization, the illegal settlements, and the death of children. This is what I call yellow lane. And when I say yellow lane, I mean as in it's dangerous, but it won't get you banned as badly as it used to after October 7th. If you talked about this shit before, you cooked. But now you can kind of talk about it, which is what's led to the Great Awakening. Hold on a sec, chat. Yeah, can you set him up, please? Thanks. Sorry, that was for Andy. So that's level 1, JQ awareness. Now we're going to get into 2. This is where you start to get into the red. Okay? And this is when you start to connect dots. Okay? So again, number 1, level 1, JQ is, this is fucked up, people are dying, have an issue with the humanitarian issues, etc. Level 2 is when you start to call out people by name. This is when you start connecting dots and saying, interesting. What's AIPAC? This is interesting. You go and you do a simple Google search and you go, what's AIPAC? Pro-Israel lobby in the United States. Okay. This is entry level noticing. This is when you start to realize that our politicians get a ridiculous amount of money from these lobby groups. This is when you start to realize, where are the dancing Israelis? Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Okay, maybe it's nothing. Right? This is where you start to go, someone mentioned the USS Liberty. What is that? Let's see. Oh, wow. Are you telling me that soldiers died? Wait, they bombed us? 1967. That's weird. Right? Minor levels of noticing. And you also understand the humanitarian crisis going on in Gaza. Then you start to do a little bit of research and you're like, okay, who's Benjamin Netanyahu? Okay. All right, this is who he is. All right. Damn, longest serving prime minister. Total of 17 years. That's kind of weird. Why don't they call him a dictator? Interesting. He's ruled for almost the same amount of time as like Putin. Wow. Right? So this is where you start to get into the noticing at a minor level while simultaneously understanding the humanitarian crisis going on. This is level 2, JQ. Okay? This is level 2, JQ. Now, we're going to get into level 3, which, I'll be honest with y'all niggas, we're going to have to go to Rumble for this one. All right? We're going to have to go over to Rumble. So I need you guys to come on over to Rumble. I'm going to drop the link for you guys. YouTube viewership is going to go down, but we gotta go into this over there. All right. Here's the link, ninjas. Come on over. You niggas know what time it is.
Let's get ready to rumble!
So come to Rumble right now, guys. I'm even pinning it for you guys. Come on over to Rumble. If you're on locals, you're fine. If you're on Twitter, if you're watching this, I think you're fine. But if you're on YouTube, you guys got to come on over to Rumble. Come on over. I'm going to update the stream right now to Rumble and locals only. And then if you're on X, it's still going to show for you guys. So you guys don't got to leave if you're on X. But I'd like for you to leave because, you know, Rumble's my main platform.
So come on over. I'll drop the Rumble link for you guys anyway.
We got 7,500 of you guys watching the broadcast. Shout out to y'all niggas. We were cooking, chat. We were cooking, weren't we? Chat is going crazy. I love y'all niggas, man. Chat is going crazy. One's everywhere. Yeah, we're back on YouTube. We're back live on YouTube now. Back live on YouTube. Love you guys, bro. I really do. I really enjoy doing these streams. I really enjoy talking to you guys. We've been going now for what? 6 hours? Doesn't even feel like it. Give me ones if you guys learned something. With that great noticing. Someone said, what stream? I didn't hear or see shit. It's okay, guys. You could go back and watch it later. But we got 7,000 plus of you guys in here, man. Shout out to all you ninjas. We're back on YouTube if you guys want to watch on YouTube. All right, let me read some chats here. Epic monologue. I appreciate that, my friends. Thank you guys so much. I really like the fact that you guys enjoyed the stream. Let's get the YouTube numbers back up. Open up 2 tabs, guys. Open up one for YouTube and one for Rumble. So this stream can get discovered because YouTube is the discovery engine. It's just that we got to obviously censor certain parts. So we'll get banned off this bitch. But open up a tab, guys, and like it. Yeah, chat is going crazy. You guys are really loving this shit. Shout out to you niggas, man. I love y'all, man. All right. You guys love that shit. The Great Awakening is here, niggas. And yo, you know, I might as well say this while I'm on all the platforms. Yo, if I go missing, guys, if I go missing or something happens to me, because I'm dead ass, this information is dangerous. If something happens, I would never self-delete. All right? I would never self-delete. Ever. I have a beautiful girlfriend. I got a great dog. I got great friends. I got a dope-ass podcast, #1 men's podcast. I got you guys. I would never fucking self-delete. So if something happens, you niggas know what time it is. All right? Let's see here. Let me go ahead and read some of these chats. Let's see here. Hey, can you do a Europa stream before you leave in April? I will. Amber, my super camel jockey, great black belt, jiu-jitsu stuff. Hope you are practicing Ramadan. Appreciate that. 3 Diglets with the O/. Shout out to you, 3 Diglets. I appreciate that, my friend. I saw your chats coming through while I was giving the monologue. Thank you so much for that support, bro. Grimely says, if elected president, would you appoint your cabinet? If not serving as president, what role would you hold as president in Ye's administration? We'd disband AIPAC immediately. Syria's been a civil war for the past several hours. I believe it. I believe it. Let me go ahead and we could take a look at this. This is exactly what the Israelis wanted, guys. Was destabilization of this. Let's see here. Civil war is now official. Leaders of the National Armed Forces announced military council to liberate all Syria from the extremist jihadist terrorist regime backed by foreign powers. We call on Syrians to join our ranks. Military Council for the Liberation of Syria. Yeah, bro. This is exactly what Israel wanted, bro. It's all in the fucking clean break memo, chat. Right here. Wild. Wild. They called it clean break memo. The left made it okay to speak against them boys only because of their identity politics. In other words, the Jays... Okay. Fair enough. We're on YouTube, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I think they can see. Fresh Update says, W. Myron, keep cooking. You got it, bro. You know I be cooking. And then, let's see here. Albo A says, first student visa from foreigner revoked because he protested against Israel. Wow, dude. Oh, shit. So they got the first person revoked already? Yeah, my friends. This is not good. Our free speech is being attacked, chat. This comes from AF Post. Let me see here. Trump's State Department under Marco Rubio will use AI to revoke the visas of foreign students who are critical of Israel. Crazy, bro. What a time. Yo, Myron, is Harley Morenstein worth a debate? He's always crying on your post, bro. He's a nobody. Nobody looks at Epic Mealtime anymore. Niggas beyond cooked.
Cook the ass up, my boy. I'm preheating oven for you. Appreciate that, Ligma. What is it, bro, Steph Stalin? Okay, hear me out. After spending too much of my own time invested in the Epstein story, I implore you to also educate everyone on Ghislaine Maxwell's father, his ties to Mossad. Sure. Who is Robert Maxwell? I'll tell you guys who Robert Maxwell is. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's give Ryan Dawson some love. Because he doesn't get enough fucking credit. Let's go to Rumble. I'll show you better than I can tell you. Let's go to Numek, which all of you niggas need to go watch this documentary. Here it is. We're going to talk about our boy Mordecai Vanunu and Robert Maxwell.
Matter on which side of the aisle you sit, you stand with Israel.
Look at all those standing ovations, man. Look at that. He gets more ovations than Donald Trump when he did his fucking joint address.
Before Julian Assange.
Okay, we're going to talk about this here in a second. Josie says, suggestion, look into today's diamond trade and the horrors going on in Congo and other countries. Could be fun experiments to tell the girls in the after hours to see if they still want a diamond ring after you tell them. Funny enough, you know who runs the diamond trade? Yep, every single time. Every single time. Hey, Ryan, I wanted to inform you about FBA, Merrill, Canada, and Buffalo, NY, where Azad was calling in their protection of Muslim, black, even ones. Also, thinks FBAs are real Native Americans. Yeah, he's an idiot, bro. FBAs are retards. 7, do you think the Talmud is one of the reasons they do this? Yes, my friend. That goes into why it's nuclear if you talk about that shit. The Talmud says that we're all cattle. Hey, can you do a Europa stream? Oh, no, got that one. Yeah, bro. Yeah, absolutely. The Talmud is like their law book. Support again because why the fuck not? Them boys are the real population controllers. Less men equal less defense men. Think about it. You know it, dude. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get my face out the mug so you guys can enjoy this in its fullness. This is going to cover Israel's nuclear program, how it got exposed. Also, Robert Maxwell, a.k.a. Ghislaine Maxwell's father, who was a spy. Enjoy. Play this clip from Numek. Show some love to our boy, Ryan Dawson. I'm going to take a quick piss while I play this for you guys. All right? Let's get into it.
Assange, there was Mordecai Vanunu. Vanunu worked at the Negev Nuclear Research Center south of Dimona. He was politically opposed to Israel's 1982 war with Lebanon. In 1985, he secretly brought a camera into the research center and covertly took 57 damning pictures of Israel's nuclear weapons. There was no World Wide Web in 1985, so he needed to go to the papers, but certainly not in Israel. He traveled to Australia. Converting to Christianity in 1986, he promised to sell his story and give the proceeds to his church, then in Australia. He traveled to the UK with an independent Colombian journalist and a journalist for the Sunday Times. He also gave detailed descriptions for the process of creating tritium and a method for lithium-6 separation in addition to his photographs. As the Times was verifying his story, the Colombian sold the story to the Sunday Mirror. Mistake. The Sunday Mirror was owned by the now infamous Robert Maxwell, the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted child trafficker who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in Wexner's blackmail ring. Maxwell, already working with Israeli military intelligence, tipped off the Mossad. They created a honey trap. 8 years his younger, Cheryl Bentoff, a Mossad agent posing as Sydney, a fiery red-headed American tourist, enticed Vanunu to travel to Rome with her on holiday. At an apartment there, Vanunu was jumped, drugged, and smuggled to Israel. There was a closed-door trial and he was put in prison, 11 years of which were in solitary confinement. In 2015, the National Security Archive of George Washington University published documents that corroborated Vanunu's claims and evidence. Did the U.S. government or media care? Nope. The U.S. government and media...
Bam. So, as you guys can see, he exposed the nuclear program
Cooked. Mistake. Robert Maxwell, a.k.a. Ghislaine Maxwell's father, did everything in his power to make sure those fucking nuclear pictures didn't get out. Do you guys see what I'm talking about now? Are you guys waking up? This is not common knowledge for a reason, chat. This is not common knowledge for a reason, chat. They got that boy, bro. Nigga went to Italy thinking he was gonna get his dick sucked. Next thing you know, some dudes pull up in a van, grab his ass, and that boy got kidnapped. They got sent back to Tel Aviv, man. Cooked.
Qualcomm punch.
Anyway, fucking wild. Mind blown makes hella sense, especially looking at that early life. Yep. Now you guys are seeing. Now you guys are waking up. Now you guys are waking up. First interviews. Okay, we got that one. Boom. All right, cool. Cool. Let's see here. So, my guy Nick is on. Go support him, guys. I'm going to get off stream here because I'm going to actually finish up setting up the studio with my boy Andy. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. We covered a lot. We really did. I'm going to go ahead and let's see.
Ironic, by the way.
Yeah, he's live right now. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to drop the link for you guys in here. I'm actually going to drop a raid link here. I think I know how to do it. /raid. Boom. He might have a setting where you can't raid his thing. I want you guys to all go over there and raid and say, OSS Myron sent me. He's got 12,000 watching, so I want all of you guys to go over there, get him up to 20K. Go support my guy, Nick. All right, he's live right now on Rumble. Nick Fuentes. America First. So I want you guys to all go raid that shit right fucking now. All right, chat? Bomb that shit with O/. And OSS. Together we stand, divided we fall. Because I'll tell you guys this. It just doesn't end at the Great Awakening. We got to wake everybody up. We got to stand together. So go check out Nick. Go support him. He's blackballed everywhere. But I want you guys to go support him. Fucking destroy his chat. I see it right now. You guys are already going crazy. Myron sent us. Awesome. All right, guys. Love you, ninjas. I'll drop the link here also for you guys on X. Go support Nick. He's live right now. YouTube guys, you know they're going to cry if I put the link there because they're fucking pussies. But guys, go over there. Go on rumble.com/Nick Fuentes. I think is the link. But go crazy over there, guys. Spam his fucking chat. Let him know that I sent you. OSS. All right, guys. Love y'all, ninjas. That is the end of the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it. A lot of education on this one. I'll be back tomorrow, 5 p.m., followed by Fresh and Fit, Call-In Show, and some girls. Love y'all niggas, man. Peace.